din ko na motion. The session resumed, di ba? I move that we take up additional. Director, sir. Tulog pa yung utak eh.
Session is resumed.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the House bills and resolutions. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hearing none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of bill and resolutions.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill Number 6906, granting hazard pay to workers in critical industries during a state calamity or public health emergency by Representative Cabo-Chan.
To the Defeat COVID-19 Ad hoc Committee.
House Bill Number 6907, requiring healthcare facilities to provide a price list of its healthcare services, including incidental expenses and medical supplies that can be charged in the medical bill by Representative Cabo-Chan.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill Number 6908, promoting the use of bicycles as an alternative mode of transportation by Representative Cabo-Chan.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill Numbers 6909 and 6915, establishing a network of pop-up bicycle lanes and emergency pathways for use during the duration of the COVID-19 pandemic by Representatives Suntay and Maceda.
To the Defeat COVID-19 Ad hoc Committee.
House Bill Number 6911, consolidating Republic Act Number 7306, entitled Providing for the Establishment of the People's Television Network Incorporated, defining its powers and functions, providing for its sources of funding and for other purposes, and RA Number 10390, otherwise known as Revitalizing the People's Television Network Incorporated, providing for its amendments, defining its powers and functions, providing for its sources of funding and for other purposes by Representative Savellano.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill Number 6912, fixing the validity period of the license to own and possess, permit to carry outside residence or place of business, and registration of firearms by Representative Villafuerte.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill Number 6913, establishing the Philippine Virology Science and Technology Institute by Representative Babasa.
To the Defeat COVID-19 Ad hoc Committee.
House Bill Number 6914, extending the effectivity of RA Number 11469, otherwise known as the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act, amending for the purpose Section 9 thereof by Representative Sarmiento.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Bill Number 6916, creating a barangay in Albarca, Basilan to be known as Barangay Kinukutan by Representative Hataman.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill Number 6917, renewing the franchise granted to Mindanao Islamic Telephone Company Incorporated, presently known as Dito Telecommunity Corporation by Representative Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill Number 6921, amending Republic Act Number 11223, otherwise known as the Universal Health Care Act by Representative Pacquiao Alberto.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill Number 6922, mandating all government-owned broadcasting stations to serve as open distance learning delivery modalities during the COVID-19 pandemic by Representative Lopez.
To the Defeat COVID-19 Ad hoc Committee.
House Bill Number 6923, prohibiting all forms of online sexual exploitation of children by Representative Romero.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws and the Committee on Welfare of Children.
Resolutions. House Resolution Number 936, expressing profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the House on the demise of Honorable Mayor Johnny Villanueva Tugna by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 937, urging the national government to fast-track the integrated implementations of RA Number 11055, Philippine Identification System Act, and Republic Act Number 11315, Community-Based Monitoring System Act, as a vital database mechanism in providing social amelioration during the COVID-19 pandemic by Representative Torres Gomez.
to the Committee on Population and Family Relations,
House Resolution Number 938, directing the Committee on Human Rights to investigate on the killing of peasant leader Alan Manoboy Aguilando in Barangay Rizal, Catarman, Northern Samar, by Representatives Culiamat, Zarate, Gaite, Brosas, Castro France, and Elago.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution Number 939, urging the Committees on Human Rights and Muslim Affairs to jointly investigate on the May 24th Idil Fitr bombing hitting civilian homes, killing 2 children and injuring 12 others in Barangay Kitangko, Datu Saudi, Ampatuan, Maguindanao, by Representatives Culiamat, Zarate, Gaite, Brosas, Castro France, and Elago.
Committee on the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution Number 940, directing the appropriate committee to inquire on the price differences among COVID-19 rapid test kits, as well as the implementing strategies and measures, by Representative Vergara.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution Number 944, expressing the minority black opposition to the swift passage of the Anti-Terrorism Bill of 2020, or House Bill Number 6875, without sufficient time to intelligently deliberate on serious penal provisions and its grave implications, by Representatives Abante, Garin Janet, Zarate, Belmonte, Tanshari, Paduano, Kimbo, Castro France, Bordado, Kabatbat, Brosas, Culiamat, Dagook, Elago, Fortune, Gaite, Guya, and Saulug.
to the Committee on Public Order and Safety, and the Committee on National Defense and Security,
House Resolution Number 946, enjoining the DICT, DILG, DTI, and Anti-Red Tape Authority to undertake measures consistent with the Ease of Doing Business Act, RA Number 11032, to improve Internet and telecommunications quality and access nationwide, by Representative Tutor.
to the Committee on Information and Communications Technology,
Communications, letter dated February 13, 2020, of Cesar R. Dulay, Commissioner, BIR, submitting to the House the Bureau's Consolidated Monthly Report of Disbursements for the month of January 2020.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
Letter dated February 14, 2020, of Lieutenant General Emmanuel B. Salamat, retired, Administrator, Corporate Office, MWSS, submitting to the House the MWSS Accomplishment Report for calendar year 2019.
to the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization,
Letter dated March 3, 2020, of Delphine N. Lorenzana, Secretary, DND, submitting to the House the Department's report on the implementation of martial law in Mindanao, covering the period of December 2019.
to the Committee on National Defense and Security,
Letter dated May 7, 2020, of Ray Leonardo B. Guerrero, Commissioner, BOC, submitting to the House the Bureau's Accomplishment Report covering the period January to March 2020.
to the Committee on Ways and Means,
Copy of the DILG Quarterly Report Magazine titled Disiplina Muna.
to the Committee on Local Government,
Reports dated June 1, 2020, of Honorable Jose Luis G. Montales, Secretary General, House of Representatives, on enrolled consolidated version of Senate Bill Number 640 and House Bill Number 831, and consolidated version of Senate Bill Number 1224 and House Bill Number 5829, transmitted to the Office of the President for His Excellency's consideration and signature pursuant to Section 18H, Rule 6 of the Rules of the House of Representatives. Committee Reports. Report Number 351 of the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries on House Bill Number 6924.
to the Committee on Rules,
Report Number 352 of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education on House Bill Number 6925.
to the Committee on Rules,
Report Numbers 353 and 354 of the Committee on Information and Communications Technology on House Bill Number 6926 and 6927.
to the Committee on Rules,
Report Numbers 355 to 358 of the Special Committee on Reforestation and Committee on Appropriations on House Bill Number 6928 and 6931.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading. Motion to suspend, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended. DB. Gagawin 12 ka pa niya? 12:01. Hanggang 12:01 ka kahit, napanood ko. Hanggang 12:01. 11:59, taxi. Diba? Tawa ako sa'yo. Oo, ito lang.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
with leave of the House, I move that we open the period of privilege, open the period of privilege speech.
Is there any objection to the motion? Chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the honorable representative from the Lone District of San Jose del Monte, Representative Rida Robes. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Florida Rida Robes of Lone District of San Jose del Monte is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Ang aking pong privilege speech ay inaalay ko po sa bawat pamilyang Pilipino na alam kong umaasa na magkakaroon din po ng gamot sa ating problemang coronavirus. Mr. Speaker, distinguished members of this august chamber, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I rise to talk on a topic close to home with these times of global health emergency brought by a vicious coronavirus. But purposely I chose to lean towards optimism. Since the first case of COVID-19 were reported in December 2019, it became pretty alarming that the world, not only in China, where it first started, will soon be facing a serious threat to public health. As quickly as the first cases were reported in Wuhan, China, cases of COVID-19 infection in a matter of months escalated to a global pandemic proportion. Health-wise, the virus rapidly spread to all continents, crippling economies, forcing a new normal in the lives of people and overwhelming the health systems of even the more advanced countries in the world. Undeterred, the virus continues with its grim harvest, claiming along the way 300,000 lives and infected more than 4 million people worldwide, with the most serious cases suffering from pneumonia, acute respiratory distress syndrome, multiple organ failure, and ultimately for many. In the Philippines, an estimated 2,000 more doctors and healthcare workers have contracted coronavirus disease, with the Department of Health indicating that the current figure could be a threefold increase from the number it reported from a previous work. As the country tries to cope with the spread of this highly contagious virus, the alarm has been raised on a possible collapse of our healthcare system, particularly so if the virus will dramatically spread toward provinces where there are very limited resources and health equipment and other health infrastructure to cope with the influx of patients. On the economic front, many countries all over the world are now on the brink of it, if not already in a state of recession as a result of a pandemic because of lockdowns, stay-at-home orders, provisions of mass gatherings, suspension of travels and public transport, and maintenance of social distancing. Economies were disrupted, inevitably causing their tailspin into decline and chaos. As business flows or slow down, many employers are downsized, if not outrightly retrench. Ito po ang pinoproblema ng ating bayan ngayon. Because of COVID-19, the Philippine economy contracted for the first time in more than 2 decades. During the first quarter of 2020, the shrinking to a low 0.2% of the gross domestic product, GDP. Thus, millions of people are forced into poverty, hunger, and misery. And with the vaccine still undeveloped, stage conditions expected to remain bleak in the coming year or so. But behind the stark and gloomy present, we watch glimmers of hope in the horizon. In hopeful says, a silver lining. Recently, I have come across several articles and online video presentations among a drug that has been found highly effective in treating patients with COVID-19. With the discovery of this new drug, humanity may now be at some point exclaiming, Eureka! Since the virus is not a living thing, it cannot be killed. However, it can be destroyed. And this new drug has come as a battle changer. Their proverbial science has developed a destroyer, needed to destroy another destroyer. This drug will also make a difference, not only in regard to changing health system and in the management of patient of COVID-19, but also in terms of relaxing lockdowns and quarantine rules. In the opening up of economies and in allowing people to go back to their previous normal lives, this promising drug that is widely touted as a bottle or game changer in the COVID-19 effort is called remdesivir. Ang remdesivir po ay isang antiviral agent na dinevelop ng Gilead, isang kumpanya na nakabase sa California sa Amerika. According to research, it was originally intended to treat Ebola, but was sidelined when found to be less effective than other alternatives. Last April 29, 2020, the American National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease bared a preliminary study on its efficacy to treat COVID-19 patients is rather than promising. Moreover, the United States National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases disclosed in a news release that preliminary results from a clinical trial comparing the drug with a placebo suggest that remdesivir speeds up recovery from COVID-19 by 31%. The international trial randomly assigned 1,063 people hospitalized with COVID-19 to get intravenous infusions of either remdesivir or a placebo. In the remdesivir group, the median time to recovery was 11 days, compared with 15 days for those of the placebo. 8% of people in the remdesivir group died, compared with the 11% in the placebo group. How does remdesivir work to at least shorten the hospitalization period? Ayon sa mga medical researchers, ito ay sa pamamagitan ng pagpigil sa COVID-19 virus sa pagdami nito. Sa madaling sabi, pinuksan nito ang COVID-19 virus. May isa pang corollary study na ginawa sa 5319 sa COVID-19 patients, 22 mula sa United States, 22 mula sa Europe at Canada, at 9 naman mula sa Japan. Sila ay nabigyan ng isang dose of remdesivir. Sa pag-aaral, nakita na 36 sa mga pasyente o 68% ay nagkaroon ng improvement sa oxygen support class, kasama na dito ang 17 sa 30 na naka-ventilator o 57% na intubate. Last May 7, Japan became the second country that authorized the antiviral drug remdesivir to treat coronavirus patients under exceptional circumstances. And that's not all for the good news. Ang pinakamaganda po nito ay ang isang Filipino scientist ay isa sa mga researcher na nasa likod para ma-establish ang efficacy of remdesivir. Siya po ay isang Pilipino na isang taga San Jose del Monte at higit sa lahat isang Bulakenyo. His identity cannot be revealed because of some international non-disclosure policies, but definitely, sa tamang panahon, siya po ay lalabas at para po maibahagi sa atin ang ganda at liwanag ng remdesivir. Despite the existence of a potential antiviral drug to treat COVID-19 patients, it's time for us to accept that this pandemic will be here for a while. It will dictate a new normal. This new state will become the baseline for growth and development if we do the following. Become aware of that sense of openness to new realities despite the various legal, societal, and economic restrictions. Connecting to ourselves more and practice self-compassion in the face of social distancing. Feel the craving for connection to and finding the meaning of the new normal. Understand that we are in the same boat, dealing with anger, fear, pain, discomfort, anxiety, and frustration. And lastly, practice tolerance and compassion even we were feeling impatient, wanting and stunned by new realities. I would like to believe that this transformative orientation and practices could provide us the tenacity to get stronger and stay resilient during this normal. Much talk has been parallel in media and public fora about getting back to normal after the COVID-19 crisis is over. The big question then is, can we afford to continue with our lives of it as if it is the business as usual? If we continue going into the same direction, a future pandemic could be more pernicious and costly in terms of lives and livelihood. The transformative changes that I have enumerated previously can guide us. We rethink our relationship with Mother Earth, the climate system, and biodiversity. Fortunately, these changes have already been highlighted in the international agreements of which the Philippines is a signatory. Achieving the targets of these covenants will help communities recover from COVID-19 and start building a sustainable, clean, green, healthy, safe, and just future for all our peoples of the world. Our chances to make a greener world was defined by industrialization. The coming of COVID-19, however, scored unusual benefits for the environment like cleaner air, better water quality, lower carbon emissions, narrowed ozone hole, a wildlife diversity, food security via agricultural production, among others. It is in this premise that I call on the members of this august body to pursue public policies in support of behavioral, institutional, and infrastructure requirements for the new normal. Let us lead the way in making well-informed choices and decisions so that we can create the conditions for the noble synergy of nature and nurture. It is paramount that our legislative agenda for the new normal include the creation of bigger and technology-enabled biology institute, a bigger capacitated Department of Health in terms of epidemiological research and development, prevention, surveillance, and monitoring, and fully equipped testing and quarantine facilities. There is even a need for the mandatory establishment of educate infectious diseases management units in all public and private hospitals. I also trumpet a call that we institutionalize programs on social amelioration under strict enforcement guidelines, stimulus and subsidy programs to jumpstart the economic lives of the affected sectors, sustainable community gardening to bolster food security and national database, developed to fully qualify those who most deserve our help. If we can only do most of the legislative requirements of the new normal, then we can assure the sustainability of the future and see a higher order of altruism, discipline, preparedness, resiliency, tolerance, and compassion for the Filipinos. This is the silver lining of the new normal that will set the world on the road to a more ambitious and secure future by realigning our faith to a healthier and more prosperous Filipinos for generations to come. Our children deserve nothing less. Thank you and good afternoon. Magandang buhay po, pamilyang Pilipino.
Okay.
At sana po mabigyan daan na rin po ang remdesivir na ito. Salamat po, Mr. Speaker and Majority Leader. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpellators, I move that the speech of Congresswoman Robes be referred to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. The privileged speech of Congresswoman Rita Robes be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Argel Joseph Kabatbat of the Party List Magsasaka for his privileged speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Argel Joseph P. Kabatbat of the Party List Magsasaka is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa inyo, Ginoong Speaker, mga kasamahan natin sa Kongreso at sa ating lahat. Noong nakarang taon po, nakilala ko si Pete Corpus, isang senior citizen na matagal na magsasaka. Ikinuwento niya sa akin na dati-rati, nung siya pa'y bata, kapag bumibili po siya ng bigas, sinusukat ito ng salop. Kung minsan nga po, pagka nakachamba siya ng mabait na tindera, yung tumbok ng salop ay hindi na pinapatag. Kwento pa niya na nung bata siya, tumatak sa utak niya ang laging sinasabi ng kanyang lola, na kapag daw dumating na ang araw na ang bigas ay tinitimbang at ikinikilo na, ito na ang hudyat na naghihirap ng mga magsasaka. Ulitin ko po, kapag daw dumating ang panahon na ang bigas ay tinitimbang at ikinikilo na, ito na daw po ang panahon na naghihirap na ang ating mga magsasaka. Alam ko po na naghihirap na ang ating mga magsasaka at per kilo na po ang bilihan ngayon ng bigas. Pero hindi ko po dati naintindihan kung bakit nasabi yun ng lola niya. Sa totoo lang po, nito ko lang po naintindihan ang ibig sabihin ng lola ni Pete Corpus. Naintindihan ko na noong araw, nagtatanim tayo hindi para kumita, kundi para pagyamanin ng lupa at para may maipakain tayo sa ating pamilya at ating mga kababayan. Subalit ngayon po, nahiwalay na tayo sa ating kultura na ang pagkain ay biyaya ng lupa. Nagtatanim tayo hindi para pagyamanin ng lupa, kundi para maghabol ng tubo. Nagtatanim tayo para sirain ng lupa gamit ang monocropping at ibang nakalalasong pesticides. Nagtatanim tayo hindi para sa ating mga magsasaka, kundi para pagyamanin ng mga korporasyon na may-ari ng libu-libong hektarya ng lupa. Ang nangyari, masyado nating inabuso at pinagkakitaan ang mga magsasaka at ang agrikultura. In short, we started treating food as a commodity. We have commodified food on a global scale. And this phenomenon was brought about by the World Trade Organization. Alam niyo po, napakaganda naman ng hangarin ng GATT o ng General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade na kalaunan ay naging World Trade Organization. Ang magkaroon ng pandaigdigang ekonomiya para hindi na maulit ang World War II. Maganda naman talaga ang hangarin kung nilagyan lang natin ng common sense. Una, bakit mo pipilitin ang mga maliliit at mahihirap na bansa na buksan ang kanilang ekonomiya para maging market ng sobrang produkto ng mga mayayaman at technologically advanced na mga bansa? Hindi lang nila sisirain ang mga kabuhayan ng mga maliliit na magsasaka doon, kundi sisirain din ito ang kanilang oportunidad na umunlad, ang kanilang pagsasaka at ang ekonomiya. Ikalawa, kung ang habol mo ay huwag maulit ang ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig, bakit mo tinatakot na economic sanctions ang mga maliliit at mahihirap na bansa na pinipiling isarado muna ang kanilang ekonomiya para naman maprotektahan ng mga maliliit na mga magsasaka at ang kanilang industriya ng agrikultura? Pero sabi nga nila ay wala na po tayong magagawa, nandyan na tayo, pumasok na tayo sa era ng globalization. Ilang protesta na ang naganap, ilang magsasaka na rin ang namatay sa Menjola at iba't ibang kalsada sa bansa. Milyon-milyon magsasaka na din natin ang naghirap dahil sa mga imported na produkto galing sa ibang bansa. Ilang hektarya na din ng lupa natin ang na-convert at di na mataniman. Kumbaga, nangyari na ang lahat. Let's move on. But we in Magsasaka Party List will not simply move on. We continuously air our concerns about relying on other countries' importation for our food security. We believe then, and more so now, that we should push for food self-sufficiency instead of relying on importations for our food security. We need a critical shift from the simple food security to a more holistic framework of food sovereignty. That way, not only do we become food self-sufficient, but we also increase and develop the livelihood of our small farmers in the process. Matagal na naming sinasabi na huwag tayong umasa sa importasyon para mapakain natin ang ating bansa. Total, ay naturingan tayong isang agricultural country. Dapat ay kaya natin pakainin ang ating sarili nang hindi umaasa sa imported. Hindi dapat umasa sa imported para sa ating food security. Dahil kapag nagka-problema sa ibang bansa at bigla silang tumigil magpadala ng pagkain, saan tayo pupulutin? Definitely, hindi tayo pupulutin sa kangkungan dahil kasi pati kangkungan ngayon ay converted ng subdivision. Pero yun na nga po, nagtuloy-tuloy pa rin tayo sa maling direksyon. Mula sa 93.44 na rice self-sufficiency rate noong 2017, drastically bumaba ito sa 86.17 noong 2018. At tinatiyang nasa 87% ito noong 2019. Kasabay ng pagbaba ng ating produksyon, ay pataas naman ang ating dependency sa importation. In fact, ang ating import dependency ratio for rice increased to 13.83% in 2018 from its 2017 ratio of only 6.56%. At matapos nating ipasa ang rice tarification law noong February 2019, tuluyan ang inabandona ng ating gobyerno ang konsepto ng pagsukat ng self-sufficiency at pinalitan ito ng terminong rice adequacy level. Subalit nito nagkaroon ng COVID-19, naging critical na usapin ang food security dahil sa matinding krisis at sa kabila ng sunod-sunod na pagdeklara ng mga bansang Vietnam at Cambodia sa pagpapatigil ng importasyon nila ng bigas. Dahil siyempre, inuna nila ang kanilang sarili bago ang bansang Pilipinas. Bagamat nangako ang bansang Vietnam noong ASEAN Summit on COVID-19 na itutuloy nila ang napagkasunduang trade agreements, nakakapangamba na sa isang iglap ay maaaring putulin ito ng kahit sino mang bansa ang anumang napagkasunduan. Alam niyo po bakit tayo umabot sa ganito? Nasa bansa natin mismo ang International Rice Research Institute at tayong nagturo sa ating mga karating na bansa kung paano ang tamang pamamaraan ng pagtatanim ng palay. Ngayon, tayong nagkakandara pa kung saan kukunin ang kakainin nating bigas. Ako lang bang napabahala na hindi na natin kayang pakainin ang ating sarili? Itong problema na ito ay hindi naman dapat isisi sa isang administrasyon. Ito ay kakulangan ng maraming nagdaang administrasyon. Ilang dekada nating pinagsawalang bahala ang agrikultura at ang ating mga magsasaka. Sa katunayan, noong 2014, ang share ng agriculture sa pambansang budget ay napakababa, na nasa 4.3%, na unti-unti pang nabawasan hanggang sa maging 1.57% na lang nitong 2020. Paliit ng paliit ang budget na ibinibigay natin sa agrikultura at palaki ng palaki ang importasyon natin ng produkto galing sa magsasaka ng ibang bansa. Imbis na magalit sa kakulangan ng tulong galing sa gobyerno, marami pa nga rin sa ating mga magsasaka, ang patuloy pa rin sa pagsasaka. Dahil tungkulin nilang pakainin ng sambayan ng Pilipino, higit pa sa kagustuhan nilang kumita. Kaya naman may mga ilan sa ating mga magsasaka na mas pinili na lang ipamahagi ang kanilang mga naaning pananim nitong may COVID-19 crisis. Pero hindi pa huli ang lahat. Dahil sa krisis ng COVID-19, naging mainit huli ang usapin ng kasiguraduhan sa pagkain at ito na ang pagkakataon na itama ang ating mga pagkakamali. Simulan na natin na muling bigyang pansin ang ating mga maliliit na magsasaka. We are happy and looking forward to the positive response of Secretary Dar on the paradigm shift to food sovereignty. During the May 13, 2020 committee briefing ng Committee on Agriculture and Food, ang ilang programa ng Department of Agriculture na ang direksyon ay patungo sa food sovereignty. Kami po sa Magsasaka Party List ay handang maigting na makipagtulungan sa Department of Agriculture. At the same time, ay magbantay din po kami to look out for the interest of our farmers. Bigyan natin ng prioridad ang pagsiguro na kaya nating mapakain ang ating sarili. Unahin natin ang magsasakang Pilipino bago ang magsasaka ng ibang bansa. Dahil bandang huli, walang ibang magmamalasakit sa ating mga Pilipino, kundi ang kapwa natin mga magsasakang Pilipino. Ilaman po. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpellators, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Kabatbat to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The speech of Congressman Kabatbat be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we recognize the beautiful representative from the 1st District of Bataan, Congresswoman Geraldine Roman, for her privileged speech. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The beautiful representative of Bataan, Geraldine Roman, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, good afternoon. Today, June 3, 2020, marks the third day of the general community quarantine in many parts of our country, including Metro Manila and my beloved province of Bataan. The GCQ is a much-awaited period for many Filipinos who, in the course of the past 2 months and a half, have been forced to stay in their home.
Session, Congresswoman Roman, medyo nagka-problema lang po ng konti. Sandali lang po. Session suspended po. Yung Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we once again recognize the Honorable Geraldine Roman for her privileged speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Congressman Roman is recognized. Sorry po, please proceed.
Mawalan ulit ng kuryente as I continue my privileged speech, which is entitled The Lessons We Have to Learn from the COVID-19 Crisis. Anyway, today, June 3, 2020, marks the third day of the general community quarantine in many parts of our country, including Metro Manila and my beloved province of Bataan. The GCQ is a much-awaited period for many Filipinos who, in the course of the past 2 months and a half, have been forced to stay in their homes, leave their jobs, their schools, and their businesses to protect themselves and their communities from the deadly coronavirus. Many poor Filipino families have borne the brunt of the forced confinement, seeing the shaky economies of their homes dwindle even further. Small and medium-scale businesses have also struggled and are on the verge of extinction. It has also been a very difficult period for our health professionals, as well as our LGUs, police and military frontliners who have risked their own lives and families to protect and serve our countrymen. Sa kanilang lahat, isang pagpupukay at maraming salamat sa inyong pagsasakripisyo. The quarantine has also been especially painful for the thousands of Filipinos who have fallen ill or who have lost their lives due to COVID-19. Nakikiramay po kami sa inyong mga pamilya. So today, as we continue to ease travel and business restrictions and regain some sense of normalcy in our daily routines, we look forward to regaining our previous lives, to that time when we could come together as a family, as a community, to love and worship and just go about our daily lives. We hope that our sacrifices will be worth it and that the difficult decisions we have had to make will not be in vain. We also pray that our country and the rest of the countries worldwide that have been affected by the COVID-19 crisis will not suffer a resurgence of infections, yung kinakatakutan nating second wave. Such a scenario is unimaginable. It would mean so much suffering and devastation. But we look forward, move ahead na po tayo, to regaining our lives and rebuilding our nation. But when we do this, my dear colleagues, we also have to look back. We have to and we must look back. We have to look back at how we have responded to the COVID-19 crisis and take responsibility for our actions and decisions. We have to reflect and ask ourselves if things would have turned out less difficult and less challenging and less devastating had we been more prepared, more organized, more responsible, and more determined. In an exercise of humility, we should search deep inside and be honest to ourselves and admit where we may have committed errors so that we can draw lessons from our mistakes. Proverbs 11 says, "Pride leads to disgrace, but with humility comes wisdom." So we should all ask ourselves, saan tayo nagkamali? And because we in government are the ones mandated by the sovereign people of this nation to look after the welfare of our countrymen, we have to be the first ones to engage in this exercise of introspection. Alam niyo po this pagdating sa ating health system and our health response. I am sure that all of you will agree that our present system has been and continues to be inadequate. We have seen our health system, our public hospitals in Metro Manila collapse during the height of the pandemic. Our hospitals in the provinces, on the other hand, barely cope with the crisis situation due to the lack of resources. Health professionals in provinces do not even have enough PPEs, resulting in hospital outbreaks. This is not acceptable. To get sick in hospitals in remote provinces is tantamount to a death sentence. Sa madalit salita, our COVID response has been quite late and deficient in protocols and equipment despite the glaring signs from other countries. We should have learned from their example and we could have been more proactive. Alam po ninyo, alam ko, at alam nating lahat, our health system lacks investments. There is a lack of a master plan that will systematically guide whatever investment that has to be made in the right direction and at the right time. There is a need for decentralization, hindi lang po magagandang ospital sa Metro Manila, kundi sa buong Pilipinas. Nagpasa po tayo ng mga batas tulad ng Universal Healthcare Act, but we have not taken steps to facilitate its full implementation. Mga kaibigan, mga kasama, we have to get our act right and we need to do it now. Bakit hindi natin samantalahin ang pagkakataon nito? But how can that be kung ang mga mismong DOH officials dismiss as simple and basic legislative measures like the one I authored, mandating minimum standards in terms of equipment and services, depending on the hospital's category. There should be no differences in equipment and services between hospitals in the provinces and those in Metro Manila, even if they belong to the same category. Sa larangan naman po ng agrikultura, I ask, tayo bang mga legislators, have we been sensitive to the needs of our farmers and our fisher folk? Have we passed laws that are actually detrimental to our farmers? Alam niyo na. If the answer is yes, bakit hindi natin sila amyendahan? Takot tayong magutom, pero tila takot tayong mag-amyenda ng batas. Doon naman sa mga responses ng Department of Agriculture, alam po, sa COVID crisis, have we efficiently rolled out government programs to our farmers? To my knowledge, rollouts of 5,000 pesos do not solve the problem of farmers. We have to truly empower them, have to redefine, revamp, revolutionize the system, and not settle for stopgap measures that are given to farmers na kala mo mga pulubi sila. Let us be sincere and honest. Do we really want to uplift them and turn them into the empowered businessmen they should be? Or do we just want to be content with the status quo? Mga kaibigan, mga kasamahan po sa Kongreso, we need to pass the new and improved agrarian reform bill that is pending in the Committee of Agrarian Reform, as well as the legislative measure mandating the creation of farmer cooperative federations that will become efficient and effective conduits of all of the DA's programs and benefits, including machinery, technology transfer, at lahat-lahat po ng biyaya. Punta naman po tayo sa larangan ng disaster preparedness. We have to open our eyes to the sad fact that pandemics will come sooner or later, but they will surely and definitely come, and we should be prepared. The approach should be more from a national defense perspective and not merely from a health point of view. Sapagkat pandemics not only affect our health but also the welfare and the economy and the very survival of our country. In short, kinakailangan natin civil defense ang approach. For this purpose, I propose the institutionalization of the IATF for pandemics under the Office of the President or within the current NDRRMC, or ideally under the Department of Disaster Resilience, which we are trying to pass into law. We need a more permanent agency, not just an ad hoc committee composed of experts from the fields of medicine, health and science, and business and the private sector, and most especially civil defense, and the LGUs to coordinate and continuously prepare our nation for future outbreaks while making the necessary mid and long-term investments to make our nation resilient. But as a whole, alam po ninyo, ang ating lipunan, society also has its share of mea culpas. Our citizens should have to ask themselves if we, in the face of the COVID-19 crisis, have acted in accordance with our personal interests or we have acted for the collective good. When I hear stories, mga kwento po ng mga individuals who misdeclare their real health status, to circumvent the quarantine protocols, nalulungkot po ako. When I hear of stories of unscrupulous barangay officials, and thank God, konti lamang po sila, who have prioritized their own families, inunang sarili sa pagdidistribute ng SAP, naiinis po talaga ako. And when I hear stories of people who have treated this crisis as a money-making venture, I am disgusted, sa totoo lang. The COVID crisis has also exposed the weaknesses of our educational system that has remained anchored, stuck in the traditional method of face-to-face teaching. In our neighboring countries here in Asia, in Europe, and in the United States, students have shifted to online classes with utmost ease. Napakadali para sa kanila because they have already integrated online teaching even before COVID-19. Students in other countries also benefit from online libraries, which do not only cut costs in terms of books, but also promote reading and competence while saving our forests. My dear colleagues, what are we waiting for? We have already passed the Free Wi-Fi and Internet Access Act for all public places, including schools. Na-implementa na ba? I have also filed the Philippine Online Library Bill, which mandates the digitization of all required reading material for all levels of schooling to facilitate online learning. Online learning para sa ating mga mag-aaral. This is a wake-up call. Innovation does not only involve technology, which admittedly could be costly. Mahal po ang innovation. But we have to approach innovation from an organizational approach. Had we started investing in distance learning earlier on, this pandemic would not have set back the education of our children. My dear colleagues, Mr. Speaker, as a whole society and mankind will have to reassess its priorities and reevaluate the ways in which we live, as well as our relationship with our fellow men, the community of nations, the environment, and God Almighty, placing our multitude of values on a balance. Ano ba talaga ang mahalaga sa atin? Ang economic development at all costs ba? O ang environment? Ang health ba? O ang work at ang eskwela? Ang tao ba ang tunay na master ng kanyang kapalaran? O ang Diyos ba? These are philosophical questions that have practical repercussions which we as leaders must ponder. Any good leadership is always value-based, so we have to ask ourselves, ano ba talaga ang ating mga values? Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, as we hopefully draw nearer to restoring our lives and rebuilding our country, let us remember that the lessons we have learned and continue to learn from this pandemic came at a great price. The lives of millions of people around the world. Huwag natin sayangin ang pagkakataon upang matutunan ang mga mahahalagang leksyon sa krisis na ito. At upang mag-take action with a sense of urgency at maging laging handa. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Sir Speaker, there will be no interpolator for our good Honorable Geraldine Roman. May we refer her privileged speech to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. The speech of Congresswoman Roman be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, at this juncture, may we recognize the Honorable Gabriel Bordado Jr. of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur for his privileged speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Congressman Gabriel Bordado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Metro Manila, along with Region 2, Region 3, Region 4A, and the province of Albay, is now under general community quarantine. The rest of the country is under modified general quarantine, even as it continues to grapple with the coronavirus disease, a major national newspaper duly noted. Mr. Speaker, easing the community quarantine imposed over the country, however gradual, is a measure that needs to be considered with extraordinary prudence. Countries which previously flattened the curve have seen a new rise of coronavirus cases upon easing social distancing restrictions, among other things. Mr. Speaker, here in the Philippines, we have yet to flatten the curve, but we are already feeling the strain it is causing to our resources. Any miscalculation or misstep we may have in loosening restrictions in the country might prove to be disastrous. That is exactly why, Mr. Speaker, a large number of local government units had expressed hesitation in downgrading the classification of community quarantines in their respective areas. Dito po sa lungsod ng Naga, sa Camarines Sur, nagpahayag po ng mga manifestation at resolutions ang sangguniang panlungsod, pati na po ang alkalde ng Naga, na hindi po dapat i-loosen up ang restrictions dito sa aming lungsod. Subalit, hindi po tinanggap ng IATF. In the days following the initial release plans of the IATF to ease the community quarantine in areas deemed low risk, we saw the emergence of new terms such as modified, enhanced community quarantine, modified general community quarantine, and even a concrete definition of our new goal, the so-called new normal. But, Mr. Speaker, as with everything that is new, this change could still be confusing, not only to our constituents, but also among the implementing agencies. The government's goal or goals remain clear. Stop the spread of COVID-19 and move the country towards the direction of the new normal. In the discussion of measures we enact to combat the virus, the new normal always crops up. Dito nga po sa House of Representatives, diniscuss na po ang new normal at binigyan na po ng panibagong pangalan. Hindi na po new normal ang ginamit sa discussion last week, kundi better normal. It is ultimately our end game, Mr. Speaker. But do the Filipino people, us included, completely understand what the new normal or the better normal means and entails. The Interagency Task Force defines the new normal in their omnibus guidelines on the implementation of the community quarantine as emerging behaviors, situations, and minimum public health standards that will be institutionalized in common or routine practice and remain even after the pandemic. Furthermore, it states that this include actions that will become second nature to the general public. Educator and poet Sonia Renee Taylor, however, issues a warning, and I quote, "We will not go back to normal. Normal never was. Our pre-corona existence was not normal other than we normalized greed, iniquity, exhaustion, depletion, extraction. We should not long to return, my friends. We are being given the opportunity to stitch a new garment, one that fits all of humanity and nature." Unquote. Mr. Speaker, this pandemic demands swift responses and solutions, but our actions and decisions need to be as clear and easy to understand as they are quick and timely. We can continue to enforce new measures, come up with new terminologies, regale the public with numbers and statistics. But, Mr. Speaker, while confusion, lack of information, and lack of proper education about the crisis exists, we can never truly say that we are successfully moving towards our end goal. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
there being no interpolations, I move that we refer the privileged speech of the Honorable Gabriel Bordado to the Committee on Rules for its proper action. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. The privileged speech of Congressman Bordado be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative from the 2nd District of Lanao del Sur, Representative Yasser Alonto Balindong, for his privileged speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Congressman Yasser Balindong is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me?
Opo. Opo.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I rise to speak about the third year anniversary of the Marawi siege last May 23. There is no place like home, but it is ironic that during this pandemic, many Filipinos do not want to stay home. The government has been doing a great deal to keep them home, but they just don't want to be there. There is a group of people, however, who, since more than 3 years ago, would want to go home, but they are prevented from doing so. I am referring to the residents of Marawi City who have been driven out of their houses to allow government forces sufficient space to run after the enemies of the state during the Marawi siege. But while the siege had long been dismantled and the city totally devastated, our people remain locked out of Marawi and now locked down in places they cannot call their home. It is said that even a lowly patient can proudly proclaim that his humble abode is his castle. It may be frail, its root may shake, the rain may enter, the wind may enter, but the king may not enter. All his forces dare not cross the threshold of the ruined tenement. A man's dwelling is indeed sacred. Yes, a lonely Maranao may not have enough strength to protect his house from all intruders. Willingly or unwillingly, he may allow the forces of the state to take control of his dwelling. He may witness how his possessions are being ransacked, how his roof is being blown away, and its walls are being torn apart, or even his entire tenement pulverized to the ground, yet it still is so. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, even before the term flattening the curve is used in this pandemic, our people were already familiar with the concept of flattening more than 3 years ago. Yes, Marawi has been flattened, but we still call it home. Even though that what remains of it is a mere memory of what was once a peaceful abode, it is still home to us Maranaos, where we find security when others cannot. A meal at home can satisfy much more than erratic ration for the relocation center for 3 years. A sip of water in our kitchen can quench our thirst better than a glass of fluid in the temporary shelter for 3 long years. If you want the Maranaos to stay home, then let us bring them home. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, we Maranaos are appealing to your kind attention. We are appealing to the government. We know that the President will consider the increasing hardships for people if 14 days of quarantine in a hotel or shelter is difficult. 1 month, 2 months, or even 3 months of lockdown without income in your house is unbearable, then perhaps you can imagine how it feels to be locked out for 3 long years and now locked down in a place you cannot call your home. If the Maranaos were to die, they would rather die at home. For this place, people carry a new appendix, backwards, the Maranao backwards. When they left Marawi more than 3 years ago, most of them carried nothing except the will to live. Afraid for their lives, some of them traveled as far as they could to survive the sounds of bombs and rifles. Others even reached Metro Manila and started to sell goods for their survival until the lockdown was imposed on March 15. From then on, they could no longer sell their goods. So how will they survive? Those who could not travel far, especially those with women, children, and the elderly, opted to stay at the temporary shelters. Life has been difficult in a 4-meter by 6-meter shelter whose walls are made of 5 or 7 boards. Maranao Bakwet started living there for more than 3 years.
Yeah.
But with the COVID lockdown in place, nobody can describe it as life anymore. In fact, many have been hospitalized for weeks after suffering depression. For those who were able to keep their sanity intact, heat stroke may be an understatement. Hunger is a daily ritual, and a shortage of water is its constant companion. After the siege, some Bakwets could travel 3 kilometers to fetch water from the nearest artesian well. But after the lockdown, they have to use blue water drums to catch rain from the elusive summer downpour. People complain about the lockdown in their home, but they just need to open their faucet and instantly water will come out. But that is not the same for the Maranao public. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, the quarantine has aggravated the life of the Maranao Bakwets. It has grounded most, if not all, aid and developing groups, even if they are exempted from the lockdown measures. Almost all partner international agencies have pulled out. Indeed, hunger is a force much stronger than the virus. The Maranaos are crying, but they can do nothing. We know that the Maranaos occupy a special place in the heart of the President. We also know that he has more than enough troubles to solve. We just want him to know that, like any other Filipino, the Maranaos also long to be home. While after more than 3 long years, Marawi has not been rebuilt, the Maranaos are ready, able, and willing to help the government and pursue the Build program of President Duterte. Side by side with the government, the Maranaos are ready to rebuild their city. The Maranaos want to be part of the program, for after all, we must heal as one. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in behalf of our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable colleagues. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpellations, I move that we refer the privileged speech of the Honorable Yasser Balindong to the Committee on Rules for its proper action. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. The privileged speech of Congressman Yasser Alonto Balindong be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative from the party list Bayan Muna, Representative Ferdinand Gaite, for his privileged speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Congressman Ferdinand Gaite is recognized. Congressman Gaite. Congressman Gaite, wala po kayo?
Si President, ako wala pa.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker? Yes, since the Honorable Gaite is not yet available, I move that we recognize Representative from party list Philreca, Representative Presley De Jesus for his privileged speech. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Congressman Presley De Jesus, may kabalen is recognized of Philreca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat, sa mga kinatawan na nasa plenary ngayon at sa mga kasama natin nasa Zoom online meeting, pati na rin sa mga kababayan natin nakikinig sa mga online channels ng Facebook at YouTube. Mr. Speaker, nais ko pong gamitin ang pribilehiyong ito upang mabigyan pansin ang mga daing ng taong bayan ukol sa lumalaking gastusin sa kanilang mga tahanan habang tayo ay naatasang manatili sa ating mga bahay sa panahon ng pandemyong ito. Ang pananalasa ng COVID-19 ay nagdala hindi lamang ng sakit, kundi pati ng hirap sa pagtugon sa araw-araw na pangangailangan ng mga Pilipino. Maraming kabuhayan ang naapektuhan dahil sa pagsasara ng mga establishmento upang mapigilan ang pagkalat ng infeksyon. Dagdag pa sa kawalan ng hanap buhay ng ating mga mamamayan ay ang pagtaas ng bayarin na dala ng mas madalas na konsumo ng mga kinakailangan na utilidad. Kami po sa sektor ng enerhiya ay nakikiisa sa mga hinaing ng taong bayan na apektado ng sakunang ito. Gaya ng karamihan ng bumubuo sa kongresong ito, ibig namin maibsan ang kahirapan ng mga kababayan nating nasa laylayan ng kagipitan. Sa panahong ito ng krisis, ang tuloy-tuloy na supply ng kuryente ay napakahalaga sa ating araw-araw na pamumuhay. Idagdag pa natin ang umaalingaw-ngaw na init na dala ng summer season sa nararanasan na pagsubok ng ating taong bayan. Sadyang hindi natin mapipigilan magbukas ng electric fan at air condition upang kahit papano ay may kaunting ginhawa tayong maranasan. Upang makatulong sa mga kababayan nating nasa bingit ng kawalan, ako at ang mga kasamahan kong kinatawan dito sa Kongreso sa ilalim ng Power Block ay humihingi ng suporta mula sa iba-ibang organisasyon ng mga electric cooperatives. Bunga nito ang Philippine Rural Electric Cooperatives Association or PIRRECA kasama ang National Association of General Managers of Electric Cooperatives or NAGMEC ay bumuo ng programang tinatawag naming Pantawid Liwanag Program. Tapos puso kami nagpapasalamat sa 121 kooperatiba na tumugon sa hinahing ng mga kababayan nating nawalan ng sahod at naapektuhan ang mga pamumuhay buhat ng pandemyang COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, hindi kasi laki ng mga pribadong korporasyon ang nalilikom ng ating mga electric cooperatives. Ngunit sa kabila ng kakulangan sa ipon at subsidiya, nakapag-ambag ang mga electric cooperatives sa programa Pantawid Liwanag para makatulong sa ating mga mamayang kapuspalan. Inaamin namin na sa ngayon, hindi pa kayang suportahan ng Pantawid Liwanag program ang bayarin sa kuryente ng lahat ng consumers habang pinapatupad ang Enhanced Community Quarantine. Inalalaan ang programang ito upang bigyan ng subsidiya ang pinaka-nangangailangan o vulnerable sa pandemyang ito, lalo na ang mga lifeline consumers. Nais namin bigyan din ng halagang inilaan sa Pantawid Liwanag program ay hindi magiging pass-on cost o hindi namin ipapasa sa ating mga member consumer owners sa ibang consumer na hindi kwalipikado para sa subsidiya ng programa. Ang nalikom na pondo ay mula sa mga programang pang-advokasya. Ang maging sa mga donasyon mula mismo sa mga empleyado at ilang pilantropo para sa programa. Sa pinagsama-samang ambag ng mga electric cooperatives ay umabot sa halos 400 milyong pisong halaga. In short, 400 million pesos ng konsumo ng kuryente ang mabibigyan ng subsidiya. Ang 121 kooperatiba na nangako ng kanilang suporta at paninindigan sa pagpapatupad ng Pantawid Liwanag program ay makakatulong sa humigit kumulang na 3 milyong tahanan sa ating bansa. Unang beses pa lang magkakaroon ng subsidiya sa bayarin sa kuryente na makikinabang na ilang milyong mamamayan. Kaya naman kami ay tuwang-tuwa at sobrang proud sa mga inisyatibo ng ating mga electric cooperatives. Ang Pantawid Liwanag program ay testamento ng tapat na serbisyo at dedikasyon ng ating mga electric cooperatives para sa kanilang member consumer owners. Ngayong panahon ng krisis, bawat maliit na tulong ay malayo ang mararating para sa ikagiginhawa ng ating mga kababayan. Lubos ako nagpapasalamat sa 121 kooperatiba na tumugon sa tawag na mga nangangailangan nating taong bayan. Mr. Speaker, sa aking mga kasamang kinatawan sa sambayan ng Pilipino, maraming salamat muli sa pribilehiyong ito para makapagbahagi sa inyo. Hiling ko at ng mga kasama nating kinatawan ng Power Block na mas mapalawak pa ang ating kakayanan upang mas madami pa ang aming matulungan. Isang malaking pasasalamat muli sa lahat ng mga nagkaisa sa aming layunin. Tunay nga ang paulit-ulit naming binabanggit na united we stand united. Muli, isang magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Mabuhay ang 1ECMCO movement. Mabuhay ang sambayanang Pilipino. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpellation, I move that we refer the privileged speech of the Honorable Representative to the Committee on Rules for its proper action. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. The privileged speech of Congressman Presley De Jesus be referred to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Ferdinand Gaite from the party list Bayan Muna.
Congressman Ferdinand Gaite is recognized now. Please proceed po.
Salamat po. Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Salamat po sa lahat ng ating mga panonood. Tiyakin ang karapatan, kagalingan at kaligtasan ng mga manggagawa. Ginoong Speaker, mga kapwa lingkod bayan, mga panauhin sa loob at labas sa Kongreso, isang magandang araw.
Galing mo, Abe.
Nagbalik na sa trabaho. Nagbalik na sa trabaho ang maraming manggagawa. Sa isang bahagi, sinalubong ito ng kagalakan ng mga manggagawa, lalo na yung mga no work, no pay. Sa kabilang banda naman, puno rin sila ng pangangamba dahil sa kawalan ng mass testing at iba pang kakibat ng mga hakbang upang tiyakin ang kanilang kaligtasan. Mr. Speaker, mga panauhin, labis nakakadismaya at galit ang desisyon ng pamahalaan na bitawan ang obligasyon nito sa pagtitiyak ng kaligtasan ng mga manggagawa, partikular na ang usapin ng mass testing. Bumigay ang pamahalaan sa hiling ng mga negosyante para sa muling pagbubukas ng kanilang mga negosyo. Pero ayaw nitong bumigay sa hiling ng mga manggagawa ng mamamayan para sa kinakailangan mass testing at iba pang medical na intervention. Hindi na papatulan ang panlilito ng Presidential Spokesperson, Harry Roque, sa terminong o definisyon ng mass testing. Sa madaling salita, isinulong ng pamahalaan sa kapahamakan ang ating mga manggagawa. 8 linggo silang ginutom dahil sa kabagalan ng kakulangan sa ayuda. At tuloy pa rin ang pagpapabaya sa kanila ngayong sila'y balik trabaho na. Natapos ng mahigit 8 linggo ang lockdown, ni hindi man lamang na kumpleto ng pamahalaan ang pamamahagi ito ng ayuda sa ating mga manggagawa. Napakababa na nga ng target pero malaki pa rin ang ating backlog. After 8 weeks, the government has not finished disbursing the first tranche of the Social Amelioration Program for workers. Mahigit 7,000 ang hindi pa nakakatanggap ng CAMP o COVID-19 Adjustment Measure Program na may target lamang na mahigit 600,000. Mahigit 27,000 ang hindi naabot ng tupad o tulong panghanap buhay sa displaced workers na may maliting target na aabot lamang sa mahigit 300,000. Pinakamalaki naman ang backlog sa AKAP for OFWs. Mahigit 45,000 ang naghihintay pa rin sa ayuda. Mga kapwa kinatawan, umaabot sa 10 hanggang 11 milyon ang manggagawang naapektuhan ng lockdown. Wala pa rin sa kalahati man lamang nito ang tinarget na matulungan ng pamahalaan. Isipin nyo na lamang ang sakripisyong kanilang dinanas sa 8 buwan na sila'y walang trabaho at walang kita, walang ayuda at walang makain. Patuloy ring nagkukulang ang Small Business Wage Subsidy Program na siyang hinahalili sa mga SAP ng DOLE dahil hindi rin ito tinatarget na matulungan ang kabuuang bilang ng mga apektadong mga manggagawa. Kaya nga naman, sa kabila ng kawalan ng mass testing, sa kabila ng kawalan ng scientificong batayan para sabihin we are already flattening the curve, sa kabila ng kawalan ng iba't ibang mga pang para tiyakin na magiging ligtas ang mga manggagawa, ay tinulak na ng pamahalaan ang kanilang pagbabalik sa trabaho dahil walang plano ang pamahalaan para sa malawakang ayuda. Walang plano ang pamahalaan para tugunan ang kagipitan na dinaranas ng ating mga manggagawa. Sa madaling salita, parang sinabi na lang ng pamahalaan na magtrabaho na kayo dahil wala kayong maaasahang tulong. Magtrabaho na kayo at kayo na rin ang bahala sa inyong kalusugan at kaligtasan. Sinabi ng pamahalaan na bahala na ang employer sa pagtitiyak ng kaligtasan ng mga manggagawa. Ngunit sa inilabas ng Department of Labor and Employment na Department Order ay tila wala ring matinding obligasyon ang mga employers na tiyakin ito. Ayon sa Department Order 213, Series of 2020, suspendido ang lahat ng inspeksyon sa mga pagawaan. Nagtatakda ng minimum health protocols ang pamahalaan, ngunit wala itong protocols, paano tiyakin na ito ay masusunod? Mga kapwa ko kinatuan, nitong nakaraang taon, lumabas sa nakalahati na humigit kumulang 49,000 lugar paggawa ang sumailalim sa inspeksyon ay hindi compliant sa occupational health and safety standards. Kung batas kaugnay ng OSH standards ay kanilang nilalabag, health guidelines pa kaya? Idagdag pa natin na walang tinatakdang parusa sa mga employer na hindi tumalima sa mga health protocols sa paggawaan. Wala na ngang pananagutan ang pamahalaan, wala ring pananagutan ang employer. At ang lagot, ang kawawang manggagawa. Hindi dyan magtatapos ang permission ng mga manggagawa. Inilabas ng Department of Labor and Employment ang Labor Advisory number 17. At ayon sa Section 5 nito, employers and employees may agree voluntarily and in writing to temporarily adjust employees' wages, and wage-related benefits as provided for in existing employment contract, company policy, or collective bargaining agreement. Mga kapwa ko kinatuan, hindi na po lingid sa inyong kalaman na napakababa na nga ang kasalukuyang minimum wage na tinatanggap ng ating mga manggagawa. Ngayon, pinahintulutan pa, nabawasan ito. Ang malubha pa, walang itinakdang limitasyon sa pagbabawas nito. Sa halip na bigyan ng karagdagang benepisyo ang ating mga manggagawa na pumasok sa kabila ng banta ng sakit, kaltas pa ang ginawad sa kanila. May tax cuts sa malalaking korporasyon, pero sa manggagawa, wage cuts. May tax incentives sa big business, pero sa manggagawa, suspension of benefits. Mga kapwa kinatuan, ngayong lockdown ay nakita natin ang tunay na halaga ng ating mga manggagawa, ng ating masang anak pawis. Ating mas napagtanto at nasaksihan ang kanilang di mapantayang halaga sa pang-araw-araw na pagpapatakbo ng ating lipunan. Nang tumigil sila, tumigil ang buong ekonomiya. Habang tayo naka-lockdown, may ilang mga manggagawa na rin na tiling nasa frontera, kasabay na ang ating mga health workers. Patuloy sila naglilingkod sa mamamayan. Sila'y nasa supermarket, nasa mga warehouse, sa paghahatid ng mga delivery at mahalagang supplies, sa pagpangatili ng kalinisan sa mga ospital, at iba pa. At sa darating ng mga buwan at taon, ang mga manggagawa din ang siyang magiging pundasyon ng pagbangon ng ating bayan mula sa krisis na ating pinagdaraanan at pagdadaanan. Pagsisikap, nakaspawis at tubo ng mga manggagawa ang ating patuloy na magiging sandigan. Kaya nga naman, sana'y huwag natin silang kalimutan at pabayaan. Tugunan natin ang panawagan ng mga manggagawa para sa pagtutuloy ng pamamahagi ng ayuda. Ligtas na balik trabaho, nararapat na sahod at benepisyo at kinakailangan reforma. Sa kagyat dapat na ipagpatuloy sa ibayong palawakin ang programang naghahatid ng ayuda sa kanila. Magpatupad ng moratorium sa layoff, tiyakin ang tamang sahod at benepisyo. Ayudahan ang maliliit na negosyanteng namimiligro sa pagsasara. Tiyakin ang kanilang kaligtasan sa loob at pagawaan. Tiyakin na masunod ang mga panuntunang pangkalusugan. Bigyan ng sapat na transportasyon ang marami nating mga manggagawa na hirap na pumunta sa mga pagawaan at makabalik sa kanilang tahanan. Sa hinaharap, kinakailangan din na palawakin ang social safety nets program. Itaas ang sahod sa halagang mas makaalwan. Palawakin ang access sa mga mahihirap na pampublikong edukasyon at iba pang serbisyong makatulong sa kanila pag-angat mula sa matinding kahirapan. Nararapat din na ipatupad ang reformang magpapatag sa ating ekonomiya, maghahanda sa ating mga manggagawa at sa mga mamamayan sa pagharap ng kahalintulad ng mga krisis kung maulit man sa hinaharap. Sa planong stimulus package, mainam na ito natin ang napakalaking recurso upang patatagin ang pundasyon ng ating lokal na ekonomiya. Ituon natin sa pagsisimula at pagpapaunlad ng mga halagang industriyang makakalikha ng sapat at pangmatagalang trabaho para sa nakararami. Mga kapwa ko natuwan, kinikilala ng representasyong ito ang pangangailangan na muling simulan ang pagpulong ng ating ekonomiya. Ngunit, nararapat lamang na ibalanse ito sa pagtiyak na napoprotektahan ang karapatan at kaligtasan ng ating mga manggagawa. Nagbalik na sa trabaho ang maraming manggagawa para sila ay mabuhay, hindi para magkasakit at mamatay. Maraming salamat po, kagalang-galang na Speaker, at sa lahat ng ating kinatawan sa Kongreso at lahat ng mga nanonood sa loob at labas ng Kongreso.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we close, Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the privileged speech of the Honorable Gaite to the Committee on Rules for its proper action. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The speech of the Honorable Gaite is referred to the Committee on Rules. Is there any objection? I hear none that the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the privilege hour. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? I hear none that the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval on third reading of the following bills: on the renewal, extension of legislative franchises, namely House Bill 6835 and House Bill 6836. And I move that we direct the Secretary General to call the roll of members for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 6835. House Bill number 6835, renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Metro Manila Turf Club Incorporated under Republic Act number 7978, entitled An Act Granting the Metro Manila Turf Club Incorporated a franchise to construct, operate, and maintain a racetrack for horse racing in the city of Caloocan, as amended by Republic Act number 8298, and House Bill number 6836, extending for another 25 years the franchise granted to the Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated under Republic Act number 8960, entitled An Act Further Extending the Term of the Franchise Granted to Davao Light and Power Company Incorporated to construct, operate, and maintain an electric light, heat, and power system in Davao City and the municipalities of Carmen, Panabo, Duhali, and Santo Tomas, Province of Davao del Norte, for a period of 25 years and for other purposes. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 6835 and 6836 for third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Bañas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Bilyones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Kanama, Kawagdan, Kari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Ko Angelica, Ko Elizaldi, Cojuangco, Coliantes, Crisólogo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culiamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, Di Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Deloso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kay Chong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malaniaon, Uwaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savellano, Siao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuwat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherney, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Yanko, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate, Zubiri.
The nominal voting on House Bill 6835, affirmative 198, negative 1, abstention 0. House Bill 6835 is approved on third and final reading. For House Bill 6836, affirmative 199, negative 0, abstention 0. House Bill 6836 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading, House Bill number 6728, and may I request the Secretary General to be directed to read the title of the House Bill and to call the roll for nominal voting. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill 6728, increasing the bed capacity of East Avenue Medical Center in Barangay Diliman, Quezon City from 600 to 1,000 beds. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 6728 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondoc, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabotsan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Cojuangco, Colliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Colyamat, Dagook, Delipe, Dalog, Detol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lorenz, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gulias, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Eliza, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lezetin, Leachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kai Chong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Owaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulog, Seveliano, Siao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Suansing Estrelita, Suansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Shirney, Tejada, Tevez Arnulfo, Tevez Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Allen, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate Zubiri.
The nominal voting on House Bill 6728, affirmative 200, negative 0, abstention 0. House Bill 6720 is approved on third and final reading. Congratulations, Congressman Onyx Crisologo. And Congressman Bong Suntay. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading House Bill number 6849, and my request the Secretary General be directed to read the title and call the roll for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the measure and call for nominal voting.
House Bill number 6849, increasing the bed capacity of Benguet General Hospital in the municipality of La Trinidad, province of Benguet, from 200 to 400 beds, placing the hospital under the direct supervision and control of the Department of Health. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 6849. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu Abueg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agarao, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbizon, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Baños Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondoc, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulot, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laorni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Coanco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Colyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael, Di Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudis Caesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzalez Aurelio, Gonzalez Neptali, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gulias, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hoffer, Halushos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Madapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano, Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Núñez Malañaon, Owamenal Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakalaruran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sancopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulog, Savellano, Siao, Silvero, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, Si Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tianco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza, Villarica, Villago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Y. Kurat, Zarate Zubiri.
With 205 affirmative, 0 negative, 0 abstention, House Bill number 6849 is now approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval on third reading of the House bills on increasing the bed capacity of hospitals with House Bill numbers 6727, 6729, 6730, 6731, 6753, and 6850, and direct the Secretary General to read the titles of the bills and to call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary General can now read the title of the bill and call the member for nominal voting.
House Bill number 6727, increasing the bed capacity of the Sinait District Hospital in Sinait, Ilocos Sur from 25 beds to 100 beds. House Bill number 6729, increasing the bed capacity of the Rosario District Hospital in the Municipality of Rosario, Province of La Union from 25 to 55 beds. House Bill number 6730, increasing the bed capacity of the Mayor Hilarion A. Ramiro Sr. Medical Center in the province of Misamis Occidental from 500 to 1,000 beds, upgrading its professional healthcare services and facilities, authorizing the increase of its medical personnel. House Bill number 6731, establishing a general hospital in the city of Bacolod, province of Negros Occidental, to be known as the Bacolod City General Hospital. House Bill number 6753, converting the Medina Extension Hospital in the municipality of Medina, province of Misamis Oriental, into a general hospital to be known as the First Misamis Oriental General Hospital. House Bill number 6850, establishing a general hospital in the municipality of Rosales, province of Pangasinan, to be known as the Eastern Pangasinan Regional Medical and Trauma Center. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill numbers 6727, 6729, 6730, 6731, 6753, and 6850 for third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Omentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Cohuangco, Colliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gulias, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Uaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Saveliano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Mihan, Sinsuwat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate, Zubiri.
Ito. Kanina. Hiniwalay.
Isa pa. Mamaya. The result of the nominal voting on House Bill 6727, 6729, 6730, 6731, 6753, and 6850, and 6849. Affirmative 202, negative 0, abstention 0. House Bill 6727, 6729, 6730, 6731, 6753, 6850, 6849 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Congratulations to the caretaker of Benguet, the Honorable Chairman, Eric Yap. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval on the third reading of the following bills on the division of local government units and conversion into component cities. May I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll for nominal voting. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the measure and call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 6598, converting the municipality of Calaca in the province of Batangas into a component city to be known as the City of Calaca. House Bill number 6866, dividing Barangay Muzon in the city of San Jose del Monte, province of Bulacan, into 4 separate and independent barangays to be known as Barangay Muzon Proper, Barangay Muzon East, Barangay Muzon West, and Barangay Muzon South. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 6598 and House Bill number 6866 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabotchan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Cojuangco, Colliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culiamat, Dagook, Delipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudis Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Ko Eliza, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazetin, Leachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malanyaon, Owamenal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Owano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulog, Sevillano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Eliza, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherney, Tejada, Tevez Arnulfo, Tevez Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate Zubiri.
The result of the nominal voting on House Bill 6598 and House Bill 6866, affirmative 213, negative 0, abstention 0. House Bill 6598 and House Bill 6866 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for approval on third reading the following bills on the TESDA centers. House Bill 6597, 6824, 6827, 6844, 6845, 6846, 6852, 6853, 6855. And may we request the Secretary General to read the title of the bills and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the measure and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill Number 6597, establishing a TESDA Training and Assessment Center in the Municipality of Dapa, Siargao Island, Province of Surigao del Norte, to be known as Siargao, Surigao del Norte, TESDA Training and Assessment Center. House Bill Number 6824, establishing a TESDA-administered Polytechnic Institute in the Municipality of Rosales, Province of Pangasinan, to be known as the Eastern Pangasinan Polytechnic Institute and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 6827, establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the Municipality of Tanawan, Province of Batangas, to be known as the Tanawan City TESDA Training and Assessment Center and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill Number 6844, establishing a TESDA Training and Assessment Center in Parañaque City, to be known as the Parañaque City TESDA Training and Assessment Center. House Bill Number 6845, establishing a TESDA Training and Assessment Center in the Municipality of Labo, Province of Camarines Norte, to be known as Labo TESDA Training and Assessment Center. House Bill Number 6846, establishing a TESDA Training and Assessment Center in the Municipality of Loon, Province of Bohol, to be known as the Loon TESDA Training and Assessment Center. House Bill Number 6852, establishing a TESDA Training and Assessment Center in the Municipality of Kawayan, Province of Biliran, to be known as the Kawayan TESDA Training and Assessment Center. House Bill Number 6853, establishing a TESDA Training and Assessment Center in the Municipality of Badian, Province of Cebu, to be known as the Badian Cebu TESDA Training and Assessment Center. House Bill Number 6855, establishing a TESDA Training and Assessment Center in Barangay Santa Cruz, Makati City, to be known as the Barangay Santa Cruz, Makati City TESDA Training and Assessment Center. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill Numbers 6597, 6824, 6827, 6844, 6845, 6846, 6852, 6853, and 6855 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Saldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Omentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabochan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Coanco, Colyantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Eliza, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malaniaon, Uaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savellano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherny, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Tutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate Zubiri.
The result of the nominal voting on House Bill number 6597, 6824, 6827, 6844, 6845, 6846, 6852, 6853, and 6855. Affirmative 214, negative 0, abstention 0. House Bill number 6597, 6824, 6827, 6844, 6845, 6846, 6852, 6853, and 6855 is now approved on third and final reading. I was informed by the Secretariat of the corrections in the results of the nominal voting on the following bills that the body earlier approved on third reading. This is due to some technical difficulties in the transmission of the electric votes. One, for House Bill number 6835, the correct result is affirmative 209, -3, abstention 0. Number 2, for House Bills number 6836, 6728, and 6849, affirmative 212, -0, abstention 0. In view of the aforementioned results, House Bill numbers 6835, 6836, 6728, and 6849 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of the House Bill 3881, and may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and therefore call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the measure and call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 3881, declaring June 18 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Santa Maria, province of Davao Occidental, in commemoration of its founding anniversary. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 3881 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abueg Zaldivar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agaraw, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bordado, Bravo, Brosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Kabotsan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Kawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredinil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Cojuangco, Colliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Colyamat, Dagook, Delipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudis Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzalez Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gulias, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Eliza, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lezetin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malaniaon, Owamenal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Owano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Himbo, Redaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulog, Saveliano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Teduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Eliza, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Sheri, Tan Sherni, Tejada, Tevez Arnolfo, Tevez Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate Zubiri.
The result of the nominal voting on House Bill 3881, affirmative 217, negative 0, abstention 0. House Bill 3881 is approved on third and final reading. But before we go on, I'd like to greet our hardworking Deputy Speaker, El Rey Villafuerte. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 6869. And may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and therefore to call the roll for nominal voting.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the measure and thereby call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 6869, creating the Eastern Visayas Development Authority, defining its powers and functions. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 6869 on third reading. Abante, Abaya, Abellanosa, Abu, Abuexaldevar, Abunda, Acop, Acosta, Acosta Alba, Adyong, Advincula, Agabas, Agarao, Aglipay, Aguinaldo, Albano, Almario, Alonte, Alvarez Franz, Alvarez Genaro, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Matba, Amatong, Andaya, Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Bañas Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biazon, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondoc, Bordado, Bravo, Rosas, Bulut, Bustos, Kabatbat, Cabotchan, Cabredo, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cawagdan, Cari, Castelo, Castro Franz, Castro Fredenil, Cayetano Alan Peter, Cayetano Maria Laarni, Celeste, Chato, Chipeco, Chungalao, Co Angelica, Co Elizaldi, Cojuangco, Coliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Colyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Detol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Loso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ayan, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudis Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Gorbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron, Goed, Gomark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Coriseta, Guico, Gulias, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Eliza, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lezetin, Leachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kaichong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Nagaño, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malaniaon, Owaminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Owano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulog, Saveliano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay, C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Eliza, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Shirney, Tejada, Tevez Arnulfo, Tevez Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate Zubiri.
The result of the nominal voting on House Bill 6869, affirmative 218, negative 0, abstention 0. House Bill 6869 is now approved on third and final reading.
Nasaan yung ano? Nasaan yung andito?
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we resume consideration of House Bill 6875 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bill. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is hereby directed to the title of the bill.
Katapos yan. Katapos yan.
House Bill Number 6875, an act to prevent, prohibit, and penalize terrorism, thereby repealing Republic Act Number 9372, otherwise known as the Human Security Act of 2007.
Mr. Speaker, I move we move for consideration on third reading House Bill Number 6875 and direct the Secretary General to commence with the roll call vote. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? I hear none that the motion is approved. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of the measure and call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 6875, an act to prevent, prohibit, and penalize terrorism, thereby repealing Republic Act number 9372, otherwise known as the Human Security Act of 2007. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 6875. Abante. Abaya. Abellanosa. Abu. Abueg Saldivar. Abunda. Acop. Acosta. Acosta Alba. Adyong. Advincula. Agabas. Agaraw. Aglipay. Aguinaldo. Albano. Almario. Alonte. Alvarez Franz. Alvarez Genaro. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante Matba. Amatong. Andaya. Angara. Aragones. Arbison. Arenas. Arroyo. Atienza. Aumentado. Babasa. Bagatsing. Balindong. Banyas Nograles. Barba. Barbers. Baronda. Barzaga. Baskug. Bautista. Bautista Bandigan. Belmonte.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no and I reserve my right to explain my vote after the
You have 3 minutes after the voting, Congressman Belmonte. Secretary, please proceed.
Benitez. Bernos. Biazon. Billones. Biron. Bolilia. Bondok. Bordado. Bravo. Brosas.
Mr. Speaker, ang boto po ng kinatawan na ito ay no, hindi. Maaari po bang mag-explain ng boto mamaya?
Yes, you have 3 minutes later after the voting. Secretary.
Bulot. Bustos. Kabatbat. Kabochan. Cabredo. Cagas. Calderon. Calixto. Caminero. Campos. Kanama. Kawagdan. Kari. Castelo. Castro Franz.
Mr. Speaker, this representation vote no to House Bill 6875, and I reserve my right to explain my vote later.
You can explain your vote later, ma'am. Please proceed, Secretary.
Castro Fredenil. Cayetano Alan Peter. Cayetano Maria Laarni. Celeste. Chato. Chipeco. Chungalao. Co Angelica. Co Elizalde, Cojuangco, Colliantes, Crisologo, Cua, Quaresma, Cueva, Culyamat, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Datol, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor Lawrence, Defensor Michael, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Deloso Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Duali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ebcas, Ecleo, Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Buhain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Fariñas Ria, Fariñas Rudy Cesar, Fernandez, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Frasco, Fuentebella, Gaite, Garbin, Garcia Jose Enrique, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garin Janet, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Heron.
Mr. Speaker, may I know how my vote was recorded?
You can explain your vote later. Huh? Do you have your vote already, Congresswoman Garin?
Mr.
May I know your
Speaker,
vote?
I vote no, and allow me to explain my vote after the voting.
Okay, you have 3 minutes later after the voting. So again, you may proceed.
Heron, Go Ed, Go Mark, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Gulyas, Guya, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez,
No, my vote is no. And I would like to explain my vote later.
You can explain your vote later.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed, Section.
Herrera D, Hofer, Haloshos, Javier, Jimenez, Co Elisa, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon, Lara, Lazatin, Liachon, Legarda, Lim, Lim Kay Chong, Lopez, Loyola, Lusotan, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangawang, Mangudadatu, Marcoleta, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Matba, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Momo, Natividad Naganyo, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Juan, Nolasco, Nunez Malaniaon, Waminal, Olivares, Ong Jose, Ong Ronnie, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Pacquiao Alberto, Pacquiao Rogelio, Padiernos, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panotes, Peña, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Puno, Kimbo, Radaza, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Remulla, Revilla, Reyes,
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I reserve my right to explain my vote later, Mr. Speaker.
You have 3 minutes later. You can explain your vote. Please proceed, Secretary.
Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand, Romualdez Yeda, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Sanchez, Sangkopan, Santos Recto, Sarmiento, Saulug, Savellano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Suntay.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is no, and I would like to explain my vote.
You have 3 minutes later. You can explain your vote. Secretary.
C. Alvarado, Taduran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alaysa, Tan Angelina, Tan Samir, Tan Shari, Tan Sherney, Tejada, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tolentino, Torres Gomez, Tulfo, Tupas, Chutor, T. Alan, T. Diego, Umali Alfonso, Umali Maria Victoria, Unabia, Ungab, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte, Villanueva Eduardo, Villanueva Noel, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Eric, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Ronaldo, Zamora Waikurat, Zarate,
Mr. Speaker, ang boto po ng kinatawang ito ay no at ako po ay magpapaliwanag mamaya. At gusto ko ring i-manifest na ang ating mga kasamahan, si Representative Ilago, Gaiti, and Colyamat ay nagreserba din ng kanilang gustong mag-explain sa kanilang boto pero nakamute lang sila kanina sa Zoom. So sana po ay maitala na gusto rin nilang mag-explain ng kanilang boto. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Congressman Zarate. The Secretary General will call it later. We will explain their vote. Section, you may proceed.
Zubiri,
With 173 affirmative, 31 negative. Sandali lang po kasi may umahabol pa yata sa Zoom. the new one. Ito na yung bago. With 173 affirmative, 31 negative, 29 abstention, House Bill number 6875 is now approved on third and final reading. Secretary General, you can now call those members who would like to explain their votes.
Honorable Abante.
Minority Leader Abante. Nasa Zoom yata.
Mr. Speaker,
Please proceed, Minority Leader.
my friends, my partners, and colleagues in the plenary and joining me here in the Zoom session. Mga kababayan, magandang gabi po sa inyo lahat. Nais ko munang banggitin ang nakalagay sa banal na aklat na ang sinasabi sa Romans 13 and verse number 1 and 3. The powers that be are ordained of God. Naniniwala po ako, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, ng ating Pangulo, ating pangalawang Pangulo, ang ating mga senador, ating mga congressman, ay inordinahan ng Diyos upang mamuno sa ating bayan at maging example po ng tunay na pumumuno. Nakalagay po sa verse 3, for rulers are not a terror to good works, but to the evil. I vote no to Senate Bill number 1083. Dahil ko nabanggit yung Senate Bill. Kasi naman, yung ating House Bill 6875 ay kinopya ng buong buo sa Senate Bill 1083. The House of Representatives, with all the brilliant minds and learned men and women in this chamber, more than 300 of them, Mr. Speaker, laban sa 23 mga senador, simply adopted the Senate version of the anti-terror bill and did not even see it fit to deliberate and formulate its own version. Na walang saysay ang check and balance, na siyang dahilan kung bakit may dalawang kapulungan ang ating lehislatura. Sa ating pamamadali na may pasa ang anti-terror bill, ipinakita natin sa buong bayan na ang House of Representatives ay tama ngang tawaging mababang kapulungan o lower house, na dapat ang tawag po ay larger house. As a minority leader, I recognize that this is a different world with different technologies, different issues, and different threats from terrorists and other forms of destabilization. Yet we must examine every item that is proposed in response to these terrorist threats to be sure we are not rewarding these terrorists and weakening ourselves by giving up the cherished freedoms that they seek to destroy. The Irish statesman John Philpott Curran once said, and I quote, "The condition upon which God had given liberty to man is eternal vigilance." End of quote. To this I agree, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors. We must redouble our vigilance to ensure our security and to prevent further acts of terror. But we must also redouble our vigilance to preserve our values and the basic rights that make us who we are. Section 29 of this bill that we are voting on would allow the Anti-Terror Council to order the arrest of people suspected of committing any of the acts punished by the bill. Under our Constitution, warrants of arrest can only be issued by the courts. Section 25 of this bill would also empower the ATC to designate people or groups, designate, mind you, which it deems to be involved in terror acts. Those designated would be subject to sanctions by the Anti-Money Laundering Council, such as freezing of assets without notice or hearing. Under our Constitution, no person should be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Section 9 of this bill also designated a new crime, which is inciting to terrorism, which is defined as, I quote, any person who, without taking any direct part in the commission of terrorism, shall incite others to the execution of any of the acts specified in Section 4 hereof by means of speeches, proclamations, writings, emblems, banners, or other full representations tending to do the same end. End of quote. Ibig sabihin nito, lahat ng kritiko ng gobyerno at mga may hinaing laban sa gobyerno ay pwede nang ipaaresto. Nakakatakot po ito, mga kapatid, mga kasama. Under this bill, anyone suspected of being a terrorist can be detained without warrant for up to 24 days. Kahit sino sa atin ay maaaring ipaaresto at makulong ng 24 days nang walang anumang kasong isinasampa sa hukuman. Naunawaan ko naman na kailangan bigyan ng karagdagang kapangyarihan ang mga pulis at armed forces upang magsugpo ang panganib na dulot ng mga teroristang grupo. Of course, there is no doubt that if we live in a police state, it would be easier to catch terrorists. If we live in a country that allowed the police to search your home at any time for any reason, if we live in a country that allowed the government to open your mail, eavesdrop on your phone conversations, or intercept your email communications, if we live in a country that allowed the government to hold people in jail indefinitely based on what they write or think, or based on mere suspicion that they are up to no good, then the government would no doubt discover and arrest more terrorists. But that probably would not be a country in which we would want to live. Hindi po yan ang aking pinapangarap para sa aking mga anak at sa aking mga apo, mga kabayan. The reason why we are enacting a new anti-terror bill is to preserve our freedom and our way of life. The questionable and unconstitutional provisions of this bill defeats the very purpose why we are enacting this bill in the first place. Evil triumphs when good men and women do nothing. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, I vote no. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
The Honorable Barbers.
Speaker, may I know how my vote was registered?
Ano daw boto?
May I know how my vote?
Kini-check pa po, boss, ay kung your vote is yes po, Congressman.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, allow me to explain my vote.
Yes, you may proceed.
Speaker, esteemed Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, I am one of the original authors of the Anti-Terrorism Law, which we now call the Human Security Act, or the Republic Act 9372. Thus, I am expected to have no issue with House Bill number 6875. In fact, I laud the armed forces and the Philippine National Police and the President for this very timely measure. After all, who loves terrorists? However, even though I agree in principle, I have some misgivings on certain provisions of this bill. For one, this bill, being an amendment of the Human Security Act, should have been amendatory in nature and not repealing. Second, I find it bothersome that some of the safeguards in the present law were discarded. For real terrorists, this bill is good. For captured Abu Sayyaf terrorists, Maute bandits, and other armed rebel groups, as well as foreigners who aid them, this measure is laudable. Putting them in custody for long periods so as to be able to extract valuable information from them is ideal. But for those hapless individuals who may be victimized for the flimsiest reason by abusive individuals, how will they be treated? We all know from our rich political history how abusive law enforcers who are backed up by local and national politicians can arrest people on trumped-up charges and destroy their lives in future and their families as well. This is the heart of the decades-old rebellion that we are fighting until now, without an end in sight still. The objective is laudable, Mr. Speaker, but in the hands of the wrong people, this bill is a potent weapon which can be politically used. That is my greatest apprehension. Another example could be political dissent before and during elections, most especially. People critical of the sitting administration, both in the local and the national levels, may be threatened with this crime, and all their conversations may be tapped as authorized under this bill. If some people resort to this method, new rebels will be born, and the cycle will be repeated until these new fighters will know nothing else but to fight. Until rebellion becomes their way of life, like in the other countries, like in the Middle East, generations upon generations of fighters who know nothing else but war. We all want peace. We all want to run after terrorists and prevent them from sowing terror and destruction in our lives and property. But if we use this bill against innocent individuals, we ourselves commit terrorism because we wantonly violate their constitutional rights. And worse, we too destroy their lives and their future. By allowing a group of politicized individuals who comprise a task force as a substitute to the impartial judges and civilian courts, in ordering the arrest and detention of any individual who may be suspected of being engaged in terrorism as broadly defined under Section 4, seems violative of our democratic and constitutional rights as we know it, as well as the doctrine of the checks and balances under a democratic government, where three branches have their own respective jurisdictions and are independent of each other. Even merely threatening to kill or injure an individual, which is grave threat under the revised penal code, is already a crime with a steeper penalty under this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, with all these things that I mentioned, these are just but a few of my concerns in this bill. There are others that still needs to be scrutinized deeply and extensively. Since we're running out of time and we have to act and approve on this measure, I am hopeful that during the BICAM, amendments will be entertained, especially on provisions that protect our constitutional rights. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm not closing that possibility of amendments during the BICAM. Therefore, after all has been said, my vote is yes, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Belmonte.
Mr. Speaker, may I explain my vote?
Please proceed, Congressman Belmonte.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
3 minutes. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, we are being tasked to tackle this bill that supposedly aims to curb terrorism, while the vast majority of our countrymen are at this very moment experiencing real and actual terror. Terror ang nararamdaman ng taong nahawa sa COVID-19 at hindi alam kung makakatawid siya sa sakit na ito. Terror ang nararamdaman ng mga kapamilya at kapitbahay niyang hindi alam kung nahawa na rin sila. Terror ang nararamdaman ng mga nawalan ng kabuhayan at hindi alam kung saan kukunin ang ipapakain sa pamilya niya. Terror ang nararamdaman ng mga pumapasok sa trabaho sa kabila ng pangambang mahawa sa virus. Terror ang nararamdaman ng mga business owners na lumulubog ang negosyo at ng mga empleyado nilang nawawalan ng trabaho. Ilalapag ko lang sa plenaryo, Mr. Speaker. Lahat ng nabanggit ko ay terror. A more immediate, more pervading terror. Wala ni isa doon ay tinutugunan ng panukalang tinatalakay natin ngayon. Reasonable ba, Mr. Speaker, na humarap tayo sa ating mga nasasakupan at sabihin sa kanila, pasensya na kayo. Sinabay pa namin ang terror bill sa mass testing at stimulus bills na magliligtas sa mga buhay, negosyo at trabaho ninyo. Matanong ko, Mr. Speaker, gusto ba talagang pigilan lang ng batas na ito ang terorismo? O sa totoo lang, gusto nitong bigyan ng lisensya ang pamahalaan na magparatang at mag-aresto ng walang pananagutan o kabayaran kung magkamali. Sa panukalang ito, kapag may suspected na terorista kang katropa, kung miyembro ka ng isang fraternity, nag-host ka ng party, may-ari ka ng boarding house, or nagmaneho ka ng sasakyan na nagkataong may tao na itinuturing na terorista ng Estado, sorry na lang, pwede kang ikulong ng at least 14 days at nakakulong ka habang pinapatunayang inosente ka. At sa panukala rin ito, Mr. Speaker, kung may sabihin kang pwedeng ituring na naghihimok ng terorismo, pwede ka ring arestuhin. At ano ang mangyayari kung wala ka palang ginawang mali? Kapag sabihin nilang good faith ang pag-aresto sa iyo, kahit ba na trauma ka at ang pamilya mo, kahit nasisanti ka sa trabaho, tapos na ang kwento. Wala kang maaasahang kabayaran o pananagutan. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that this bill was not merely intended to help bring actual terrorists to justice. It is intended to widen the net of who can be considered terrorists. It is intended to circumvent the constitutional and legal structures that keep the vast powers of the state in check on the pretext of fighting terrorism. Gusto ba natin talaga ito, Mr. Speaker? With this bill, in the guise of protecting our country, we are in fact undermining it and its institutions. We are repressing our freedoms. We are in fact destroying our democracy. Why now, Mr. Speaker? Why are we adding terror to terror? Sa mga kadahilanang ito, Mr. Speaker, malinaw na dapat tutulan ang batas na ito. I vote no to House Bill 6875. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Bordado.
Congressman Bordado. Congressman Bordado, you can explain your vote now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I fully agree with President Rodrigo Roa Duterte for the urgent need to amend the Human Security Act of 2007 to adequately and effectively contain the menace of terrorist acts for the preservation of national security and the promotion of general welfare. 13 years after the passage of the act, a lot of things had happened here in the Philippines and in other parts of the world. Since then, Mr. Speaker, terrorism has been haunting us, with the infamous Marawi siege serving as a recent reminder. Mr. Speaker, we do need a very strong anti-terrorism law. Unfortunately, certain provisions of House Bill 6875, Mr. Speaker, threaten to put our countrymen in peril, practically squashing their civil liberties and putting their freedom in virtual jeopardy. I am therefore voting no to House Bill 6875, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honorable Brosas.
Mr. Speaker, isang malakas na botong no ang inirehistro ng Gabriela Women's Party sa anti-terrorism bill na niratsyada ngayon sa kapulungang ito. Kahit pa humaharap tayo sa COVID-19 pandemic at krisis pang-ekonomiya. Hindi ang mga may armas na nangho-hostage at nambobomba ang pangunahing tatamaan ng panukalang ito. Dahil sa aktwal, mga ordinaryong mamamayang galit sa gobyerno ang unang maaaresto kapag pinirmahan ito. Nagliligalisa ito ng terorismo ng gobyerno laban sa mga kritiko. Terorismo laban sa mga nagtatanggol ng demokratikong karapatan. Kung hindi ka raw terorista, wala raw dapat ipag-alala at ikatakot sa panukalang ito. Subalit klaro sa mga probisyon ng anti-terror bill na kahit ordinaryong mamamayan ay pwedeng maakusahan na terorista by mere association or indirect relation to the Terrorist Act. Iniisip mo pa lang na manawagan ng pag-aalsa sa EDSA para patalsikin ng Pangulo, makukulong ka na. Dadamputin ka at ikukulong hanggang 2 linggo, kahit wala kang kaso sa korte. At kahit labag ito sa itinatakda sa saligang batas, kaugnay ng due process. Ang masahol pa, ituturing kang kriminal hanggat mapatunayang wala kang sala. Inalis din ang proteksyon sa mga biktima dahil tinanggal ang kompensasyon sa wrongful arrest at illegal detention. Paano tayo mapapanatag sa pagbibigay ng malawak na kapangyarihan sa Anti-Terrorism Council o ATC, gayong ang mga bumubuo nito ay miyembro rin ng NTF-ELCAC o National Task Force on the Elimination of Local Communist Armed Conflict na tahasang binabansagan ngayon na terorista ang Gabriela. That is why we will never be satisfied by the assurances of the authors. Because the military generals, red tagging us right now, will be the ones wielding the terrorist designation power. At paano tayo mapapanatag kung bibigyan ng kapangyarihan ng AFP at PNP na mang-wiretap at manghalukay ng personal data ng kahit sinong pinaghihinalaang terorista hanggang 60 days. Gayong may record sila ng pang-aabuso at pananamantala sa mga kababaihan at mamamayan. Mr. Speaker, minadali ang panukalang ito dahil sa kumpas ni Pangulong Duterte. Kahit pa ang konkretong problema ngayon ay kung paano makakapasok sa trabaho at kung paano malalamnan ang sikmurang kumakalam ng milyong-milyong Pilipino. Gusto ng gobyerno na matakot at manahimik na lang tayo. Tanggapin na lang ang gutom, kalbaryo ng paglalakad at problema sa transportasyon at kainutilan sa pagbibigay ng ayuda sa hikahos na mamamayan. Tanggapin na lang itong new normal na pabor sa mayayaman at makapangyarihan. Pero kumukulo na ang galit ng kababaihan at mamamayan. Gustong-gusto na nila na maningil sa kapalpakan at kapabayaan. At sa tala ng ating kasaysayan, walang batas militar o diktador ang nakapigil sa pagsirit ng pagkilos ng mamamayan. Maraming salamat.
The Honorable Kabatbat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Congressman Kabatbat, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Noong eleksyon ng 2019, napakaraming lumabas na listahan ng mga party list na di umano'y lumalaban sa gobyerno at estado, ng mga rebelde daw at mga terorista. Kasama po doon ang ating party list. Nagulat po ako kasi wala naman kaming kinalaman sa terorismo. Hindi tayo miyembro ng kahit anong terrorist group at hindi natin sinusuportahan ang terorismo. Nangangampanya na kami at nagpapakilala, panay pa ang paliwanag namin sa kung sino man ang interesado makinig, na hindi kami dapat na isama sa listahan na yun. Bandang huli, natanggal ang party list natin at hindi naman na naisama sa mga sumunod na lumabas na mga listahan. Pero the damage has been done. Doon ko naintindihan na kaya pala naisama kami sa listahan na yun ay dahil sa pangalan ng ating party list. Yun ay ang magsasaka party list. Doon ko naunawaan ng stereotype sa mga magsasaka na ang tingin sa kanila ay mga rebelde, bayolente, subversibo, at terorista. Sa maraming tao, walang pinag-iba ang lahat ng ito. At yun ang nakakalungkot. Nandun na pala tayo sa punto na ang baba-baba at ang sama-sama ng tingin natin sa mga nagpapakain sa atin, ang mga magsasaka. Kaya naman nung ipasa ang panukalang ito, ginawa kong personal na misyon na maproteksyonan ang mga magsasaka para hindi sila mapagbintangan o makulong ng walang kalaban-laban sa batas na ito. Dinagdag din namin na laliman ang pagtingin sa riot o looting katulad ng mga nagaganap ngayon sa Amerika. At huwag itong isama sa definisyon ng terorismo. Huwag din isama ang mga pangyayari katulad ng ginawa ni Alchi Paray na security guard sa Green Hills na nang hostage dahil ang lahat ng ito ay ginawa dahil sa desperasyon at sistematikong kawalan ng hustisya. Sinusubukan naming makiusap para pakinggan ang mga magsasaka na laging unang naiipit sa giyera at karahasan. Pero nakakalungkot na hindi kinilala ang aming mga amendments. Para sa ating mga sandataang lakas, ilang araw na lang ay mabibigyan na kayo ng pambihirang kapangyarihan. You don't deserve that kind of power. No one does. But I beg you to use that power with justice, prudence, and with the objective of attaining lasting peace for everyone. I challenge you to remove the fears of the Filipino people that they will be abused by this law. Pasensya na, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of our farmers and the rest of the Filipino people. Our sector cannot support this measure. I vote no on House Bill 6875 and I'm withdrawing support for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Castro Franz.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Mass testing, contact tracing, PPEs at iba pang proteksyon para sa ating front health workers, sapat na bilang na isolation and treatment facilities, kagyat at sapat na ayuda para sa libo-libong Pilipinong nagugutom at maliliit na negosyong nanganganib na tumiklop. Ilan lang ito, Mr. Speaker, sa napakaraming issue na matagal na nating dapat inaprubahan. Pero ano ang prioridad ng administrasyong ito? Higit pang autoritarianismo at pagyurak sa karapatang pantao. Hindi pa nga ipinapasa ang anti-terror bill. Pinapakita na ng mga pulisya, militar, at ng buong administrasyong ito na hindi ito mapagkakatiwalaang magkaroon ng napakalaking kapangyarihan at anumang emergency powers. Sa 2 buwang tinakbo ng lockdown, walang araw na dumaan nang walang nauulat na iligal na pag-aresto at pagkulong o police brutality o extrajudicial killing. Mas masipag pa kaysa sa contact tracing o regular na swabbing ng mga frontliners ang paghahabol sa ordinaryong mamamayan, relief volunteers, netizens, at di kaalyadong politiko upang kasuhan sila o takutin, nakakasuhan. Mas marami pang tao at PUBs na inaresto, pinagbayad, pinakulong kaysa sa mga taong tines sa COVID-19. Bilyones na ang hinugot mula sa 2019 at 2020 General Appropriation Act. Pero nasaan ang PPEs at dagdag na mga doktor, nurse at iba pang mga frontliners? Bakit kulang pa rin ang isolation at testing centers? Nasaan ang ayuda? Ano nga ba ang maaaring gawin laban sa isang Pilipino sa oras na maging batas ang bill na ito? Lisensya ang anti-terror bill para sa malawakang paniniktik, pag-aresto ng walang warrant, pagkulong ng halos 1 buwan ng walang kaso sa korte. Saksi ako, Mr. Speaker, sa mga ganitong pangyayari sa ngayon pa lang. Pag-aresto, pagkulong sa mga taong wala pang kaso ay nasa kulungan na. Pag-freeze ng assets at iba pa. Lahat ng ito batay sa suspecha lamang na terorista. Ang isang tao o organisasyon o kung may proseso man, makaisang panig. Binaliktad ang basic justice principle. Ang sinasabi, Mr. Speaker, you are innocent until proven guilty. Pero dito sa anti-terror bill, you are guilty until you prove yourself innocent. Napakalabo at napakalawak na definisyon ng terorismo at iba pang krimen sa ilalim ng bill na ito, na sinasamahan ng napakalaking kapangyarihan ng pulis, militar at mga ahente at opisina sa loob ng Anti-Terrorism Council. Hindi lang progresibo o oposisyon sa politika ang bibiktimahin ng draconian na batas na ito, kundi pati simpleng guro, estudyante, manggagawa, magsasaka, lahat ng Pilipinong magtatangkang maglabas ng saloobin, online man o hindi, o isabuhay ang anumang karapatan sa ilalim ng batas at konstitusyon. Sa pagpasa ngayon ng ganitong kabulok na panukala, matapos ang peking deliberasyon mula komite hanggang plenaryo at sa kabila ng matinding krisis na rumaragasa, isang katotohanan ang mailalantad. Hindi COVID ang kikitil sa buhay, kabuhayan, karapatan at kalayaan ng mga Pilipino, kundi ang mismong gobyerno nila. Higit sa lahat, masasagot ang tanong, sino ang tunay na terorista? Sa ngalan ng bawat Pilipino, ang kalayaan at karapatan, ang kinatawang ito, 10 ng ACT Teachers Party List ay bumoboto dito sa House Bill 6875. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Kulyamat.
Honorable Kulyamat. Honorable Kulyamat, please proceed to your explanation.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed po. Nakamute po yata kayo, ma'am. Congresswoman Kuyamat, please proceed po. Nakamute po yata kayo, paki-check lang po. We cannot hear you po.
Maraming salamat. Mr. Speaker, ang buong tinatawang ito sa panukalang batas, House Bill number 6875, presentasyong ito ay bumuto ng no. Ayon sa Kongreso at Malacanang, pangontra raw ito sa terorismo at mga terorista. Subalit, kung susuriin natin ito ng mabuti, may ibang layunin ang panukalang ito. Hindi ito para sa terorista, kundi para ito sa mga kritiko, aktivista o mga ordinaryong mamamayan na tumututol sa mga katiwalian at maling pamamalakad ng gobyerno. Ang terror bill ay labag sa ating saligang batas. Walang anumang panukalang batas ang dapat lumusot kung ito ay lumalabag sa ating konstitusyon. Particular sa Section 143 o ang Bill of Rights na nagsabing bago mapagkaitan ng buhay, kalayaan at ari-arian ang isang tao, dapat ay may due process. Dapat korte ang magpataw nito para masiguro ang due process. Sa ilalim ng terror law na ito, ang Terror Council, Anti-Terror Council ay binibigyan ng nakakabahalang kapangyarihan na mag-designate o magtakda kung sino ang terorista. Kahit walang utos ng korte o mamarapat na proseso ng batas. Kapag na-designate na bilang terorista, lahat ng parusa o measure na ipinapataw ng batas na ito para sa terorista ay maaari nang gamitin laban sa binansagang terorista kahit hindi dumaan sa korte o walang panghukumang proseso. Sa ilalim ng terror bill, maaari ding makulong ang isang taong hinuli ng 14 days kahit hindi pa nasampahan ng kaso. Totoong nakakasuklam ang terorismo, dapat itong gapiin. Subalit, hindi pagwasak ng mga sandigang karapatan ng mamamayan na ginagarantiyahan ng ating saligang batas. Walang magagaping terorismo kung ang iiral lamang ay ang terorismo ng gobyerno laban sa kanyang mamamayan. Nararapat ko lamang ilahad ang mga saloobin ko bilang isang lumad na galing ng Mindanao. May responsibilidad ako sa bayan na ito at sa kapwa kong katutubo na tutulan at labanan luktot at immoral na mga palisiya kontra mamamayan. Mahal ko ang bansa ko. Hindi ako pwedeng magbulag-bulagan at magbingi-bingihan sa mga pangyayari ngayon. Kaya palagi kong ipapahayag ang hinaing namin ng mga katutubo at magsasaka. Muli, hindi higit pang mapanupil ang solusyon sa mapanupil ng sistema na nagdulot ng kawalang hustisya, lupa, desenteng trabaho. Tutol ako at ibang mga katutubo at magsasaka sa terror bill sapagkat mahal natin ang ating bansa at ang ating mga mamamayan. Kaya no ang boto ko sa House Bill number 6875. Ibasura ang panukalang terror bill na ito. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker.
The Honorable Dagook.
Congressman Dagook, please proceed po sa explanation at vote nyo. Please proceed po, Kong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang gabi po sa lahat. I voted yes with great reservation for the reason that I support our effort na masupil natin ang terorismo. But much has been said about the constitutionality of some of the provisions. Kaya po, yung ayaw ko na pong ulitin yung mga nasabi na mga kagalang-galang na kasamahan natin dahil I am also in agreement with their observation. At kaya po bumoto ako ng yes. I would like to reiterate because I wanted to support the government's effort in our people against terrorism. I hope that all of the reservations at mga pangamba na nasabi ng ating mga kasamahan sa kapulungang ito ay matalakay sa BICAM at masolusyonan at hindi mangyari yung ating mga agam-agam. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Dimaporo Khalid.
Congressman Khalid Dimaporo, you recognize. You have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, on the onset, I'd like to state that I voted to abstain on House Bill 6875. And I want to place in the record my support for the Duterte administration in its fight against terrorism. My vote for martial law in Mindanao, when I voted yes, speaks for that case. My vote for the extension of martial law, when I voted yes, also speaks for that case. However, when it comes to the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020, House Bill 6875, I felt compelled to have vote in abstention. And the reason being, foremost, one, we were not allowed to ask any questions. I simply want to be cleared or, answered. I want that there were some clarificatory questions that I wanted answered so I can understand how important House Bill 6875 is for our country. First, I wanted to know, what's the status now? We just went through how many years of martial law? And I have reports from the Regional Peace and Order Council, Provincial Peace and Order Council, that in the Lanao region, we have eradicated the terrorists. So what's the status now? Why is it so urgent that we have an anti-terrorism law? Akala ko tapos na tayo dito. I could not ask that question in the plenary. Secondly, I wanted to know what is the purpose and why is it so urgent to have an anti-terrorism law? When we discussed the extension of martial law for Mindanao, I asked Secretary Lorenzana that in Mindanao, we benefit from the suspension of writ of habeas corpus. But what about in Luzon and in Visayas? We have more than 80 terrorists at large. How are you going to capture them without the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus? Ang sagot ni Secretary Lorenzana is, those terrorists have been filed cases and have standing arrest warrants. If we're able to do it that way, why do we need House Bill 6875 when we have the capability and the manpower and the ability to file cases, terrorists that are at large? I wanted that answered in the plenary so I can at least have a clean conscience in voting and supporting House Bill 675. Now, my third question that I wanted answered, Mr. Speaker, was the practicability of this anti-terror bill. Because the real meat of this is to detain terrorists. But all you have to do is look at the top 2 terrorists that were at large in Mindanao. One is Nilion Apilon. 2, Marwan. Never did it end in detention of those terrorists. As soon as SAF went into Maguindanao to try and capture Marwan, it ended in a firefight. When the AFP heard that Isnilon Hapilon is there in Marawi City, they were ambushed, and we ended up with the Marawi siege. There is no practicability of serving an arrest warrant or trying to capture high-profile terrorists, real terrorists. What we really need in Mindanao are more police and more armed forces so that we can properly secure our region. These are questions that I wanted answered, but we weren't allowed to ask clarificatory questions, so I could not in good conscience vote yes for House Bill 6875. And last but not least, Mr. Speaker, I would like to place on the record that my real contention with this bill, where I feel uneasy, is the issue of warrantless arrests. And I feel that it's unfair that for us in the House of Representatives, we were not allowed to amend Section 29. We were accused, several Congresses, 16, 17 Congress, of being a rubber stamp of Malacanang. You know, if we act this way and we are not allowed to amend Senate bills, we might be accused of being the rubber stamp of the Senate. I believe that we could have come up with a better version, and how I wish we could have amended Section 29, Mr. Speaker. These are the reasons why I vote in abstention. And I wanted to place it on record so the administration will know the reason of my vote and why I could not support House Bill 675. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Ilago.
Congresswoman Sara Ilago, you may proceed to your explanation of vote.
Salamat, Ginoong Speaker. We are in the midst of a public health crisis. The people in communities most affected by lockdown are still suffering from lost jobs and income aggravated by the lack of immediate support from the government. Worse, inconsistent pronouncements on testing, tracing, and other health measures have only fueled more confusion and anxiety in dealing with the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, we have persistently called for a comprehensive, effective, humane, and participatory approach to COVID-19. But we are met with this draconian, disproportionate, and discriminatory response instead. Railroading the anti-terror bill with an overly broad, vague definition of terrorism is not only prone to misuse and abuse, but also it is not helping our fight against COVID-19. Transparency and openness to fairly address people's concerns and sentiments are what we need the most now. In certifying an anti-terror bill as urgent, the Duterte regime further reveals itself to be desperately targeting not the coronavirus, but criticism and dissent on its response to the public health emergency. Among the administration's anti-poor and anti-democratic policies, the anti-terror bill gives a free pass for human rights violations, legitimizing warrantless arrests, extended detentions, wanton crackdown on critics, and prolonged surveillance of civilians. Through the anti-terror bill, the President, through political appointees in the Anti-Terrorism Council, is granted the absolute power to suppress dissent and go after critics and the opposition. Ginoong Speaker, libo-libo na ang napaslang sa ilalim ng gera kontra droga. Ang mga bata at kabataan tulad ni Kian de los Santos, Justin Lopez, Mike Olpina, Carl Arnaiz, Reynald de Guzman. Napaslang kahit hindi naman addict o may kinalaman sa drug trade. Marami pa sa mga kaso ng mga pamamaslang ay wala pang pananagutan o resolusyon o wala pang nakakamit ng hustisya. Hindi sila mga drogista, hindi sila mga addict. Ngunit sabihin mo sa amin ngayon kung bakit hindi kami dapat matakot. Ganun ang mga inosente at walang kalaban-laban ay nadadamay at napapaslang. Ginoong Speaker, may higit 450 na pong namatay na rin sa kustudiya ng kapulisan, kasama na si Tisoy Argoncillo na hinuli dahil sa Oplan Tambay. May mga kaso pa rin itong walang malinaw na sabihin niyo sa amin na hindi kami dapat mabahala. Saksi rin ang mga kabataan sa dami ng mga kaso ng illegal na pag-aresto, pagtatanim ng bala at ebidensya, pagsampa ng gawa-gawang kaso, at pagkakulong kahit wala pang batayan sa mga kritiko, mga labor leaders, advocates at human rights defenders. Sila ay mga aktivista, hindi mga terorista. Pinagkakagastusan ng buwis mismo ng mamamayan ang pagdodoktor ng mga larawan, mga video para lubos na siraan ang mga kritiko at oposisyon sa pamamagitan ng tahasang false information at disinformation. Binabansagang mga terorista ang mga aktivista at mga karaniwang mamamayan na nagpapahayag ng kanilang mga saloobin at karainan. Ang aktivismo ay hindi terorismo, ang kritisismo ay hindi terorismo. At present, Mr. Speaker, youth and students are already being ruthlessly targeted and vilified for exercising their right to protest abuses, incompetence, and unequal application of the law. This crackdown on dissent against the backdrop of worsening climate of impunity poses danger not only to voices but also the very lives of those who are speaking up for the voiceless. Ginoong Speaker, ito po ang nagtulak para sa mga kabataan, mga scholar ng bayan, at mga estudyante upang magpanday ng mga pahayag ng pagkakaisa. 95 courts sa ilalim ng civil rights. Nasa 400,000 ang mga pumirma ng petisyon ng Defense PPL laban sa anti-terror bill na may mga unconstitutional na mga provisions. At nasa 95 din na orgs ang nakapirma na sa Youth Act Now Against Tyranny Unity Statement. Ang kasama na ng 300 na mga leaders ng mga student councils at mga campus press. At ito po ang ilan sa nilalaman ng kanilang pahayag. And I quote, "For the record as their youth representation, to replace the Human Security Act, the anti-terror bill will serve as an instrument of the Duterte administration to threaten and silence those who criticize the social and economic policies that have adverse effects on the Filipino people. It will unleash state terror for any person or group can be considered as a terrorist based merely on suspicion or association. The anti-terror bill is not intended to target real terrorists who can already be punished under current laws. The anti-terror bill will justify state-perpetrated abuses and human rights violations, for it will grant vast powers to the military and police in the name of security and peace, allowing warrantless arrest and detention of up to 24 days without charges. The anti-terror bill will give legal basis to the undeclared martial law that reigns in our country today. We do not cross so-called safeguards in the anti-terror bill, as the implementers of the bill passed are the same institutions that have committed countless abuses through the fake and bloody war on drugs and the counterinsurgency program in provinces and regions. The anti-terror bill also attacks the academic freedom which schools, students, and teachers seek to uphold. Any constituent of schools who participate in acts such as joining organizations and reading articles in Philippine society can already be subjected to investigation and surveillance by state forces. Harassment of those who exercise their right to expression in organization has already become rampant. Recently, several people who posted their views on the ineffective handling of the COVID-19 pandemic by the Duterte administration were arrested by state forces. This will only intensify should the ATD be approved. We must push back. Ang mga kabataan po ay hindi papayag kung magpatuloy ang ganitong mga abuso. There is nothing more urgent now, Mr. Speaker, than focusing on protecting the health and well-being of the people, address the backlog on testing, tracing, and validation of cases, ensure expedient government support for food relief and wage subsidies, and uphold freedom and democracy. Never sideline people's voices in all aspects of the pandemic response and recovery plan, because there is no lockdown on rights. Tugunan po natin ang gutom, kahirapan, kawalan ng trabaho at injustisya sa ating bayan. Dahil kailanman ang mga kabataan ay hindi mananahimik sa harap ng matinding abuso, katiwalian, pang-aapi, pagsasamantala, paglabag sa karapatang pantao, at pagyurak sa ating demokrasya at soberanya. Kailanman ay hindi patalikuran ng kabataan ang gampanin nito bilang mga pag-asa ng bayan. For these reasons, and with our firm resolved never to let the criminalization of dissent and a lockdown on rights be part of the new normal. Kabataan Party List votes no to House Bill 6875.
The Honorable Fortun.
Congressman Fortun, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote. Please
Thank
proceed.
you. Can I be heard now, Mr. Speaker? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may mga ilang nag-text at nag-message sa akin kahapon. Nagsasabing, salamat, Kong Lawrence, na ikaw ay nag-withdraw bilang co-author ng anti-terror bill. Nasabi ko naman sa kanila, salamat din po na pareho ang ating paninindigan sa panukalang ito. Ngunit mali pong inyong sabihin na ako ay nag-withdraw bilang author nito. Hindi po ako nag-withdraw dahil unang-una, hindi naman po ako naging author ng panukalang ito kahit kailan. The inclusion of my name as author was a mistake, an honest inadvertence on the part of the committee staff. And I thank the Committee on Rules for correcting that mistake and removing my name as author of that measure. Mr. Speaker, I could not have joined as co-author of this measure because I believe that in our fight against terrorism or lawlessness and disorder, it is essential to ensure that basic and fundamental rights and freedoms are preserved and protected. The declaration of policy of the measure emphasizes preservation and protection of life, liberty and property, and the rights and welfare of our people. Regrettably, however, Mr. Speaker, the unconstitutional and ambiguous provisions of this measure will defeat rather than serve its own declaration of policy. I shudder to think of the legitimization of unconstitutional actions, Mr. Speaker. Section 29 allows detention for 14 days, extendable by another 10 days, without any judicial charge, should the Anti-Terrorism Council deem it necessary. That is so wide a latitude, even the courts of justice don't have. Biro mo naman, Mr. Speaker, wala ka pang kaso, wala pang sapat na ebidensyang pinipresenta, maaari ka nang ikulong ng halos 1 buwan na hindi kailangan ng kahit anong order mula sa hukuman. This is without doubt an illegal curtailment of liberty and blatant usurpation of judicial functions. And this is a gross violation of the fundamental right against unlawful arrest and reasonable searches and seizures provided for under Article 3, Section 2 of the 1987 Constitution. The proviso says, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall be inviolable, and no warrant of arrest shall issue except upon probable cause to be determined personally by the judge after examination under oath or affirmation of the complainant and the witnesses he may produce, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Mr. Speaker, even during times when the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus is suspended, the Constitution only allows detention of a maximum of 72 hours. Article 7, Section 18 states, during the suspension of the privilege of the writ, any person thus arrested or detained shall be judicially charged within 3 days. Otherwise, he shall be released. Mr. Speaker, equally dangerous and alarming is that this measure seeks to punish by imprisonment of 12 years mere membership in what may be branded as terrorist organization. And because terrorist acts, as defined under this measure, is too broad and vague, legitimate organizations face the danger of being branded as a terrorist group or allied with a terrorist organization. Section 9 of this measure, Mr. Speaker, is overly and unreasonably broad and can be unduly utilized as a weapon to curtail freedom of the press, of expression, and of dissent. Ang sabi ng ating saligang batas, no law shall be passed abridging the freedom of speech, of expression, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and petition the government for redress of grievances. Ito ay napakahalagang karapatan ng ating mga mamamayan, Mr. Speaker, na hindi natin maaaring hayaang may isang tabi o pagbawalan o harangin sa anumang kaparaanan. Mr. Speaker, the ambiguity of several provisions of this measure and the removal of constitutional parameters on law enforcement expose this measure to abuse. The civil and political rights and the fundamental freedoms of our people are gravely threatened. The measure does not only countenance, Mr. Speaker, but actually seeks to legitimize acts that are clearly violative of our Constitution. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I cannot in conscience support this measure. I vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Gaite.
Congressman Ferdinand Gaite, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote. Please proceed, Congressman Gaite.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, isang magandang gabi. Seriously, anti-terror bill in the time of COVID? Seriously? Isang malakas na ang boto ng kinatawang ito sa House Bill 6875. Ang anti-terror bill o terror bill ay direktang lumalabag sa ating konstitusyon at madaling maabuso ng nasa kapangyarihan para labagin ang ating mga batayang karapatan at kalayahang sivil. Sa ilalim ng House Bill 6875 ay hahayaan ng mga pulis o militar o kahit sinong bigyan ng otorisasyon ng makapangyarihan Anti-Terrorism Council na hulihin at ikulong ng walang warrant of arrest at walang sinampang kaso ng hanggang 24 na araw. Ito ay direktang paglabag sa ating konstitusyon sa Article 7, Section 18 na nagsasabing ang isang inaresto o pinulong na walang kaso sa loob ng 3 araw ay kailangang palayain. Ang pagbibigay kapangyarihan din sa ETC na magbibigay ng otorisasyon sa ilalim ng Anti-Terror Bill ay paglabag rin sa Article 3, Section 2 ng 1987 Constitution na nagsasabing no warrant of arrest shall issue except upon probable cause to be determined personally by the judge. Ang mga provision sa panukalang batas na ito ay kinakatakot ng maraming sektor ng ating lipunan. Nate-terrorize sila dahil sa overbroad at vague na definition na nito ng terorismo. Pinaparusahan din ang threatening, planning, training, preparing, facilitating, and proposing the commission of terrorism na napakadabo na paraang pagdetermina. Maging ang lehitimong paggampan na sa propesyon ay maaaring sabihin pagbibigay ng material support sa mga terorista. Isipin nyo na lang, mga kasama, sa ilalim ng panukalang batas na ito, ang makasaysayang EDSA People Power noong February 1986 ay maaaring ituring na isang terrorist act. Sa ilalim na anti-terror bill, gagawin nitong mas madaling target ang mga progresibong organisasyon, mga ordinaryong individual, at maging ang oposisyon. Mas lalo nitong palalain ang malawakang paglabag sa karapatang pantao na kasalukuyang nagaganap araw-araw sa ating bansa. Nangangamba ang marami dahil sa ilalim ng panukalang batas na ito ang pagtanggal sa mga natitirang tinaguriang safeguards o proteksyon laban sa pang-aabuso sa ilalim ng Human Security Act of 2007. Ngunit ganun pa man, ang Human Security Act, katulad ng Anti-Terror Bill, ay kailangang ibasura sa ngalan ng pagprotekta sa karapatang pantao at kalayahang sibil ng bawat Pilipino. Mr. Speaker, no ang boto ng kinatawang ito. At dapat, instead, seriously, we must address the problems brought about by the COVID pandemic and address the socio-economic, the political, the psychological, and other negative impacts on the people, especially the poor. Sa mga bumoto ng no, kasama ang kinatawang ito, kami nagpapasalamat, pati na rin ang nag-abstain. Kahit sa mga bumoto ng yes, sapagkat sana sa pag naalala natin ang araw na ito, maalala po natin kung sino ang pumanig sa tama sa kasaysayan. Mr. Speaker, no ang boto ng kinatawang ito. Junk terror bill, stop state terrorism. Salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Salamat po sa ating mga esteemed na mga colleagues.
The Honorable Garin Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, I am definitely against terrorism. I grew up in a province where terrorism has left terrible marks on the people, my family, and even in our communities. However, the proposed measure seems to have taken a rather fast pace. A thorough discussion to avoid abuses has not been exhausted. No amendments were accepted, and while the intention is laudable, failure to instill safeguards can put down a good bill. We have a pandemic. People are losing jobs. Uncertainty lies in the air. People are hungry, clamoring for directions. Certainly the timing is bad, very bad. And certainly there is no reason to rush this proposed bill. Important matter warrants a thorough discussion. Much has been said about a bicameral conference committee, but we all know that this will not happen because we totally adopted the Senate version in toto. Simply said, there is no more bicameral conference committee that will happen. No BICAM members will be elected. We passed the bill as it is, without a thorough discussion being allowed, without amendments being accepted, with the probability that speed will put down the intentions of a very good bill. It would have been better if we used speed and unity in tackling the pandemic. With that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, much as I am very much against terrorism, I cannot be part of passing a law, a legislative measure, whose good intentions have been drowned because we fail to discuss this very important matter. For this, I vote with my conscience. I vote no.
The Honorable Hataman.
Congress Deputy Speaker Ataman, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote. Deputy Speaker, you may proceed.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Magandang gabi po sa ating mga kasama sa Kongreso. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi.
Deputy Speaker, nakamute po yata kayo. Parang pakiulit lang po.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Pakilakas po lang konti, parang mahina.
Sandali lang ko. Tanggalin ko na ito. Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed, Deputy Speaker.
Unang-una, magandang gabi po, Mr. Speaker, at sa ating mga kasamahan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. May mga nagsasabi po, wala daw dapat ikakaba o ikabahala ang mga hindi terorista. Dahil tanging terorista o mga supporter ng terorista lang ang apektado ng batas na ito. Mr. Speaker, mga kasama, nais ko lang pong lilinawin, wala pa ito sa uso, lumalaban na tayo sa terorismo. Dahil nga po, ang mismong komunidad na pinakamalapit sa akin o mismo ang probinsya na aking kinakatawan, ang pinakanagdurusa dahil dito. Matagal ko na pong itinuturing na misyon sa buhay na matuldukan ang salot ng terorismo. Maraming terorista na itinuring akong kaaway. Sa katunayan, Mr. Speaker, marami tayong mga pagtatangka, pananakot, na natanggap na liham mula sa mga terorista. Pero sa mga probisyong nabasa ko, na naman ko ang hayaan niyong linawin ko kung bakit, Mr. Speaker. Mga kasama, Mr. Speaker, magkakasundo naman siguro ang lahat ng kasapi ng kamarang ito. Ang batas, inaakda natin para sundin ng lahat, para ipatupad ng patas, para sumalamin sa pagkakapantay-pantay ng bawat mamamayan. Kung gayon, Mr. Speaker, hindi pwedeng malabnaw ang probisyon ng batas. Hanggat maari, ayaw natin ito maging open to interpretation. Ayaw nating ipatupad sa iba't ibang paraan. Depende sa huwisyo ng pagpapatupad. Depende sa politika niya o depende sa ganda ng gising niya sa araw na iyon. Ayaw nating maabuso ang batas. Kaya ang kailangan isang batas na matibay, malinaw at walang puwang sa misinterpretation. Subalit ang batas na ito, Mr. Speaker, ay nakakalungkot dahil hindi po natin binukas sa ating mga kasama. Yan ang natutuhan ko sa sariling kasaysayan at karanasan namin bilang isang Muslim, bilang isang Moro. Ang masaklap nga, hindi ko nakikita ang linaw at tibay ng batas na tinatalakay ngayon. Ang mas masaklap pa, parang nakalimutan yata ng anti-terrorism bill. Kadalasan, ang karaniwang tao ang nakakaramdam ng tunay na terror. Kadalasan, galing sa mga nasa poder at kadalasan habang nagkukubli sa mga konsepto ng kaayusan at batas. Mr. Speaker, tandaan sana natin, terror ang nararamdaman ng napakaraming salinlahi ng mga Moro. Habang napilitan silang lisanin ang tahanan, habang tinugis sila ng bala at bomba para sa isang digmaan di nila ginusto. Terror ang nararamdaman ng dalagang Moro tuwing babastusin siya dahil lang may suot siyang hijab. Terror ang nararamdaman ng binatang Muslim o Moro tuwing ibubuli siya o tutuksuhin dahil humaharap siya sa Mecca ng ilang beses sa isang araw para manalangin. Terror ang patuloy na nararamdaman ng bawat Muslim sa tuwing pipigilan siya sa mga checkpoint at paparatangan o aarestuhin dahil lang may kahawig siya ng pangalan o dahil sa kanyang itsura, pananamit o pananalita. Sa pagtalakay ng batas na ito, may isang bagay na luminaw sa akin, Mr. Speaker. Mas pinahalagahan sa panukala ang pagpapalawak ng saklaw ng kung sino ang pwedeng ituring na terorista kesa pagtukoy at paghuli sa totoong mga terorista. Inilagay ng batas na ito sa kamay ng isang Anti-Terrorism Council ang kapangyarihan na magtalaga kung sino ang terorista. Dapat nasa kamay ng korte ito at ng mga independent individual at hindi ng mga appointee sa political na pwesto. Hindi ba lalo lang nitong pinaiigting ang pangamba na pwedeng gamitin ang batas na ito para siilin ang makalaban sa politiko sa politika ng sinumang nasa poder. At sakali ngang mahuli ng isang taong inosente, ano ang maaasahan niya? Kahit walang warrant, pwede siyang ma-detain ng 24 na araw nang hindi dinadala sa korte. Tinanggal din ng panukalang ito ang 500,000 pesos na kabayaran kada araw ng pagkakakulong para sa maling pag-aaresto, mistaken identity, wrongful detention, o kahit pa ba planted evidence. In this sense, the bill sends a clear message to enforcers. Arrest anyone you want, anyway wala namang bayad kung magkamali ka. Ididiin ko rin, Mr. Speaker, walang eksperto mula sa hanay ng mga Muslim. Kaming mga pinakaapektado sa mga implikasyon ng batas na ito. Ang inimbita sa mga committee hearing, dito man sa Kamara o sa Senado. Wala galing sa National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. Wala galing sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. wala galing sa alinmang civil society organization, wala galing sa mga ulama o religious sector. Kung hindi man lang tinanong ang mga ekspertong Muslim, paano isasalamin ng panukalang ito ang realidad ng mga komunidad? Mr. Speaker, mga kasama, gusto kong linawin sa lahat, ayoko ng terorismo. Mali ang terorismo. Ito mismo ang nagpapahirap sa marami nating kababayan at gumatong sa walang hanggang siklo ng karahasan, pang-aabuso at kahirapan. Walang puwang para sa terorismo o sa banta ng terorismo sa isang sibilisadong bayan. Kaya nga, pilit ko ring hinahanap ano naman ang mga probisyon para tugunan ang terorismo. Sa dinadami ng mga probisyon para palawin ang inilaan lang nito para sa isang programa ng counter-violent extremism, tumataginting ang para hindi ba dapat na doon ang natin. Mr. Speaker, coming from Basilan, malinaw sa akin ang pangangailangan na masugpo ang terorismo at violent extremism. Sa Basilan, napundar ang Abu Sayyaf. Sa Basilan din ang operasyon ng Abu Sayyaf. Kami ang madalas na biktima ng terorismo. Kami ang nakikidnap, nasusunugan, namamatayan ng kamag-anak kapag may terrorist attack. Sa kabila nito, noong nakipag-ugnayan at nakipagtulungan sa iba't ibang sektor para subuin ang Abu Sayyaf, nakita namin may paraan para magbago sila, may paraan para magbalik loob sila sa lipunan, may paraan para kumbinsi sila talikuran ang terorismo. At hindi laging barilan o pag-aaresto ang paraan na ito. Pwedeng daanin sa development, sa dialogue, sa pag-aaruga sa mga komunidad, maayos na pamamahala at maayos na edukasyon para umangat ang antas ng pag-isip at hindi mahulog sa kamay ng mga recruiter, ang kabataan. These methods, Mr. Speaker, these reform measures are among the pillars of counterterrorism. I would hazard to say, Mr. Speaker, na ayon sa mahaba kong karanasan sa paglaban sa terorismo, natutuhan ko ang pinaka-epektibong pamamaraan ay higit pa sa pagkidigma, pagpaparusa o hagupit ng dahas na sa tamang pakikipag-usap, pakikipag-ugnayan, bubukas ng loob at pag-aaruga ang susi sa pagpigil sa terorismo. None of these measures are present in this bill. Mr. Speaker, uulitin ko, this law is not meant to combat terrorism. It is meant to give the state the power to tag whomever they please as a terrorist. Hindi pa ba tayo natuto? Pag-iit sa puwera, pagpapabaya, pang-aapi, pang-aabuso, paniniil sa karapatan at kalayaan. Ito ang tunay na nagtulak sa ilan tungo sa violent extremism. Sana nga ay mamulat ang lahat. Kung ganito kalabnaw at kalawak ang mga probisyon, kung ganito kadaling ma-misinterpret o maabuso ang nakasaad sa batas, baka lalo lang mapalala ng batas na ito kaysa maampat o mapigilan ang terorismo. Sa ngalan ng aking nasasakupan sa distrito ng Basilan, at sa ngalan ng bawat Moro na naparatangan, na aresto at init sa puwera dahil lang sa aming pagkamoro, sa ngalan ng lahat ng tunay na karamdam ng teror, ng hidwaan at pangapi, sinasabi ko, hindi ito ang paraan, hindi matutugunan ng batas na ito ang terorismo. Bumuboto po ako ng no. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Hernandez.
Yes, partner. Okay. Hindi, I'm good. Magano pa ako?
Ito ata dalawa.
Yeah, we're good.
This one, wala na rin.
Deputy Speaker Hernandez, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote. You recognize now.
Yes, boss. Yes, boss.
DS Dinan.
Sabi ni Charles.
DS Dinan Hernandez. Secgen.
The Honorable Lagman.
Congressman Lagman is recognized. You have 3 minutes to explain your vote. Please proceed po.
Mr. Speaker, can I be heard loud and clear?
Opo. Please proceed po.
Before I explain my negative vote, I would like to ask the House leadership to explain why I was not allowed to interpellate the sponsors of House Bill 6875 last night, despite the fact that I seasonably registered my intention to interpellate, and I was assured that I was number 3 in the list of interpellators. Many more were allowed to interpellate, and Section 54 of Rule 10 of the House Rules was not even enforced. When I complained that I was not being called to interpellate, I was told to call the majority leader, but the majority leader could not be reached. If a member of the independent opposition is discriminated against in a parliamentary body like this chamber, how can we expect the new anti-terrorism law to be enforced with due respect to human rights and civil liberties of our citizens? Mr. Speaker, I vote an emphatic no to this new Anti-Terror Act for the following overriding reasons. 1, it institutes draconian measures of utmost severity, hitherto unknown to penal legislation. Let me repeat, hitherto unknown to penal legislations, like the following. A, authorizing detention without warrant of arrest for a maximum period of 24 days of the suspected terrorist instead of the present day maximum of only 3 days. No less than the Constitution in Section 18 of Article 7 provides that, and I quote, during the suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus, any person thus arrested or detained shall be judicially charged within 3 days. Otherwise, he shall be released. The fundamental law sets the standard of 3 days, even in the severest of circumstances when the writ of habeas corpus is suspended. The 24-day maximum period provided for in House Bill 6875 under ordinary times is 8 times longer than the standard set by the Constitution. It is no excuse that other countries prescribe longer periods of detention because we should not follow countries who have a less democratic history and do not have similar provisions in their constitutions protective of human rights and fundamental freedoms. B, authorizing wiretapping of suspected terrorists for a maximum period of 90 days is a repugnant amendment to the anti-wiretapping law, the Public Act 4200. C, authorizing the Anti-Money Laundering Council, AMLA, to pry into the bank accounts of suspected terrorists, groups, and persons without a court order by freezing such accounts for 20 days, which period can be extended to 6 months by the Court of Appeals, is another repugnant amendment, this time to the law of secrecy of bank deposits. D, a preliminary order of prescription of alleged terrorist organizations has no terminal duration during the pendency of the proceedings before the Court of Appeals. Even a temporary restraining order issued by the Court of Appeals presently is only effective for 60 days. E. Red tagging of groups of persons is encouraged, facilitated, and legalized. And F. The penalties imposed are utterly severe and disproportionate to the lighter offenses defined in the proposed new Anti-Terrorism Act. 2. Safeguards for the protection of human rights and civil liberties enshrined in the Human Security Act of 2007 have been deleted or diluted. Mr. Speaker, I was a member 13 years ago of the Bicameral Conference Committee, which fought for and succeeded in putting in place this important protection to human rights and civil liberties. Now, they are being eroded, washed, and thrown away in this new anti-terror law. Unfortunately, there will be no bicameral conference for this measure because the House version is a complete replica of the Senate version. And this was designed in order to foreclose a bicameral conference committee and expedite the passage of this repressive act. It is no consolation at all that Section 4 of House Bill number 6875 provides that, and I quote, terrorism as defined in this section shall not include advocacy, protest, dissent, stoppage of work, industrial or mass action, and other similar exercises of civil and political rights. Because this safeguard is mere lip service, since it is eroded by the subsequent proviso, which reads, and I quote, which are not intended to cause death or serious physical harm to a person, to endanger a person's life, or to create a serious risk to public safety, unquote. This dangerous curatilia can always be used by arresting and prosecuting officers to undermine the supposed safeguard by alleging the opposite of the provision. 3, this bill contains vague and nebulous provisions which are so ambiguous and whose implementation is given to the sole discretion of arresting officers or to the Anti-Terror Council or the AMLAC, which are adjuncts of the executive. For all the foregoing reasons, Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Honorable Paduano.
Congressman Paduano, you're recognized. You have 3 minutes to explain your vote. Congressman Paduano, wala po. Sec. Chen.
Honorable Reyes.
Congressman Reyes, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Mr. Speaker, we agree with the intent of this bill in that it seeks to prevent the proliferation of terrorism and acts connected therewith. However, there is a clear possibility of violation of the constitutionally guaranteed rights of every person. My conscience and my moral compass dictates that I vote no to any measure that curtails these rights. This representation strongly believes that the determination whether a person or a group of persons is indeed a terrorist or is involved in terrorism is and should be a judicial function. All those charged or suspected of participating in terrorist acts should be afforded at least an opportunity, whether in a summary hearing or otherwise, to present his or her vote. The fact that the Anti-Terrorism Council is composed of 9 members of the executive branch with authority to freeze assets, detain persons, and conduct surveillance and wiretaps is clearly unconstitutional. Even in cases of money laundering, it is the Court of Appeals that issues a freeze order on assets on any alleged violator and not an executive agency. We emphasize the need to protect the constitutionally guaranteed rights of every person, as well as those granted by other international human rights agreements, to which the Philippines is a signatory, and even those which are considered customary in international laws. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sangkopan.
Mr. Speaker,
Please proceed, Congresswoman Sangkopan. You have 3 minutes to express your vote po.
thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. We in Anak Mindanao Party List are against terrorism and support any government efforts to put an end to any act of terror. However, we vote no to House Bill number 6875 that repeals the existing Human Security Act of 2007. Because of the unimaginable sufferings this piece of legislation may cause to individuals, groups, communities, and ethnicities out of sheer terrorist tagging. For years after the 9/11 attack, Islamophobia worsened. Muslims have been negatively stereotyped as terrorists that has resulted in bias, discrimination, and marginalization. It is a brand that we Muslims strive to change each day, hoping that someday we shall walk and share this earth with you as equals. But with the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020, this monstrous and evil legislation not only violates constitutional guarantees, but it also tramples almost every known article under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And while we, the Filipino Muslims and members of the indigenous peoples, remain unprotected from the prejudice and the Islamophobic adherence with the non-passage of a law that will prohibit discrimination on account of ethnic and religious affiliation, this bill will unjustifiably broaden the influence of the already heavy-handed military and police forces through the extension of their surveillance power, including wiretapping and recording our conversations, effecting warrantless arrests more than 3 days and prolonging detention periods up to 14 days. It also suspends the 500,000 per day penalty against wrongful arrest and imprisonment. Time and again, we have felt these oppressions when the PNP reportedly did the noble act of issuing a memorandum that orders the profiling of all Muslim high school students in Metro Manila. They say it is their way of strengthening peace building and to counter violent extremism by summarization directed only against our kind. Time and again, we have felt these oppressions when a miner and a farmer from Mako, Davao de Oro were eating balot in downtown Tagum when they were accosted and accused of being taped by soldiers. For days, they were beaten and tortured until they were made to dig their own graves, poured crude oil on their bodies, set them on fire, and left them for dead. Time and again, we have felt these oppressions when we were driven out of our homelands because of an ensuing war that is not of our making. Time and again, we have felt these oppressions when we are bullied because of the way we dress and how we exercise our religion. Surely the passage of House Bill 6875 will embolden more oppressors who will wield its power under the cloak of an anti-terrorism council. Kaming mga Moro at Lumad ang madalas na unang biktima ng tunay na terorismo, hindi lamang sa bansang ito, kundi sa iba't ibang panig ng mundo. At sa pagpapatupad ng batas na ito, naniniwala po kami, madadagdagan lamang nito ang pagpapahirap at mga abuso sa tulad naming nahuhusgahan ng mga terorista bago pa man malaman ang aming mga pangalan o makita ang aming mga mukha. This law is not the way to combat terrorism, but a way to further incite people to resort to violence. Kalaki po ng aking pagboto bilang representative ng Anak Mindanao Amin Party List ang aking dasal na naway patnubayan tayo ng Panginoon sa ating desisyon magpapabago sa buhay ng napakaraming tao. I vote no to House Bill 6875. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Again. Again.
The Honorable Suntay.
Congressman Bong Suntay, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, as the House of Representatives moves to repeal the Human Security Act of 2007 and proposes to enact a newly minted Bill on Terrorism, this representation is constrained to highlight certain provisions which, in my careful and judicious study, would seriously impinge on the human rights and fundamental freedom of every single Filipino. While I believe that it is imperative for Congress to enact a law which protects the state and its people against terrorists or acts of terrorism, it is important that the legislation we pass that does not confer a license for agents of the government to trample upon the more precious gifts that the Constitution affords in our Bill of Rights. As chairman of the House Committee on Human Rights, I cannot in conscience support the measure that seeks to empower agents of the government to take custody of a person upon mere suspicion of committing any acts defined and penalized under sections 4 to 12 of this Act. For a period of 14 days, which may further be extended for an additional 10 days without any judicial order or determination of probable cause, as proposed in Section 29 of this House Bill, without incurring any criminal liability. This is a clear and blatant violation of Article 3, Section 1 of the Constitution, which provides for our right to life, liberty, and property. And Article 3, Section 2, which states, among others, that no search warrant or warrant of arrest shall issue except upon probable cause to be determined personally by the judge after examination under oath or affirmation of the complainant and the witnesses he may produce. While the state's exercise of its police power is an accepted limitation to the exercise of individual rights, as decided by the Supreme Court in the case of Philippine Association of Service Exporters versus Dillon, still, it must be emphasized that in a constitutional government like ours, liberty is the rule and restraint is the exception. Thus, restrictions in the exercise of the fundamental liberties are heavily guarded to ensure that there will be no unreasonable interference on the free exercise of constitutional guarantees. The right of the state to prosecute is not a carte blanche. It does not and should not authorize government agents to defy and disregard the rights of its citizens under the Constitution. In addition, it is my firm belief that individual rights enshrined in the Philippine Constitution can never be modified, amended, or supervened by a simple legislation of Congress. For this reason, I vote no. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Vergara.
Congresswoman Vergara, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote. Please proceed, Congresswoman Ria. You have 3 minutes po.
Can you hear me, Mr. Speaker?
Opo, malinaw po kayo, Congresswoman. Please proceed po.
Magandang gabi po. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Ako po ay sang-ayon sa panawagan ng ating Pangulo kasama ni Secretary Lorenzana at Secretary Anyo na protektahan ang ating bayan laban sa terorismo. I cannot stress enough our unified sentiment that this matter is of the highest priority, especially for all of us in government. Our country has faced threats from terrorist groups whose selfish acts bring nothing but violent disruptions to our peaceful way of life. Nakita natin ito sa Marawi. Through our respective mandates, our democratic government has since endeavored to protect our people from the viciousness of terrorist activities. I believe we have existing laws in place to fight terrorism. The placing of Mindanao under martial law is evidence of our capability to act in unity to defeat a common enemy. As legislators, we propose and pass laws that will address any and all threats that would destabilize our country. However, while we now aggressively seek to protect our people against the threat of terrorism, we unfortunately run the risk of violating the fundamental right of every Filipino to a safe and comfortable life where due process and democratic freedoms are fiercely upheld. Hence, it is incumbent upon us to exercise the necessary caution and prudence in considering such measures that could threaten, among others, the right to free speech, which allows us to air our grievances in a peaceful manner without fear of reprisal from those whose views are contrary to ours. We must remain vigilant that the laws we pass are anchored on the fundamental values enshrined in our Constitution. Without further refinement and consideration, the provisions of the proposed Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020 are at risk of unbridled interpretation that could do more harm than good to the very population we aim to protect. Dasal ko na magkaroon ng pagbabago ng pananaw ang mga kinatawan na bumubuo ng Bicameral Committee, bigyan ng pagkakataon na maamendahan ang mga kritikal na bahagi ng panukaling ito na maaaring maabuso. Sa ganitong paraan ay panatili nating matatag ang ating demokrasyang patuloy na pinaglalaban. In light of this, Mr. Speaker, I vote no. Maraming salamat. God bless the Philippines.
The Honorable Zarate.
Congressman Zarate, you recognize. You have 3 minutes po.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Bago po ako magpaliwanag sa aking boto, meron lang po akong parliamentary inquiry or a point of order, if I may say so. Napansin ko po, nagbotohan na tayo, pero wala akong nakitang kopya nung bill na ating inaproba on third reading, Mr. Speaker. So, ano po ba ang pinagbotohan natin dito?
Actually, Congressman Zarate, they give the copy last June 1st in our office 2 times, and this is now the explanation of vote, Congressman Zarate.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but before I will explain my vote, it has to be settled whether or not I voted for something or not.
Session suspended. Sessions resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as to the query of the Honorable Zarate regarding House Bill 6875, the majority notes through the Secretary General that copies of the said committee report after the discussion during yesterday's hearing was distributed right after to the respective offices of all the members of the House of Representatives. It was also emailed to the email address of the honorable members as well as the All Viber group, wherein we check our agenda for the session, especially for today's session, Mr. Speaker. And the copies was distributed yesterday as there was no amendment, Mr. Speaker, since this is the original version, and no amendment was taken into consideration. So this is the same version of the said House bill, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Speaker, from the floor leader. But I checked also my Viber. What was in my Viber, Mr. Speaker, was a copy of the committee report for second reading. Under the rules, kailangan talaga na yung committee report kasama ang panukalang batas for second reading ay may distribute sa ating mga kasamahan dahil ito ang pagdidebatehan at ito ang tatalakayin. But also, it was stated under our rules na pagkatapos ng second reading ay dapat magkaroon ng bagong kopya at ito ay pamamahagi sa ating mga kasamahan at ito ang pagbobotohan. At ito po, I'll check the Viber, there is no new version, whether or not that's the exact copy of the bill coming from the Senate or approved in the committee report. We should be given a new copy for third reading for our study and consideration. No? We have to look at the final bill for third reading. Hindi ho pwedeng sabihin na ito rin yung second reading. Kailangan maikumpara natin ang kopya ng second reading and third reading para there was a purpose why. Para maiwasan natin na mayroong isiningit sa kopya ng second reading and third reading. And that is what is absent here, Mr. Speaker.
So what the majority leader told us that, number one, he emailed the House Bill number 6875. Number two, he delivered in our offices. And number three, dalawa lang, di ba? Only two. To all members, distributed to all members.
Mr. Speaker,
and,
the majority
and emailed to all members.
The majority maintains that the committee report submitted was the version that we approved yesterday. And right after the discussion during yesterday's plenary session, after we ended at 11:59, it was right after delivered to each of the members' offices, the Viber group, as well as the email address. So we maintain, the majority maintains that this is the said bill that we are discussing here today, Mr. Speaker.
We cannot rely on that, Mr. Speaker, if I may say, because what was delivered was the same copy attached in the committee report for second reading. Ang third reading copy po natin ay ganito. No? As a matter of form and tradition. Why? Kailangan maikumpara natin ang third reading copy and second reading. Kasi kung mayroong pagbabago, ay madali ho nating makita. Yan po ang purpose niyan. So kung ang ibinigay po ay the same copy attached to the committee report, that is not, I submit, the form required under our rules, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader?
Yes, again to echo the response, Mr. Speaker. There was no amendments made. So if the concern of the Honorable Zarate, if word per word, if it is the said House bill that we are discussing today, it is the same one, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Except when the President certifies the So ito ang requirement, pero exception pag nag-certify si President. May certificate. So certified ka na, may certification, alam na natin. Pero on top of the diligence that were made in this particular section. If they prove that this is also tama yung requirement. pero kahit certified as urgent. Pwede nga tuloy. Okay, so vote mo na lang. Sige. Thank you.
Session resume. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The majority is aware of the stated facts of the Honorable Zarate. However, it is also noted that this bill is certified urgent by the President. And as to our Section 58 of our rules, under third reading, no bill or joint resolution shall become law unless it passes 3 readings on separate days, and printed copies thereof in its final form are distributed to the members 3 days before its passage, except when the President certifies to the necessity of its immediate enactment to meet a public calamity or emergency. So again, Mr. Speaker, this bill is certified as urgent. All copies were submitted, and this is the same bill that we are tackling, Mr. Speaker.
Final note, Mr. Speaker. The fact that the bill was certified as urgent will not excuse or dismiss the fact that there is a required form for a bill to be printed and submitted for votation. No? So ako po ay naniniwala na hindi pwedeng ang kopya on second reading ay yun din ang ipamimigay sa mga miyembro para pagbubutuhan. At yun ang itinatala ko sa kapulungang ito, no, for the record, na walang ibinigay na third reading copy ayon sa ating forms as practice in the House. No? At ang ibinigay, as admitted by the floor leader, ay the same copy attached to that committee report. And I submit that even if it was certified, that should not dispense the requirement of the House that a printed copy for third reading shall have been distributed to the members.
Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We understand the manifestation of the Honorable Zarate, but again, we maintain and insist that because this bill is certified urgent and that all copies were distributed, and this is the same bill and no amendments were made, we insist, Mr. Speaker, that we are tackling the same bill and the manifestation of the Honorable Zarate is noted.
So we
Thank
are
you,
in the
Mr.
process of explanation of vote. Congressman Zarate, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Ang kinatawang ito ay nagpapahayag ng isang mariing pagboto ng no sa new anti-terror bill or not bill. Sumasadsad na sa pinakamababang antas ang pagturing ng administrasyong ito sa karapatang pantao. Mas mababa pa kaysa sa ginawa ng panahon ng diktador ni Marcos sa panahon ng martial law. Kung noong panahon ng diktador na si Marcos ay may pagkukunwari at pagtanggi pa sa paglabag sa karapatang pangtao ang rehimen ni Marcos, ngayon ay pinagmamalaki at walang kahihiyang isinasabatas ang paglabag sa karapatang pantao ng mismong mga opisyal at ng gobyernong ito. Ang Kongreso bilang isang institusyon sa pagtupad nito sa mandato na pagbalangkas ng batas ay may tungkuling itaguyod ang pinakamataas na batas sa ating bayan, ang ating konstitusyon o ang ating saligang batas. Dahil dyan, anumang batas na may potensyal na sumagasa sa batayang karapatang pantao na nakasaad sa ating saligang batas ay nararapat lamang na busisiin at hadlangan kung lalabag na sa mga probisyong ito. Pero, Ginoong Speaker, dahil nga daw sa pag-certify bilang urgent bill ni Pangulong Duterte sa new anti-terror bill, ang pagpasa rin ng Kongreso nito nang hindi na pinag-uusapan at pinagdebatihan ng maigi at masinsinan sa level man ng komite at maging dito sa plenaryo, ay lumalabas na nagmistulang isang rubber stamp ang Kongresong ito ng ehekutibo. Makikita sa pagratsada ng pagpasa nito sa Kongreso, kahit na nasa gitna tayo ng krisis na dala ng pandemya ng COVID, ang obsesyon ng Administrasyong Duterte na isentralisa nito sa sarili ang dagdag pang mga drakoniko o draconian measures or powers kahit labag ito sa ating saligang batas. Panukala pa lamang ito, Ginoong Speaker, pero nagsisilbi na itong panakot at pangharas laban sa mga may pagtutol sa mga di makatao at di makamahihirap na mga patakaran ng kasalukuyang administrasyon. Katunayan, kapapasa pa lang nito noong Biyernes sa Level Committee ay agad naglabasan sa social media ang red tagging at vilification laban sa mga kritiko ng administrasyon. Hindi pa man ito pumapasa, ginagamit na ang framework nito upang ikondisyon ang isip ng ating publiko laban sa mga aktivista, sa mga kritiko ng administrasyon at maging sa oposisyon at sa mga simpleng may puna sa administrasyon. Panukalang batas pa lamang ito, pero nagdudulot na ito ng chilling effect sa publiko. Sa esensya, Ginoong Speaker, ang new anti-terror bill ay tahasang unconstitutional dahil sasagasaan nito ang Bill of Rights, papahinain nito ang proteksyon laban sa abuso sa paggamit ng batas or weaponization of law, at papapalawakin ang kapangyarihan ng ehekutibo sa paghagbol sa mga itinituring nitong mga terorista at magagawaing terituring nitong terorismo. Malaki ang panganib sa pinalawak na definisyon ng terorismo na kahit sino, kahit ordinaryong mamamayan na nag-post ng kanyang pagtingin sa social media ay maaaring ituring ng pamahalaan na terorista kung nanaisin ito. Huwag nang banggitin pa, Ginoong Speaker, ang magiging turing ng administrasyon sa mga aktivista na sa kasalukuyan ay hindi pa pasado ang panukala ay kinukulong na at pinapatay. Pinalawak rin ng bagong batas para sa terorismo ang kapangyarihan ng Anti-Terrorism Council na magmumukhang isang hunta upang gumampan ng tungkulin na dapat ay eksklusibo labang sa mga korte. Pinalaki ang kapangyarihan ng kapulisan at maging ng mga militar ng manghuli kahit walang warrant sa batayan lamang ng suspisyon, at pinapayagan ang pagkulong sa mga suspitsado pa lamang na terorista lagpas sa pinahihintulutan ng ating saligang batas sa mga nahuling may warrant o nahuli sa akto na gumagawa ng krimen. Pinapalawig din ito ang pagmamanman ng pamahalaan at state forces sa mga suspitsado pa lamang na mga terorista. Wala halos proteksyon, Ginoong Speaker, laban sa abuso ng kapangyarihan. Hindi nito pinaparusahan ang malisyosong pagkuha ng otoridad mula sa korte para sa surveillance. Ganun din ang pagtanggi na isurrender ang nakuhang materyales o kahit ang mga assets na na-freeze. Ito ay isang panukalang batas na lulusaw sa ating demokrasya dahil layo nitong pigilan at patahimikin ang kritisismo, pagtutol at paglaban ng mamamayan laban sa abuso ng pamahalaan na isang saligang pundasyon ng ating demokrasya. Kaya, Ginoong Speaker, mariin ang pagtutol at lalabanan ng bayan muna ang paglapastangan sa karaparatang pantao at sa mala batas militar ng mga panukalang batas at pamumuno. Ang panukalang batas na ito, Ginoong Speaker, ay terorismo sa karapatang pantao at terorismo sa ating demokrasya. Terorismo ng Estado ang panukalang batas na ito. Kaya dapat i-junk ang terror bill na ito. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker.
Section.
The Honorable Crisologo.
Congressman Onyx Crisologo is recognized. You have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all know that terrorism is a problem not just in our country, but all over the world. We should do everything that we can in our power to fight anyone who may cause problems in our country. Although I am convinced that this measure is important to protect life, liberty, and property from terrorism, I am also inclined to abstain from its passage. The proposed legislation is likely to cause fear to our citizens as it unwittingly gives law enforcement agencies the opportunity to harass citizens who might voice their dissents against the government. There are also provisions that should be clarified further, particularly Section 4A of House Bill number 6875. Under this provision, a person who kills, seriously injures, or endangers another may be tagged as a terrorist, when in fact his offense may only be classified as homicide or serious physical injuries. Homicide and serious physical injuries are already penalized under Articles 249 and 263 of the Revised Penal Code. There must be a qualifying circumstance, Mr. Speaker, of the killing or inflicting of serious body injury to consider them within the ambit of terrorism. Section 29 also is vague as it deals with warrantless arrest, which should be used against our citizens who are free in this country. While we support the campaign of the government to combat terrorism, this representation also supports the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the rights of Filipino citizens to petition the government for a redress of grievance through peaceful means. Let us further peruse this measure to create a policy that has a very specific provision to prevent misconstructions. With the current pressing issues that threaten the safety and health of our citizens, especially in this time, I reckon it best just to focus on the fight against the current and biggest cause of terror in our country at the moment, which is the COVID-19 virus. With that, Mr. Speaker, this representation abstains from voting on House Bill 6875. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Defensor Michael.
The Honorable Michael Defensor is recognized. You have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Una po sa lahat, ang batas po nito ay talagang kailangan. Maraming mga bansa sa buong mundo ang gumawa na ng mga anti-terror bill. At kung mabibigyan sana ng pagkakataon, napakaganda at it would be an honor and privilege to be an author of an anti-terror bill. Ang problema, Mr. Speaker, dito po sa ating bill na to, marami na napaliwanag ang ating mga kasama, ngunit nais ko lang pong bigyan ng isang maliit na ehemplo. Kunyari po, ikaw ay isang negosyante. Nung ako po ay nasa Department of Housing, marami po mga housing developers. At madalas nangyari, Mr. Speaker, naiipit po sila sa isang sitwasyon na hinihingan sila ng mga ibang mga puwersa labas sa gobyerno. Natural lamang po, Mr. Speaker, na sila po'y nagbibigay upang wag na rin madistorbo ang kanilang negosyo. Dito po sa batas na to, sa ganitong sitwasyon, maaari po sila kaagad hulihin. Maaari po kaagad na ipitin ang kanilang pondo sa bangko. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, bagamat napakaganda ng batas, marami po siyang mga probisyon na hindi po naaayon sa ating saligang batas. Binanggit na po kanina, Mr. Speaker, ng marami nating mga kasama ang Section 25, yung pong designation. Dito po, pag ikaw ay sinabing terorista, wala ka pong paraan para depensahan ang iyong sarili. Hindi ka hinihingan ng pagkakataon na ipagtanggol ang iyong sarili. Meron po sa kanya Section 26, bagamat ito po'y nasa korte, kahit pa paano binibigyan siya pagkakataong may pagtanggol ang sarili niya, ngunit katulad din po ng mga nabanggit, wala po itong proseso na kinikilala ang iyong karapatan. Section 29, Mr. Speaker, binanggit na po to, maaari kang arestuhin. In fact, kanina ho, nakapag-usap kami ng ating mga kasama, Honorable Suntay, sabi niya hindi lang probable cause, suspected lang, pwede ka na ring hulihin at pwede kang i-detain. Mr. Speaker, nakakalungkot dahil ito po ay isang urgent bill. At maaari po itong pumasa sa atin sa Senado, sa Kongreso. Pero ako po'y naniniwala at sinisigurado kong hindi po ito papasa sa ating pong Korte Suprema. Because primarily, Mr. Speaker, again, I reiterate, it violates our Bill of Rights. It violates our right to due process. And it violates so many other rights that within this bill, mukha pong hindi ho nakita mga bagay na to na bagamat kailangan ang terror bill, bagamat kinikilala ko na ito po hindi lang para sa atin kundi sa buong mundo, hindi po ata natugunan ang mga problemang ito, ang mga probisyon na kailangang respetuhin natin sa ilalim ng saligang batas. Kaya Mr. Speaker, sa pagkakataon po ito, ipagpaumanhin ng ating administrasyon, ipagpaumanhin ng ating sandataang lakas, ako po ay bumoboto ng abstain sa bill na ito. Maraming salamat po.
Secretary General.
The Honorable Dimaporo Abdullah.
Congressman Dimaporo Abdullah is recognized. You have 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker,
Please proceed po.
can you hear me?
Opo, sige po.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to explain my position. Last night, I was not given time to clarify my apprehensions. So now, Mr. Speaker, I choose to abstain from voting. Mr. Speaker, I fear that the bill, rather than reducing the number of terrorists and their supporters, it may challenge them and their numbers might increase, especially if the police mishandle the suspected supporters and terrorists. It is better, Mr. Speaker, for us to give more budget to Secretary Dar of the Department of Agriculture to develop agribusiness in the rural areas where the majority of the terrorists and their supporters are. Let us fight poverty more intensively, Mr. Speaker, to reduce the number of the terrorists and their supporters, to help the Balik Provincia program, and to reduce sending cheap labor abroad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Again.
The Honorable Del Mar.
Congressman Raul Del Mar, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed.
I voted yes, with reservation. I said that I will be submitting a written explanation. But since I have this opportunity, may I just briefly say, Mr. Speaker, that I voted yes because I am for the strongest anti-terrorist bill that we can make, because it is a world menace. But saying that, I cannot also do that at the expense of violating the Constitution. So I just summarize by saying that I vote yes, except to the provisions of the measure that will be violative of the Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Biazon.
Congressman Rufi Biazon, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker,
Please proceed.
since my first term as congressman in 2001, anti-terrorism has always been my advocacy because I believe the state should be capacitated to fight this scourge, not just here in our country, but one that is wreaking havoc all over the world. That's why whenever bills that are filed concerning the security of our country is taken up, I actively participate and I actively analyze and assess its necessity for our country. I have stood on many issues in my 5 terms in Congress, and when I stand on an issue, it is all with my entire heart and mind, and I vote on principle. So if I make a stand on a certain issue, it is not because there is pressure, it is not because there is a reward, but it is because it is what I believe in. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I stood up, I defended the bill wholeheartedly. I defended what I believed in my mind was what we needed. But always, Mr. Speaker, I always put two things together. One is with regard to the security of the state and the nation, and of course, also the individual rights of Filipinos. Civil rights and political rights are also prioritized by this representation. Kahapon po, Mr. Speaker, habang nagdedepensa ako nung panukalang batas na ito, nabanggit ko dun sa isa nating kasamahan ang aking willingness at bukas na loob na tumanggap ng mga proposed amendments. Kaya po naman sinasabi natin na dapat ito ay mapagbigyan ng pagkakataon ang mga members of the House na magbigay ng kanilang input. I defended the bill with all my mind, but my heart was divided. Mr. Speaker, yung ating inaaprubahan na panukalang batas ngayon ay isang adoption of a Senate version. Hindi po natin masabi na ang ating mga kasamahan na mga kongresista ay nakapagbigay ng kanilang inputs para po mabigay natin ang isang panukalang batas na masasabing nanggaling talaga mismo sa House of Representatives. Sa aking 5 termino bilang congressman, yan pong pinaniniwalaan ko na ang House of Representatives bilang mga direktang kinatawan ng mga mamamayan ay dapat mabigyan ng pagkakataon na gumawa ng isang batas na nanggaling mismo sa kanilang mga nasasakupan. Dahil po dito, nakita natin na may mga argumento na maaring pagbigyan. Pagbigyan na marinig at kung sakali ay ma-adapt. Ako po'y nananatiling naniniwala na kailangan natin ang isang anti-terrorism bill. Hindi ho lahat ng mga nagsalita laban sa bill na ito ay aking sinasang-ayunan. Naniniwala rin ako sa ilang mga konsepto. But as a matter of principle, I believe that the House should come up with an important piece of legislation that is truly the work of the House of Representatives, not just a mere adoption of the other chamber. We understand that they went through the same process that we undergo, but the ability of each member of the House to put in their own work into the crafting of a legislation is something that I hold dear as a matter of principle. So, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to all my colleagues, to those who I've been working with, and to the security agencies that we have been working with regard to this bill, I beg your understanding because my position, after all that has been said by the members of the House of Representatives, I believe that we should stand up for the House. And because of this, my vote is no to the bill. And my name could not be attached to a bill that is not my real work. So my withdrawal as author of the measure is another thing that I would like to present to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my colleagues.
The Honorable Bilyones.
Congressman Bilyones, you have 3 minutes to explain your vote. Please proceed. Congressman Bilyones.
Mr. Speaker.
Congressman Defensor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, with the indulgence of the Honorable Bilyones, I'd just like to ask Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Biason is the main author of House Bill 6875. He did not only abstain, but he voted against it. May I know the status of this bill, therefore, Mr. Speaker?
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Biazon is not the sole author of this measure, Mr. Speaker. So the vote still stands, Mr. Speaker. The number of vote still stands. Perhaps when he was defending his bill, perhaps the interpellators convinced him otherwise. And that is his choice, Mr. Speaker.
Thank
you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader.
Majority Leader. Secgen, who's the next? Wala na. Okay. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry I did not hear your manifestation or your command.
No, regarding the status of Congressman Biazon that Congressman Defensor asked.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, though he's an integral part of this bill, as he is one of the co-authors, since he has manifested his desire to remove himself, then it should be followed, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, that's why, Mr. Majority Leader, Congressman Defensor is satisfied in your answer.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I already thank the Honorable Speaker and Honorable Majority Floor Leader, who are both Kapampangans, and I think there's a miscommunication in the course of the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Majority Leader, you are now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I think we have to announce the number of votes and if it's approved on third reading or not.
We approve already, Mr. Majority Leader. I read already the number of votes, those who are in affirmative and against, and those who are abstain. I read it a few minutes ago before the explanation of vote.
So without
That is approved on third and final reading, Mr. Majority.
Without Mr. Speaker, I move that the Secretary General, as soon as possible, be directed to transmit to the Senate all those bills today approved on third and final reading. Please transmit it to the Senate as soon as possible. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General, you can transmit those approved on third and final reading in the Senate. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend for a minute.
Session suspended. Sessions resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to resume House Bill 6878 and request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The Chair is none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
Old Norman. Old ako. Old.
House Bill number 6878, an act strengthening the implementation of the National Organic Agricultural Program, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 10068 or the Organic Agriculture Act of 2010.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Chairman of the Committee on Agriculture and Food, the Honorable Mark Enverga from the 1st District of Quezon.
Chairman of Aqua and Agriculture, Chairman Enverga is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
yes, there being no interpolators, I now move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move to open for consideration the committee amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection on the motion? Chair is done, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I now move to close the period of committee amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair is done, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move to open the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair is done, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas from the Gabriela Party List for her individual amendments.
Congresswoman Arlene Rosas, for your amendment, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to our good sponsor, will he be open for any individual amendments, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, most willingly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on page 3, section 2, lines 13 to 17 of House Bill 6878, amending RA 10069, otherwise known as the Organic Agriculture Act of 2010, a national organization of local government units actually engaged in and certified to be compliant with organic agriculture for the past 3 years may apply with the BAFs to become an organic certifying body. The proposed Makabayan amendments is to remove the role of National Organization of Local Government Units to become a certifying body. In lieu thereof, put, in quote, the National Organization of Local Government Units to exercise their general administrative mandate or functions such as promotion, supervision of the components of the organic agriculture programs, such as, letter A, policy support, local legislation, establishment of a local technical committee, LTC, for the promotion and implementation of organic agriculture, passage of Organic Agriculture Ordinance, the promotion, protection, and increase of organic agriculture, zones B, and zones B, to facilitate and organize small-scale farmers to adopt organic agriculture, C, to provide support systems for organic agriculture adoption, such as provision of appropriate technologies, equipment, and facilities, capacity building, market networking, financial support, etc.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the committee finds the proposal acceptable, but the proposed letter A is already provided under RA 10068, Section 14, where local government officials shall implement activities in line with the National Organic Agriculture Program. The committee proposes the same to read as, the National Organization of Local Government Units shall encourage and supervise the promotion and implementation of the Organic Agriculture Program.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Sponsor, on page 4, lines 20 to 34, definition of small farmers, to put an additional definition which states, in quote, additionally, for organic agriculture to be a viable alternative to small-scale farmers, attention should be directed to small-scale farmers such as farmers who are dependent on small-scale subsistence, farming as their primary source of income, and whose sale, barter, or exchange of agricultural products do not exceed a gross value of 180,000 pesos per annum based on 1992 constant prices as defined by Republic Act Number 7607 or Magna Carta for small farmers. Focus on communities where conventional GM crops plantations, monoculture agriculture is prevailing. Areas where there is pronounced poverty or hunger, areas that are prone to climate change impacts, agrarian reform beneficiaries or farmers who are having issues on land ownership. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, some of the comments of the committee, the definition should be based on what is existing. The Magna Carta of 1993 definition is based on 1992 constant prices, as mentioned earlier, thus should be updated. Under the AFMA definition of 1997, small farmers and fisher folk refers to natural persons dependent on small-scale subsistence farming and fishing activities as their primary source of income. There may be several definitions as well, as in the case of for sugar and coconut, small farmers would refer to those with not more than 5 hectares. The proposed bill defines small farmers as those cultivating not more than 5 hectares and/or are engaged in raising poultry, livestock, etc., stating therein the number of heads the farmer is raising. With this definition, the proposal of our friends from Makabayan is clearly included. So our committee proposal is to retain the definition stated in House Bill number 6878.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Next, on page 15, lines 33 to 34, which says, in the meantime, that a core PGS group or a municipal city PGS, whichever is the case, has yet to be established, the BAFs, in coordination with the local government unit concerned, shall assume the powers, duties, and responsibilities of these groups. Delete shall assume the powers, duties, and responsibilities of these groups, and in lieu thereof put assist small-scale farmers in the formation of the municipal city PGS. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we accept, but for consistency, use small farmers, not small-scale farmers. It shall now read as, in the meantime, that a core PGS group or a municipality or city PGS, whichever is the case, has yet to be established, the BAFS, in coordination with the local government unit concerned, shall assist small farmers in the formation of the municipality or city PGS.
Thank you for accepting, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. On section 17, page 19, lines 10 to 12 says, the BAFs, BPI, BAI, and BFAR of the DA shall come up with a single unified set of rules and regulations for the registration of organic produce and inputs. Makabayan proposes to change the provision to the Bureau of Plant Industry of the DA shall be responsible for the registration of organic seeds, planting materials, and crops. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, the provision stated in the bill, page 19, lines 10 to 12, cover the proposed provision on House Bill 6878 that states the BAFs, BPI, BAI, and BFAR of the DA shall come up with a single unified set of rules and regulations for the registration of organic produce and inputs. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Additional Makabayan amendments. Additionally, the DA Bureau of Plant Industry and local government units shall facilitate and coordinate the creation and/or strengthening of a local organic seed center needed to increase farmers' adoption to organic agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we accept the proposed amendments.
However, these organic seeds centers should not displace community seed systems or trample the right of farmers to freely save, use, and improve their seeds, but act as complementary seed source for farmers who want to shift to organic culture. We should take lesson against creating a new layer of dependencies, such as the seed companies that are profiting from seeds owned and developed by farmers.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it is in the best interest that this be placed in the implementing rules and regulations. We beg to the indulgence of the distinguished friend from the Gabriela party list that we retain it as worded in House Bill 6878.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Sponsor, the Makabayan proposes to include Section 25 to 26 of House Bill 5336 from Rep. Cullamat's bill in House Bill 6878. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, it is because, again, mahalaga po yung usapin ng GMO sa organic agriculture, kaya sana ay may explicit mention nito ng pagbabawal sa batas. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Tama naman po yun, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Subalit nung napag-usapan din po ito sa komitiba, napagkaisahan din po na mas minamabuti na ito ay maging bahagi na magawa ng sariling batas na naglalayon at tumutukoy mismo sa mga regulasyon ng naayon sa GMO. So, with the indulgence of the honorable member and friend from the Gabriela party list, we may not include this in the final version of this bill, but we will work out a new measure that will tackle on GMO regulations that can accommodate the observations of the Honorable Kafemia Cullamat.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we hope for the bill to be, well, fast-tracked and for us to be members of the making of the bill. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, we have a proposal that the DAATI, in cooperation with local government units, PGS core groups, and hands-on organic practitioners, to facilitate in increasing support to small farmers to convert from chemical, conventional to organic agriculture, such as trainings and capacity building, number 1, organizational development and management, number 2, organic seed saving and production, number 3, organic agriculture knowledge, skills, and practices. Number 4, organic certification. Support for PGS trainings and certification. Number 5, processing and marketing. Number 6, financial management. And 2, trainings are done in communities where there is actual hands-on application of theories in organic agriculture. This practice also spurs bayanihan, farmer-to-farmer sharing of knowledge, and participatory mode of learning. Third, strengthening the production of organic compost through set-up of facilities, common composting areas, shredders, etc., segregation and collection of organic materials, distribution of organic composts, specifically in urban areas. Fourth, mainstream organic agriculture among schools, institutions, and communities, and increase academe-farmer partnerships. Include agroecology and organic agriculture in the K-12 curriculum. Strengthen the gulayan sa paaralan at gulayan sa barangay. And 6, hands-on organic practitioners should also be tapped as resource persons in trainings. Reason while trainers are encouraged to take certification courses being offered by TESDA or the DAATI, such as NC2, training methods, etc. The lack of trainings or certification should not be a basis to maximize their skills or capacities. One way of verifying their expertise is to check if their practice is according to standards, has a proven record on organic agriculture, and is well respected within their organization and the community. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the bill on page 16, lines 23 to 31, addresses training and inspection. It states the ATI shall conduct trainings for PGS groups, and the BAFs shall conduct random inspection to ensure that all PGS groups are compliant with the Philippine National Standards on Organic Agriculture. and so on and so forth. The activities enumerated should be part of promotion and advocacy of the program. The conversion of farmers from chemical to conventional to organic agriculture is a choice of the farmers themselves. With much respect, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we propose that we retain the provision as worded in House Bill number 6878.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. On page 16, from lines 33 to 34 to page 17, lines 1 to 13 on incentives, change line 1 to 12 to any small farmer, fisher folk, or their farms, associations, cooperatives engaged in agriculture, organic agriculture, or any organic input producer who tends to apply for export shall be given support for third-party or international certification accreditation. Reason: farmer products certified through PGS are for local or domestic market. And additional amendment: incentives will also be given to small-scale farmers focusing on local domestic markets for their role in improving food security and local economies. Incentives are as follows: post-harvest facilities, free prime location in any government agencies, initiated or sponsored trade and business marketing, gathering of Filipino products for the purpose of displaying and selling their own organic products, market support and trading post establishment, assistance in transportation and logistics, assistance to farmers affected by man-made and natural disasters, such as provision of organic seeds and inputs. The reason for this, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, is kailangan naman talagang pagtuunan yung pagpapatatag ng food self-sufficiency ng bansa natin. At hindi tayo umasa sa pag-e-export. Sana po, wag na sana nating i-promote yung ganitong mga exportation. Mas ang pagtuunan ay yung ating mga sariling produkto at sa ating sariling food self-sufficiency nga po. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Tama po yung inyong nabanggit. Prioridad po ng ating pong pinipilit na panukala po na ito na unahin po natin ang promosyon po ng sarili natin ng mga produkto. Pero syempre, hindi po natin maalis sa ating isipin na napakalaki po at lawak pa ng merkado sa buong mundo, lalo't higit po sa napakaraming interest dito sa organic farming. Kaya dahil din po doon, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the bill clearly states its support for international accreditation as well. We may accept further amendments to the said provision subject to style. Your Honor, if I may be allowed, I propose that the same shall now read as incentives: any small farmer, fisher folk, or their farms, associations, cooperatives engaged in organic agriculture or any organic input producer who intends to apply for export shall be given support for third-party or international certification accreditation. Incentives such as post-harvest facilities, free prime location in any government agency-initiated or sponsored trade and business marketing, gathering of Filipino products for the purpose of displaying and selling their own organic products, market support and trading post-establishment, assistance in transportation and logistics, provision of organic seeds and inputs shall be given to small farmers focusing on local domestic markets. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Finally, for the last amendment, on the penal provision, Section 26A of RA 10068, any person who willfully and deliberately, A, obstructs the development of propagation of organic agriculture or the manufacture, production, sale, or use of organic agricultural products, Makabayan proposes to put second sentence to read, this may include, but not limited to, any form of harassment or persecution of groups or individuals pursuing the rights and interests of farmer in furtherance of this act by groups or individuals, corporations, or juridical entities, including government officials. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. The chair of the committee accepts but proposes to put after government officials the following: as may be warranted by existing criminal and administrative laws and regulations. It shall now read as any person who willfully and deliberately A, obstructs the development of propagation of organic agriculture or the manufacture, production, sale, or use of organic agriculture products. This may include any form of harassment or persecution of groups or individuals pursuing the rights and interests of farmer in furtherance of this act by groups or individuals, corporations, or juridical entities, including government officials, as may be warranted by existing criminal and administrative laws and regulations. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for accepting some of our amendments, Mr. Sponsor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable colleague. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the majority joins the sponsor to accept the individual amendments.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no more additional individual amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move on second reading to vote on House Bill 6878.
All those who are in favor for the House Bill number 6878, those who are in favor, please say aye. And those who are against, say nay. The ayes have it. So the House Bill number 6878 is now approved on second reading. Majority Leader. As amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the additional reference of business and request the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills on first reading as well as the communications and committee reports.
The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the bills and communications.
Messages from the Senate, message dated June 1st, 2020, informing the House of Representatives that the Senate on even date passed Senate Bill number 1318 entitled An Act Amending Republic Act number 10068 or the Organic Agriculture Act of 2010.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
Message dated June 1st, 2020, informing the House of Representatives that the Senate on even date passed Senate Bill number 1541 entitled An Act Amending Section 3 of Republic Act number 7797, otherwise known as an act to lengthen the school calendar from 200 days to not more than 220 class days.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
Message dated June 1st, 2020, informing the House of Representatives that the Senate on even date passed without amendment House Bill number 1061 entitled An Act Converting the Santa Ignacia-Gimba Provincial Road in the provinces of Tarlac and Nueva Ecija via Heraona-Pura Road stretching from Barangay Nambalan, Municipality of Santa Ignacia to Barangay Buena Vista, Municipality of Pura, all in the province of Tarlac, into a national road and appropriating funds therefor.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
Message dated June 1st, 2020, informing the House of Representatives that the Senate on even date passed without amendment House Bill number 1778, entitled An Act Converting the Road Stretching from Barangay Anduyan, Municipality of Tubao, Province of La Union, to Barangay San Pascual, Municipality of Tuba, Province of Benguet, into a national road and appropriating funds therefor.
To the Committee on Public Works.
Message dated June 1st, 2020, informing the House of Representatives that the Senate on even date passed without amendment House Bill number 5811, entitled An Act Transferring the Location of the Sorsogon 2nd District Engineering Office from Bulan, Sorsogon to Gubat, Sorsogon.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
Message dated June 1st, 2020, informing the House of Representatives that the Senate on even date passed without amendment House Bill Number 5850, entitled An Act Converting the Gimba, Talugtog, Umingan Provincial Road in the municipalities of Gimba and Talugtog, all in the province of Nueva Ecija and the municipality of Umingan, province of Pangasinan, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
Message dated June 1st, 2020, informing the House of Representatives that the Senate on even date passed without amendment House Bill Number 5851, entitled An Act Converting the Road Network Connecting Barangay Grijalvo in the municipality of San Fernando and the municipality of Bula, province of Camarines Sur, into a national road.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
Message dated June 1st, 2020, informing the House of Representatives that the Senate on even date passed without amendment House Bill Number 5852, entitled An Act Converting the Albay Diversion Road in the municipalities of Minalabac, Bula, and Nabua, all in the province of Camarines Sur, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
Message dated June 1st, 2020, informing the House of Representatives that the Senate on even date passed without amendment House Bill Number 5853, entitled An Act Creating a District Engineering Office in the 7th Legislative District of the Province of Cebu and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
Message dated June 1st, 2020, informing the House of Representatives that the Senate on even date passed without amendment House Bill Number 5888, entitled An Act Establishing the 3rd District Engineering Office in the municipality of Mlang, province of Cotabato, and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
Committee reports. Report of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education on House Bill Number 3738.
Committee on Rules.
Report of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill Number 6939.
Committee on Rules.
Report of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill Number 6940.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report. Report of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill Number 6941.
To the Committee on Rules.
Report of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Appropriation on House Bill Number 6942.
To the Committee on Rules.
Additional reference of business bills on first reading, House Bill Number 6932, entitled An Act Strengthening National Preparedness and Response to Public Health Emergencies, by Representative Marino.
To the Defeat COVID-19 Ad Hoc Committee.
House Bill Number 6933, an act providing a mechanism to strengthen the Land Transportation Office, providing for an integrated land transportation management system, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Marino.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill Number 6934, an act granting members of the House of Representatives the authority to solemnize marriage, amending for the purpose Title I, Chapter 1, Article 7 of Executive Order Number 209, otherwise known as the Family Code of the Philippines, by Representative Marino.
To the Committee on Revisions of Laws.
House Bill Number 6935, an act institutionalizing a system of free formal education from elementary to tertiary levels for prisoners in all penal institutions, providing funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Fernandez.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill Number 6936, an act declaring Pinandagatan Falls in the municipality of Sibagat, province of Agusan del Sur, as an ecotourism site and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill Number 6937, an act declaring March 15 of every year as Frontliners Day in the Philippines, by Representative Bascug.
To the Defeat COVID-19 Ad Hoc Committee.
House Bill Number 6938, an act declaring Bega Falls in the municipality of Prosperidad, province of Agusan del Sur, as an ecotourism site and appropriating funds therefore, by Representative Bascug.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill Number 6943, an act providing for a system of earlier voting for qualified senior citizens, pregnant women, and persons with disabilities of the Philippines, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Datol.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill number 6944, an act establishing digital taxation in the Philippines, by Representative Garin Sharon.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 6945, an act establishing environmental taxation for the protection of Philippine natural resources, by Representative Garin Sharon.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 6946, an act amending the franchise granted to Servotron Industries Incorporated under Republic Act number 8127 to renew the franchise for another 25 years from the effectivity of this act and to expand into national coverage the franchise granted and for other purposes, by Representative Garbin.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill number 6947, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to Allied Broadcasting Center Incorporated under Republic Act number 8096, entitled An Act Granting Allied Broadcasting Center Incorporated a franchise to construct, operate, and maintain stations for radio in Cebu City and other areas in the Philippines, where frequencies are still available for radio broadcasting, for educational and cultural, as well as for commercial purposes, by Representative Garbin.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill number 6949, an act converting the Basilisa Mother and Child Specialty Hospital in the municipality of Basilisa in the Lone Legislative District of Dinagat Islands into a Level 2 hospital, which shall be known as the Ruben E. Ecleo Senior General Hospital, under the full administrative and technical supervision of the Department of Health, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representative Ecleo.
To the Committee on Health.
Resolutions. House Resolution number 947, a resolution extending profound condolences of the House of Representatives on the demise of Bocaue Mayor Joni Villanueva Tugna, by Representative Ferrer Juliet.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution number 948, resolution expressing profound condolences and deepest sympathies of the House of Representatives to the family of the late Honorable Mayor Eleanor Joni J. Villanueva Tugna, daughter of Deputy Speaker Eduardo Brother Eddie C. Villanueva, by Representative Robes.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution number 949, a resolution directing the Committee on Senior Citizens to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the alleged practice of the government service insurance system of deducting by lump sum the pensions of retirees as payment for existing loans to the detriment of our senior citizen retirees, with the end in view of enacting legislation to regulate the same, by Representative Pineda.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Report of the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education regarding House Bill number 6948, entitled An Act Declaring the 16th day of May of every year a special working holiday to be known as National Education Support Personnel Day.
To the Committee on Rules.
Additional reference of business, bills on first reading, House Bill number 6950, an act providing for a system of earlier voting for qualified senior citizens, pregnant women, and persons with disabilities of the Philippines, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, but by Representative Datol.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill number 6951, an act providing emergency food subsidy to every poor Filipino family affected by the enhanced community quarantine due to COVID-19 pandemic and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Defeat COVID-19 Ad hoc Committee.
House Bill number 6952, an act providing for COVID-19 response and recovery interventions and providing mechanism to accelerate the recovery and bolster the resiliency of the Philippine economy, providing funds therefore and for other purposes, by Representatives Villafuerte, Romualdez Ferdinand, Defensor Michael, and C. Alvarado.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report. Report of the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill number 638.
To the Committee on Rules.
Communication. Report dated June 2, 2020 of the Honorable Jose Luis G. Montales, Secretary General of the House of Representatives on enrolled House Bill number 4581, transmitted to the Office of the President for His Excellency's consideration and signature pursuant to Section 18H, Rule 6 of the Rules of the House.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up on second reading House Bill number 6593 under Committee Report 294 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 6593, an act providing poor job applicants a 20% discount in the payment of fees and charges for certain certificates and clearances issued by government agencies.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that you recognize the sponsor of the bill, the chairman of the Committee on Poverty Alleviation, the Honorable Representative Dale Along Malapitan, for his sponsorship speech. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Congressman Dale Along Malapitan of Caloocan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chairman of the Committee on Poverty Alleviation, I am pleased to submit committee report number 294 for substitute bill number 6593 entitled An Act Providing Poor Job Applicants a 20% Discount in the Payment of Fees and Charges for certain certificates and clearances issued by government agencies. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to respectfully request that the explanatory note of the bill be considered as my sponsorship speech, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpellations, I move to close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection to the motion? Chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
There being no committee amendments, I move that we close the period of committee amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Floor Leader.
I move that we open the period of individual amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
There being no individual amendments, I move that we close individual amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 6593. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
All those who are in favor for House Bill 6593, please say aye.
Aye.
And those who are against, say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 6593 be approved for second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill 6864, as contained in the committee report 332. And may I ask the Secretary General to be directed to read the title of the bill?
Is there any objection? The chair is done. The Secretary General is now directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 6864, an act establishing policies, regulations, and public health safeguards for the better normal in the workplace, public places, and communities toward a sustainable recovery from COVID-19 pandemic.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is now in the period of sponsorship and debate. And I move that the chairperson of the committee, Deputy Speaker Lauren Legarda from Antique, be recognized.
The Deputy Speaker, Lauren Legarda of Antique, is recognized. Sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I be heard, Mr. Speaker?
Please
Yes.
proceed, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I'm ready, Mr. Speaker.
Interpolate.
It is a period of interpellations, Mr. Speaker, and I'm waiting for Your
Majority
Honor
Leader. Majority
to
Leader.
introduce the first colleague who will interpolate.
Mr.
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
I move that we recognize the gentle lady from Bayan Muna, Honorable Euphemia Coliamat, for her interpellation.
Congresswoman Kuyamat is recognized for your interpellation.
Hello? Hello?
Ma'am, opo, narinig po kayo, ma'am. Please proceed. Please proceed, Congresswoman Kuyamat, on your interpellation, ma'am.
Magandang gabi, Mr. Speaker, ginang sponsor. Pahintulutan ba ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor na may kunting paglilinaw sa batas na ito?
Mayad nga gabi kaninyong atanan, Congresswoman Coliamat, isa pong karangalan na sagutin po ang inyong mga katanungan. Bagamat alam ko naman na kayo po ay lubos ng sumusuporta sa ating panukalang batas para sa better normal.
Maraming salamat, ginang sponsor. Mr. Speaker, sa panukalang batas ay sinasabi dito na paparusahan ang hindi nagsusuot ng face mask. Ano ang konsiderasyong ibibigay natin sa mga mahihirap na maaring walang perang pambili ng face mask? Maaari ito ay magiging dagdag na kahirapan nila. Speaker, ginang sponsor.
Yung mga kailangan pong may provision na ganito para po sumunod ang mga tao. Pero gaya po ng sinabi ko kahapon sa interpellation ay may mga detalya po sa bawat local government unit ayon po sa kanilang kapasidad, ayon po sa kanilang mga pangangailangan ay mag-iiba po. As we all know, laws are general policies nationwide, but depending on the situation, on the need of every local government, then the implementation of this law, of this proposed measure, may vary. At maliban po dyan, alam naman po natin na ang gobyerno po ang siyang namimigay din ng libreng mga face mask distributed by the government. Meron po tayong mandatory wearing, tama po kayo, para po sa ating safety, sa ating kalusugan. Mandatory wearing by the general public of face masks. At ito naman ay hindi dapat yung binibili lamang sa mga ospital o sa mga drugstore. Kami nga ho sa Antique, sa mga retaso na katadyong na tela, gaya po yata ng nasa ulo nyo sa litrato nyo, ay maganda po gumawa ng mga face mask. So pwede pong indigenous, pwedeng reusable, pwedeng do-it-yourself mask, may mga face shield po na ginagawa ng aking mga stay-at-home na mga staff, at meron nga akong partnership with the Don Bosco Brothers kung saan po ang mga materialis na hindi naman may kamahalan at sila po ang gumagawa ng mga face shields. So ibig ko po sabihin, hindi naman po kailangan binibili lahat po ng gamit ito. Ito po ay maaaring maging micro-enterprise pa nga ho sa mga probinsya, sa mga rural areas, gaya ng aming ginawa sa Antique na ang retasong patadyong ang siyang ginawang mga face mask. So, pwedeng mga handkerchiefs, pwedeng mga iba't iba mga PPE ang ginagamit po. So, we think that this is a doable provision, and I hope that addresses the question of my esteemed colleague.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, bilang sponsor. Sa tingin ng kinatawang ito ay maaari po itong paunlarin at gawing mandatory at libreng pamamahagi ng face mask sa mga pampublikong lugar bilang obligasyon ng gobyerno sa kalusugan ng publiko. Ito ang ginawa sa ibang bansa tulad ng Vietnam, isang maliit na bansa rin tulad natin, pero relatibong kakaunti lamang ang bilang ng kaso ng COVID at casualty nito na mamamahagi ng face mask sa mga istasyon ng train at iba pang pampublikong lugar para sa mga walang mask. Ginong speaker, ginong sponsor, sa Better Normal Bill, mayroong mga provision na tulad ng pagbawal ng mga motorcycle taxis, distance requirements sa mga espasyo tulad ng pampublikong sasakyan, mga kainan at mga lugar ng trabaho. Paaring ito ay kaya ng mga malalaking negosyo, pero tiyak na manganganib ang maliliit na at katamtamang laki ng negosyo. Kasunod nito ang wala ng trabaho ng maraming tao. Bukod sa nakalaan ng social amelioration, ano ang tulong na nakahanda para sa mga mawawalan ng trabaho at mga maliliit na negosyong magsara dahil sa mga bagong pamantayan sa bagong Better Normal Bill?
Salamat sa inyong katanungan. Alam po natin na hindi lamang ito ang ang isa sa mga panukalang batas sa panahon ng COVID. Alam natin nandiyan yung cures na diniscuss po kagabi at saka yung PESA, yung economic stimulus. Yung dalawang yun po ay nagbibigay po ng tulong at pag-asa sa mga MSME. Pero dito po sa ating panukalang batas na Better Normal ay nandiyan din po ang pagtutulungan ng DTI at ng DOH at ng DICT, kung saan po ang DICT ang siyang tutulong para po magkaroon ng e-commerce at susuporta po sa mga micro-enterprises para po sila ay magkaroon ng online access. So, mahalaga po na ang DICT ay mas maging efficient at aktibo para matulungan ang mga maliliit na negosyo para po hindi kailangan face-to-face lahat. At alam naman natin sa panahon ngayon ay marami na rin po ang mga online na tindahan. Inaamin ko, hindi itong batas na ito ay makakasolve na lahat ng problema. Hindi lahat ng batas na aking binanggit. Pero mahalaga po sa Better Normal na bago na po ang ating pag-akto, bago na po ang ating paggalaw, because we should not go back to how we were before. Dahil yung ating dati po ay yung business as usual, yung paninira ng ating kapaligiran at kalikasan, ang siyang nagdulot ng mga virus na nagdulot ng ating problema ngayon. Kaya mahalaga po na tayo ay mag-shift na sa tinatawag na Better Normal. Ang mga iba, ang ginagamit nilang term ay building back better. Pero lumang term na yan Alam natin sa disaster risk reduction, higit sa 1 dekada na. So why should we build back better when we can build strong and good and the right way. So, itong tinatawag nating global pause, PAUSE, yung paghinto ng ating mga ekonomiya sa mundo dulot ng pandemic. Huwag natin sayangin yung pagkakataon, bagamat napakalungkot. Sa dami ng kamatayan, kahirapan, kawalan, ay huwag natin sasayangin ang pagkakataon ito na tuldukan ang ating mga masasamang gawain at baguhin ang ating pag-akto para bagong simula. Ngayon, sa inyong katanungan, ano bang gagawin? Yung DTI, meron po tayong provision sa letter C. Kung tignan po ninyo, yung mga assistant sa MSME. Hindi po nyo na itatanong, ako po ang author, principal author, nung ako po yung sa Senado ng Micro and Small and Medium Enterprises Law. Kaya hindi ko po makakalimutan ang ating mga micro enterprises. Ito po, sa letter C, nandito po kung medyo mahaba, pero babasahin ko po, yung DTI shall provide special support programs that will assist MSMEs and startups in achieving business recovery and resilience during or including the following. Yung sinatawag nga natin na capacity building in the digital skills. Yung mga mano-mano, face-to-face na sanay, tuturuan po ng DTI para po mag-build ng capacity sa digital online work. Tapos may support nga sa digitalizing the operations. Tapos yung knowledge transfer and information sharing ng mga MSME at kailangan po ang tulungan din sila ng innovation. So, nandyan po yan sa Section 9 sa mandato po ng DTI in our proposed measure. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, ng sponsor. Ilan sa mga provision dito para sa pagkontrol ng galaw ng mga tao sa mga pampublikong espasyo. Halimbawa, ipagbabawal ang anumang pampublikong pagtitipon at kinakailangan ng permit bago makapagtipon, maging ang mga pribadong pagtitipon ay isa sa ilalim ng mahigpit na regulasyon at maaring i-disperse. Mayroon ding profiling at monitoring ng mga residente at implementasyon ng planadong schedule para sa mga mamamayang nagbiyahe papunta sa trabaho at pauwi. Una, hindi po ba't ang pagbabawal ng mga pampublikong pagtitipon ay tahasang paglabag sa karapatan ng mamamayan na malayang magtipon upang ipahayag ang mga karaingan? Malinaw naman po na nakasulat sa konstitusyon na hindi dapat magpatibay ng batas na magbabawas sa kalayaan, sa pananalita, pagpapahayag o sa karapatan ng taong bayan na makapagtipon at makapagpetisyon sa pamahalaan upang ilahad ang kanilang mga panawagan. Mr. Speaker, bilang sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, sa anumang paraan ay hindi po objective ng panukalang batas na ito na maging dahilan na pigilin ang freedom of expression. If there's anyone who values that so in a very, very crucial manner, I'm one of those who will never legislate that we should hamper any freedom of expression. Ito lang po ay panandalian sa panahon po ng may threat sa ating kalusugan. I-regulate lang po ng mga LGU yung mga public gathering at flow po ng mga tao sa mga government-managed public spaces na papag-usapan ko po yung detalya sa implementing rules ng panukalang batas na ito. Dahil po, kung hayaan kaagad natin na malalaking gathering kaagad, wala pa naman pong vaccine. At saka alam natin na yung pag-lift po ng ECQ, GCQ, CQ, maski anong Q, ay nandyan pa naman yung sakit. Ayaw po natin kumalat ng gusto at magkaroon ng second wave at magkaragdagang hawahan. So this is really the intention of the bill is to just limit big gatherings, but this will be determined in the IRR. The activities must be limited in those government spaces. Mahaba po itong aking panukalang batas dito. Ito po yung sa number 2 on LGUs. I will not read it on the record anymore, but it's there. So there are exceptions to this, and this will be itemized in the implementing rules. It simply intends to make sure that health standards and protocols are complied with.
Salamat, ginang speaker, ginang sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Pangalawa po, malamang ay narinig rin ninyo ang tungkol sa mga aresto sa ilalim ng ECQ. Lalo na yung malawakang aresto noong Mayo 1, Mr. Speaker. Halimbawa sa Marikina, inaresto ang 10 relief volunteer ng kapulisan dahil lang sa may placard silang nanawagan ng libreng mass testing. Mismo ang mayor ang nagsabi na wala silang maling ginawa, inobserbahan ang social distancing at nagpaalam sa LGU. Paano natin pasigurado na hindi maabuso ang iba pang probisyon sa panukalang batas na ito, lalo na laban sa oposisyon, kritiko at mamamayan at mga mamamayan na may lehitimong kritisismo? Ano ang safety nets ng sa bitter normal bill? Paano natin titiyakin ang accountability ng mga aabuso nito?
Naglagay po tayo, Mr. Speaker, dito ng oversight function ng Kongreso. At sisikapin po natin, bagamat hindi naman tayo lehislatura ang siya magpapatupad ng ating mga batas, ay sisikapin natin sa ating oversight function to make sure that the executive and the LGUs do not abuse this temporary power we give them just to prevent the transmission of disease. Dahil meron naman po mga penalties for government officials at ng otoridad na siyang mag-aabuso ng kanilang power na ito.
Maraming salamat, ginang sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Ginang sponsor, mayroon bang provision sa batas ng New Normal Bill na magtitiyak sa karapatan ng mamamayang katutubo sa kanayunan na tumitindig para sa depensahan ang lupaing ninuno at pinapatuloy yung pagsasarili sa pagpapaunlad sa kanilang ekonomiya na batayan. Mayroon bang tiyak na pagprotekta sa kanila dahil po batay sa karanasan ang mga katutubo po sa kanayunan, lalo na doon sa ating pinanggagalingan na komunidad, ay talagang palaging sila yung vulnerable sa mga paglabag sa karapatang pantao. Speaker, ginang sponsor.
Salamat po sa inyong katanungan. At again, kung meron pong taong lubos na nagmamahal po sa mga katutubo, ay alam naman po ninyo, kasama nyo ako dyan. This bill really protects the rights of vulnerable sectors, and that vulnerable sector definitely includes our indigenous people. Kaya tignan po nyo, kung susuriin nyo, marami po mga panukalang parte po ng bill na ito na nagpoprotekta, nagde-defend ng ating kultura at pati ng ating kalikasan. Nandyan po ang pagpatupad ng mga environmental laws mula sa clean air, sa clean water, sa ecological solid waste. Meron pa nga tayong culture mapping amendment para po sa protection at conservation ng mga kultura. ng mga Pilipino kasama ang kultura ng ating mga indigenous peoples. So this bill really protects the rights of our indigenous people.
Salamat ng sponsor, Mr. Speaker, kasi po ako mag-senior citizen na ako ngayong August, wala po sa aking pagkabata ay wala pong batas na nagpapasiguro sa kapakanan naming mga katutubo, lalo na doon sa pag-angkin ng aming mga lupain. Kaya sinasabi namin na nang dahil sa batas, talagang nawalan kami ng karapatan na angkinin ang aming mga lupain. Kaya ako po'y magpapasalamat kung sa batas na ito ay talagang bibigyan ng kahalagahan ang buhay at karapatan ng mga katutubo na talagang simulat sa pool ay doon namumuhay sa bundok at malayang nagpapaunlad sa aming mga tradisyonal na pangunguna sa komunidad, tradisyonal na pagpapaunlad sa ekonomiya at pinapaunlad din ang aming kultura. Sana po sa mga pangangambang ito na magpapatuloy yung walang pagrespeto sa aming pagsasarili, kaya palagi naming pinapanawagan na sana itong makagawa ng meron talagang batas na maglaan ng probisyon na specific sa mga katutubo sa buong Pilipinas na igalang ang karapatan sa pagsasarili. Kasi sa ngayon, yung panahon ng COVID-19, ang mga katutubo ay hindi pa nga sila masyadong inabot ng ayuda ng gobyerno, ay sila pa yung napakaraming dinaranas na paglabag sa karapatang pantao. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, ng sponsor, mahalaga ang karapatan sa kalusugan ng lahat, ngunit hindi ito bumabangga sa karapatan ng mamamayang magpahayag at magtipon upang maglahad ng kahilingan. Kung hindi magkaisa at magsasalita ang mga tao, malamang ay hindi natin makamit ang mga kalayaan at serbisyong pangkalusugan na pinatamasa natin ngayon. Sa panahong lalong lumiliit ang natirang demokratikong espasyo, huwag nating dagdagan pa ang pagpapatahimik sa mga tao, huwag nating gawing new normal ang pagpapatahimik sa mamamayan. Protektahan natin ang karapatan ng mga taong bayan at higit sa lahat, protektahan natin ang ating inang kalikasan dahil ito ang kumukup sa atin kahit anumang sakuna ang mararanasan natin. Huwag nating hayaang maubos ang ating inang kalikasan dahil ang ating kalikasan ay nagmamarka ito ng dignidad ng mga mamamayang Pilipino bilang bilang kanila itong sariling resources para sa kanilang para sa sariling pag-unlad ng bansang Pilipinas. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, ginang sponsor. Magandang gabi sa ating lahat.
Maraming salamat po sa mga pinahatid niyong mga suggestions and commentary, and I assure you I'm on one with you in protecting the rights of our indigenous people. In fact, in my home province of Antique, ang mga ati, ang mga Iray ng Bukidnon, at hindi lamang sa Antique, all over the country, we've always fought and endeavored to help and further the rights of our indigenous people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Euphemia Hulyamat, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the next member who wishes to interpolate is the gentleman from Bayan Muna, Honorable Ferdinand Gaite.
The Honorable Ferdinand Gaita is hereby recognized. Congressman Gaite.
If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Speaker, Congressman Gaite already interpolated the other night.
Kung Ferdin, nakamute ka.
Sir, I interpolate the previous night and hopefully that will serve already as my interpolation. Tama po ang ating sponsor, si Congressman Lauren Legarda.
Thank you very much, Congressman Gaite. Kala ko papagodin mo na naman ako. Kahapon, inabot kami ng past 12 midnight.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gaite, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the next to interpolate or to give his manifestation is the gentleman from the 4th District of Pangasinan, Congressman Christopher De Venecia.
The Honorable Christopher De Venecia is hereby recognized. Kong Toff.
I recall that when I spoke to Conctof de Venecia, because I already accepted the amendments in his letter to me, it was incorporated in the substitute bill that will be presented later. I'm not certain if, he will still speak. Okay.
Please proceed, Congressman De Venecia.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, please proceed.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor, just brief manifestation. Allow me to propound my congratulations to our arts and culture champ, my mother in culture, the Honorable Deputy Speaker Lauren Legarda. I'm humbled to have participated in the hearings on this measure and grateful that the distinguished sponsor has accepted this representation's proposed amendments. Allow me to highlight just a few. I thank the distinguished sponsor for being open to the inclusion of the private sector, particularly industries and umbrella organizations, in crafting minimum health standards and protocols for their respective sectors, and for not undermining collective efforts undertaken by such organizations to collaborate with government in policing their own ranks towards a better normal. I also thank the distinguished sponsor for being open to institutionalizing the need for our LGUs to undertake cultural mapping in order to provide them the document from which to extract inspiration for fiestas or festivals and other cultural gatherings, but for socio-economic activities as well. I also thank the sponsor for recognizing the need to upgrade and revitalize the caliber of our digital and online learning modalities and modules, particularly the MAPE or the Music, Arts, Physical Education and Health curriculum in our K-12 system as we venture into new frontiers of learning for our 27 million learners. I thank the distinguished sponsor for the inclusion of emergency cash subsidies for our artists and cultural workers, and for the more than 1 million freelancers in our creative economy. I will not belabor this point as I have in the PESA bill, but in their behalf, I thank the distinguished sponsor. And finally, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, gratitude for institutionalizing the need for good agricultural and climate resilient practices, as well as capacity building programs towards family farming framework, so as to encourage our youths to get into agriculture. Alam naman po natin ang average age ng ating farmers ngayon ay 57 to 59 years old na po. So in a decade's time, we can expect a crisis of food security in our agricultural sector. So I thank the distinguished sponsor for her foresight and unparalleled concern as well for the environment. That's all, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to thank the distinguished sponsor for crafting this measure that will institutionalize a better normal for our country. In crisis, there's opportunity, and there's an opportunity here today to reshape, reignite, resculpt our economy by revitalizing sectors like arts and culture, as well as our freelancers and creative industries to give them the spotlight that they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you once again to our honorable distinguished sponsor.
Thank you very much to our very young but very talented and brilliant director, producer, and congressman from Pangasinan, a co-advocate of promotion and preservation of Philippine art and culture. Thank you for your very enlightening provisions that we wholeheartedly accepted as amendments to this very important measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Toff de Venecia, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill 6864. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? I hear none, then the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
1 minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Hindi pa.
Walang number.
Tapos, anong script nito?
Ano?
May mag-interpolate? Wala na.
Favorite mo, pare.
It's fine.
Sessions resumed. To all members who wish to explain their vote in writing, might do so by submitting the written explanation to the Office of the Secretary General to be inserted as part of the records. Please take note, all members. This is for House Bill number 6875. Sessions suspended. John.
Joven. Kuya Joven. P.S. Rani. Bigyan mo si P.S. Rani. Wala ka naman isa yan.
Ano ba? 5 minutes lang daw, ha? Tal, di ka ba yan, Tal? Continue muna ka.
Sabi kay Sarah lang.
Siya naman, office na. Okay.
Tamang libro pare. Ha? Balikan niyo.
To resume.
Congress na po yung regional to read.
Hindi na read, di ba resume consideration na lang?
Read ulit?
Shorty, resume consideration.
Tapos read pa ulit?
I-read pa yung title? 5 minutes. Hindi na, para hindi na mahal.
Dave. Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill 6864. And may I request the Secretary General be redirected to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 6864, an act establishing policies, regulations, and public health safeguards for the better normal in the workplace, public places, and communities toward a sustainable recovery from COVID-19 pandemic.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentle lady from Kabataan Party List, the Honorable Sara Elago, for her interpellation.
Congresswoman Sara Elago of Kabataan Party List is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Magandang gabi sa lahat. Will the sponsor, Deputy Speaker, yield to a few clarificatory questions?
The sponsor, Deputy Speaker Lauren Ligarda, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Sara
Mr.
Elago is...
Speaker.
Yes,
Mr.
Madam Sponsor.
Speaker.
Madam Sponsor.
Can I be heard now? I was muted by the host, by the administrator. Am I unmuted now?
Please proceed, Madam Sponsor.
Yes, this representation welcomes the interpellation by one of the youngest distinguished colleagues in the House, a eco warrior, Congresswoman Elago. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Congresswoman Elago is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Una sa lahat, nagpapasalamat po tayo sa ating distinguished sponsor, Deputy Speaker, sa pagsasama ng mga rekomendasyon ng mga kabataan sa pagbibigay ng prioridad sa kalusugan, sa kapakanan, sa proteksyon ng buong education community hinggil sa pagbabalik eskwela sa muli pong pagbubukas ng mga klase. Gayon din, Ginoong Speaker, ang pagsama ng accessibility sa lahat ng aspeto ng mga persons with disabilities, lalong-lalo na po sa edukasyon. Sa darating rin po na June 5, Ginoong Speaker, ay World Environment Day. Ang tema nito ay Time for Nature at nagagalak po ang mga kabataan sa pagkakaroon ng napakaraming pag-unlad, pagpapayaman ng Better Normal Bill, bilang pangsuporta sa kinabukasan ng ating mga kabataan. Kaya naman, Ginoong Speaker, nito pong nakaraan na Lunes, nang kami ay magkaroon ng pambansang konsultasyon, ang mga kabataan po ay meron lang ilan na mga gustong linawin sa mga provision na may kinalaman sa education, sa pagbubukas ng mga klase. Ang iba po sa kanilang mga pangunahing suliranin ay natalakay na rin po sa mga very exhaustive na mga debate at diskusyon sa ating mga komite, kaya ito na lamang po ang aking katanungan. May kinalaman po sa magiging sistema ng grading, ng assessment, ng performance ng mga estudyante sa eskwelahan. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, this pertains to number 4 of Section D, Better Normal for Schools and Education Institutions. Can the distinguished sponsor, Deputy Speaker, explain the proviso or not penalizing students? And I quote, for their inability to access and participate in electronic or digital means of learning due to limitations in connectivity or unavailability of equipment. That's my first query, Mr. Speaker.
I have here House Bill 6864, and this is the version as of June 3, 1 p.m. Is Your Honor referring to this consolidated version already? Just so that we're on the same page, Mr. Speaker. May I know which provision you are referring to, because I'm already holding the substitute bill, so that I would know what page and which provision Your Honor is referring to.
Mr. Speaker, I'm holding now a copy of the bill uh, given in the floor last June 1. So this was a copy from June 1 in the plenary. So I don't think I have the copy of the substitute bill yet, Mr. Speaker.
That's okay, because I'm holding now the latest copy as of today. If Your Honor does not have a copy, I understand the question anyway. I'm holding the committee report as filed, okay? And that is the question of Your Honor is, students shall not be penalized for their inability to access and participate in electronic or digital means of learning due to limitations in connectivity or the unavailability of um, equipment. Is that the question of Your Honor? Yes, we have to be sensitive to the needs and the lack of access of our learners. Why do I say this? I come from a province where the mountains meet the sea. Kabundukan, karagatan, may mga katutubo, may mga isla. Paano naman ho kung di makapasok sa bundok ang mga bata? Paano po kung down ang internet? So there are different aspects of learning now. We call it hybrid perhaps. Others may still do face-to-face. The others may use the cable TV available. The others, pwede bang ituktok sa bahay kasi yung hard copy ibigay dyan kung malapit lang sa eskwelahan. And the others, of course, will use a digital platform when available. But at no instance should a child or a learner be penalized because he or she did not have access to the technology or was not online due to the breakdown of the digital infrastructure.
So, Ginoong Speaker, ang ibig sabihin po nito ay wala po tayong estudyante na babagsak, no, sa kanyang asignatura nang dahil sa mga sirkumstansya na wala na po sa kanyang kontrol sa ilalim ng pandemic at tayo ay may hinaharap na public health emergency.
Ay, hindi po.
Yun pa.
Hindi po ibabagsak ang estudyante dahil po wala siyang laptop, dahil wala siyang iPad, dahil wala siyang access sa teknolohiya, dahil bagsak ang kanyang internet. Kung tayo mga congressman at congresswomen ay minsan nga nawawala tayo sa ere or bagsak o mabagal ang internet, paano pa sa mga probinsya? And so this proposed measure is sensitive to that situation.
Katunayan, Ginoong Speaker, marami na po tayong mga pamantasan, mga eskwelahan, ang nagbibigay rin po ng mga palugit pagdating sa, halimbawa po, hindi muna na ipapasa ng mga requirements dahil nga po sa kahirapan sa internet connectivity o kaya naman ay nagbibigay ng mga alternatibang proyekto o mga requirements, no, para sa mga estudyante para makasabay pa rin at walang maiwan pagdating sa pagtiyak ng karapatan sa edukasyon. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, paano naman po yung pagbibigay ng grado na Mass 3 or Mass 75? Ito po ay numeric grade, a numeric passing grade na ibibigay doon sa mga hindi makakadalo ng kanilang mga online classes o hindi pa kompleto yung kanilang mga requirements po na naipapasa sa eskwelahan. Papayagan po kaya natin to. Sa tingin po kasi ng representasyon na ito, kawawa po ang maralita o yung mga walang access dito. Kasi nandyan ang husay, no, kaya naman na magawa ang isang proyekto. Kaso nga dahil sa hindi makalabas, kailangan magstay sa bahay o sarado yung malapit na computer shop, hindi rin naman makapag-wifi sa library dahil sarado ang campus, siya ay makakakuha ng automatic na 3 or 75, imbis na makakuha ng mas mataas na grado.
At no instance should the lack of access to technology or equipment or any such situation be a reason for a lower grade or for failure for that matter. That would be completely unclear. But of course, that cannot be mentioned in the law because that is actually an operationalization and implementation already of these provisions. Just a related provision on subsection 5. The national government shall allocate funding for the research, the training of faculty, curriculum development, monitoring and evaluating, benchmarking, the development of systems for learning continuity during times of crisis, such as the occurrence of a pandemic. Remember, Mr. President, while we're experiencing these changes in our life and the difficulties brought about by COVID-19, we are not certain how long it's going to be or whether this is the last infectious disease that will hit us. We never knew a year ago what COVID-19 meant. We will never know a new pandemic in the years to come. And so we must develop the digital infrastructure. We must develop flexible learning systems, not necessarily face-to-face. And therefore, we must also base our assessment of the children, of our learners, of our youths, based on these flexible learning systems. Thank you, Mrs. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Naway tayo po ay makasama at makiisa at makaisa natin ang ating Deputy Speaker hinggil sa pagtitiyak na wala nga pong babagsak o makakakuha ng mas mababang grado doon sa kanya sa kakayanan at sa kapasidad ng mga estudyante dahil nga po sa dulo po ng circumstansya ng pandemic, it's tremendously difficult to perform as if parang business as usual o normal lang po ang lahat. Ngayon po ay may mga ganyan ng mga instance kaya tayo po ay gagawa ng mga hakbang upang hindi na yan maulit muli o kaya naman ay makapagbigay rin tayo ng rekomendasyon sa mga eskwelahan na ito po ay nakakabigat, nagdadagdag po ng pasanin doon sa mga scholars natin at sa mga lahat po ng mga learners na humaharap sa isang pandemic. And now, let me go, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, to our next urgent concern. Tungkol po ito sa mga varsity athletes at mga student assistants na sinabihan na po ng kanilang mga eskwelahan na sila po ay mawawalan ng scholarship status sa darating na taon. No, bilang parte ng business continuity plans ng mga private education sectors. Ginoong Speaker, Madam Sponsor, meron po ba tayong provision dito sa Better Normal Bill na magtitiyak na sa panahon po na tayo ay sama-samang babangon at nais nating sama-sama na gumaling mula sa COVID-19 ay wala pong scholar na haharap sa ganitong banta o mas mawawalan po ng kanilang mga scholarship status.
All the more now, we should help our learners, Mr. President, whether it's in the public or the private sector, to even threaten our learners, our children, the youths of our country to lose their scholarships. I don't think that is the way everybody should adjust to the situation. In fact, paluwagan nga natin ang ating mga patakaran at hindi gawin mas stricto dahil ito naman ay panandalian lamang and we're adjusting to this pandemic. And so at no point would we encourage or even tolerate such treatment to our learners, Mr. Speaker. There's no provision that mentions that, but of course the bill does not intend to put any of our students and learners at a disadvantage.
Salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Tayo po ay papanukala rin ng mga amyenda upang tiyakin po na wala ring matatanggalan ng kanilang mga scholarship status, lalong-lalo na po sa Kongreso, ginagawa rin po natin ang lahat ng pamamaraan upang bigyan ng suporta ang hindi lang po ang pampubliko, no, kundi ang lahat po ng nasa sektor ng edukasyon upang matiyak natin na ang learning, no, ang pag-aaral at pagkatuto po ng mga estudyante ay hindi po matitigil. We will submit our individual amendments at the proper time, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. My last question would be on the flexible learning modalities. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, papayagan po ba natin ang isang eskwelahan? Sa private schools po ito kadalasan na i-report mo sa representation namin na hindi po mag-offer ng flexible learning modalities pagkos online digital learning lamang po ang meron. Kaya po meron na ring advice doon sa mga hindi talaga kaya na makabiyahe pabalik sa may internet connectivity o hindi kayang mapaabutan agad ng gadget na wag po munang mag-enroll. Ano po kayang suporta na available para sa mga estudyante na ito?
You're talking about the private school advising their students not to enroll because there's no internet connectivity yet? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Those details, those details are not mentioned in this piece of legislation. We realize that there are many difficulties, whether it's a public and private schools, but it is better left, perhaps in the IRR, but clearly under our measure, we speak about public and private educational institutions, universities, colleges. They will formulate, they will develop, they will adopt their own flexible learning approach designed to meet the needs, the unique needs of the students in their locality, the capabilities of the faculty members as well, and the conditions on the ground, without the prejudice to the adoption of measures for online learning. And the coverage of this is both for the public and the private sector. So it would be difficult to have one measure because we know that perhaps a school in Quezon City would be different from a school, let's say, in Valderrama, yung bundok sa amin, sa Antique. Diba? Mahirap yun. Pero this number 2 phrase or provision in the Better Normal bill covers public and private education institutions, which I just read.
Congresswoman Ilago, please wrap up.
Mr. Speaker, my final question. Will the distinguished sponsor be open or would consider having another provision in Section D, Better Normal for schools, in ensuring that under the Better Normal, a collection of tuition and other school fees would be fair. There could be, adjustments or even refunds, and ensuring of transparency in payment of TOSF. Sa ngayon po kasi, iba-iba po yung nangyayari. Yung iba, nag-waive ng mga enrollment fees. Meron din naman nag-announce na hindi sila magtataas. Pero sa ngayon po kasi walang kahit anong guide o kahit anong rekomendasyon pagdating sa tuition and other school fees. Isa po sa mga hakbang na ginawa na rin ng mga nakaraang taon ay ang kapag natamaan po ng sakuna ang isang lugar ay ang regional offices ng CHED na pong nagtatakda ng moratorium sa tuition at binibigay po natin yun. No? At nasa kapangyarihan yun ng Commission on Higher Education. Pero baka po maaari na sa ilalim ng Better Normal, tayo na po ang manguna sa pambansang level na magkaroon ng adjustments, magkaroon ng review sa mga policies pagdating sa tuition and other school fees sa ilalim ng Better Normal dahil hindi naman po katulad ng dati na face-to-face at residential learning ang meron tayo. Ngayon po kalakhan remote blended learning ang gagamitin po natin sa darating na pasukan.
I believe, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, that
Can you please
that
wrap up,
concern-
ma'am?
Yes, that concern can be formulated by the public and the private universities because under this provision number 2, it says that these universities will design the programs that could better meet the needs of the students. And that specific concern can be developed depending on the need of the students in which private or public university. I understand what Your Honor is saying, except that to put unique, specific issues and problems in this bill might be going into too many details, and that perhaps could also be tackled in the IRR of the Act.
Okay. Congresswoman
Thank you,
Lago.
Mr. Speaker. Our distinguished sponsor will continue our active engagement in crafting the Better Normal Bill. We hope, and we join the distinguished sponsor in guaranteeing inclusion and participation of students and the learning community in all aspects of planning, implementation of the pandemic response and a recovery plan towards the better normal. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Maraming salamat po, Madam Sponsor, Deputy.
We greatly appreciate the concern of our young, distinguished Congresswoman on the educational sector and would appreciate receiving a copy of her suggestions, which we can transmit to the educational institutions, both public and private, so that they, when they craft the IRR, can be advised on the possibilities of these issues coming.
Okay, Majority Leader.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. President.
Mr.
Thank you,
Speaker,
Madam Sponsor. Thank you, Congressman Ilago. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other members who wish to interpellate the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair is done. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Move to suspend.
Motion, session suspended. Ako na.
Sessions resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 6864. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill number 6811, 6868, and 6952, as well as House Resolution number 910, all seeks to amend Republic Act number 11469, otherwise known as the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act, were referred to the Committee on Rules. Mr. Speaker, upon authority granted to the Majority Leader by the Committee on Rules to act on House Bill number 6811, 6868, and 6952, as well as House Resolution number 910, and pursuant to Rules number 18 of Section 137 and 138 of the Rules of the House, I move that the House be constituted into a Committee of the Whole in order for the House to consider the said measures.
Any objection?
Mr.
What's the pleasure of the gentleman from Bayan muna?
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Kaloy Zarate.
Please proceed. Honorable Zarate.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Speaker. Pwede po bang mailinaw ng kagalang-galang na Majority Floor Leader, Mr. Speaker, bakit ngayong gabi lang po na pagdesisyonan na itong mga bills na ito na kanyang nabanggit at House Resolution na I understand this was referred to the proper committees, no? Na naka-reflect doon sa kanyang dates. It was received on May 26, 27, and 28, and it was referred to proper committees. Then suddenly these bills are being tackled in tonight's session, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to our colleague, these bills were referred to earlier in the month of May. However, due to the other equally important bills or even more important bills that the House needs to tackle, this bill was actually moved to, the schedule of the hearing of this bill was actually moved. And then, as to answer the question of the Honorable Caloy Zarate, we are about to adjourn sine die. And the Bayanihan Hill Aswak, Aswan, the Republic Act 11469 is about to expire as well. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it was decided by the Committee on Rules that we tackle these bills because these bills were actually made to amend House Bill, Republic Act number 11469 to extend the validity of the Bayanihan to Hill Aswan Act.
Is the gentleman from Bayan Muna satisfied with
Yes,
the answer
Mr.
of the
Speaker,
majority?
thank you for the answer. Kaya nga po, tayo ay nagtataka kung ganun pala na mahalaga ang mga panukalang batas na ito, dapat sinertipikahan ito ng Malacanang. Bagkus, ang sinertipikahan ay ang anti-terror bill, na hindi yun ang pangangailangan ng ating mamamayan. Pangalawang punto, sinasabi natin mag-expire na ang bayanihan, ang batas na ating ipinasa, ang Bayanihan Act to Heal Aswan. Ay hindi pa nga buong-buong nakapag-ulat ang ehekutibo kung paanong sinunod nila o paano ang ginawa nila para ang batas na yun ay ma-implementa. Kaya nga nilagyan natin ng sunset provision yon. And up to now, wala tayong natanggap na ganong report. At sa aming pagtataya, failure ang ehekutibo sa kapangyarihan na ibinigay natin sa kanila. Hanggang ngayon, doon sa ating ibinigay na kapangyarihan na dapat makapagbigay ng ayuda, ay hindi pa rin nakarating sa maraming mga kababayan natin ang ayudang dapat ay makarating sa kanila. Ang kabaliktaran ang nangyari, Mr. Speaker, sa halip na mass testing, mass tracing, mass arrest ang ginawa. Ang mas pinalaganap nila ay yung penal provision ng Bayanihan
Sorry
Act.
to the gentleman from Bayan Muna Party List. I think the clarification had been answered by the Majority Leader, and your observation and manifestation is is being noted by the presiding officer. We have a motion on the table, and we are now ready, and I'm ready to any answer if there's an objection to the motion on the table.
Yes, I'm registering my objection, Mr. Speaker.
There's an objection to the motion that we constitute the plenary of the whole, that we constitute the committee of the whole. Those who are in favor to the objection. Those who are in favor to the objection, please say aye. And those who are against, ibig sabihin, kung sino po yung gusto na mag-constitute tayo sa committee, bilang committee of the whole, please say nay. Nay. Ano? So, those who are for the objection, mali yata, mali. Sorry. The motion on the table, let us constitute the plenary as committee of the whole. And now, I ask the body if there is any objection, and there was an objection. So those who are in favor to the motion that we constitute committee of the whole, please say aye. Aye. Those who are against, please say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with that ruling, I move that the Majority Leader, the Honorable Martin Romualdez, be designated to preside over the Committee of the Whole, and the Honorable Mikey Arroyo be designated to act as the floor leader.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader Romualdez shall preside over the Committee of the Whole, and Representative Mikey Arroyo shall be designated as the floor leader. The session is suspended to give way to the proceedings of the Committee of the Whole. Hello. Yes, first time sa atin na mag-ay.
Game?
Okay. The Committee of the Whole is called to order.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we dispense with the calling of the roll.
Is
I
there
so
any
move, Mr.
objection?
Chairman.
The chair hears none. The calling of the roll is hereby dispensed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, with since the calling of the roll has been dispensed, I move that we adopt the ground rules of the Committee of the Whole House, copies of which have been distributed earlier.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The ground rules of the Committee of the Whole are hereby adopted. Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I now move for the consideration of House Bill number 6811, 6868, and 6952, and House Resolution number 910, and direct the Secretary General to read the respective titles of the measures. I so move.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the respective titles of House Bills number 6811, 6868, and 6952, and House Resolution number 910.
House Bill number 6811, an act amending Republic Act 11469, or an act declaring the existence of a national emergency arising from the coronavirus disease 2019 COVID-19 situation and a national policy in connection therewith, and authorizing the President of the Republic of the Philippines for a limited period and subject to restrictions to exercise powers necessary and proper to carry out the declared national policy and for other purposes by extending its effectivity for another 3 months. House Bill number 6868, an act declaring the existence of a continuing national emergency arising from the coronavirus disease 2019 COVID-19 situation, amending Section 9 of Republic Act number 11469, otherwise known as the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act, and for other purposes. House Bill number 6952, an act providing for COVID-19 response and recovery interventions and providing mechanism to accelerate the recovery and bolster the resiliency of the Philippine economy, providing funds therefore and for other purposes. House Resolution number 910, a resolution calling for the extension of the effectivity of Republic Act number 11469, or the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act, until such time that a cure or a vaccine for the coronavirus disease COVID-19 has been developed.
Mr. Chairman, I move we recognize the Honorable Congressman Alvarado to sponsor the measures.
Representative Congressman Jonathan Alvarado is hereby recognized to sponsor the measures. Please proceed.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, mga kasama sa House of the People.
Hinihimo ko ang bawat isa na suportahan ang ating mahal na Pangulo sa kanyang mithiin na iahon muli ang ating sambayanan sa pagkakalugmok mula sa COVID-19. Ang bayanihan to recover as one ay isa sa mga kinikilalang hakbang patungo sa tunay na paghilom. Layunin ng panukalang ito na maglaan ng probisyon para sa ating mga kababayan na lubusang tinamaan ng sakuna na dulot ng pandemyang ito. Sila ang mga low-income families, mga displaced OFWs, mga no work, no pay na manggagawa, mga freelancers, mga individual na self-employed at iba pang mga manggagawa na masusing kinilala ng ating pamahalaan na lubos na nangangailangan ng ayuda. Kasama din sa mga hakbang ang pagsisimula ng mga pagawaing nasyonal na nag-ahon sa kahirapan sa maraming mga bansa noong nakaraang mga panahon. Tandaan po natin na ang mga bansang maunlad ngayon at kaagad nakabangon sa mga sakuna tulad ng Estados Unidos pagkatapos ng unang digmaang pandaigdig, ay nagkaroon ng massive construction upang maibangon ang kanilang ekonomiya. Gayon din ang bansang Hapon, pagkatapos ng ikalawang digmaang pandaigdig, ay nagkaroon din ng isang massive construction upang maging patrabaho at magkaroon ng makakain ang kanilang mga mamamayan. Mga kasama, kagaya nga ng sinabi ng ating Pangulo, sa ating mga minamahal na kababayan, hindi namin kayo pababayaan. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, distinguished sponsor. Mr. Chairman, after this, we still have to take up and finish the new normal act of the Honorable Legarda. And the Senate has already adjourned, Mr. Chairman. So we have to finish this measure by tomorrow, assuming we get the certification as we presume or we are hoping for. So, Mr. Chairman, we hope we will have a BICAM within the next few days. So at least the people can benefit from this new Bayanihan Act, improved Bayanihan Act, which is more for the people. Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of our colleagues here, I respectfully move that we'll just interpolate the sponsor when we go back to the plenary. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we consider House Bill number 6952 as the working draft of this committee.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Chairman, with the foregoing explanation of the Honorable Mikey Arroyo, I move that we proceed with the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we recognize the Honorable Christine Singson Mihan to introduce individual amendments.
Congresswoman Christine Minhan is hereby recognized. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, may I request that my proposed amendment to House Bill 6952 be considered. On page 5, line 6, to amend subparagraph F with the following provision. F provision of an emergency subsidy to all affected Filipinos in need of emergency subsidy, such as all low-income families, households with recently returned overseas Filipino workers, OFWs, no work, no pay individuals, such as freelancers and self-employed individuals, and such other families or individuals properly identified by the government as in need of emergency subsidy, resulting from the Enhanced Community Quarantine, ECQ, being implemented or previously implemented by the government.
Mr.
The
Sponsor.
authors accept, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we accept also and we move that we adopt the amendments.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The amendments are hereby adopted.
Next, on the same page, same subparagraph, line 14, after rice subsidy, add received by properly identified and qualified low-income families.
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
We accept also, Mr. Chairman, and then move to adopt the amendments.
Is there any objections? The chair hears none. The amendments are hereby adopted.
On page 17, line 31, after General Appropriations Act, GAA, add which cannot be utilized effectively as a result of the COVID-19 outbreak.
We accept, Mr. Chairman.
Likewise, Mr. Chair, we accept and move to adopt.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The amendments are hereby adopted.
On page 18, line 2, after National Policy, add the PAPs that may be discontinued shall include discretionary foreign travel, representation, mass events, and those identified by government agencies prior to the effectivity of this Act, provided that such discontinued PAPs do not support the objectives of economic stimulus and recovery for having low labor intensity or low multiplier effects, provided further that infrastructure having the highest multiplier effect can only be discontinued when all other funds, including unobligated allotments and unreleased appropriations, have been exhausted.
We accept, Mr. Chairman.
Likewise, Mr. Chair, we accept and move to adopt the amendments.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The amendments are hereby adopted.
On page 23, paragraph JJJ, line 15, after DPWH, add to reinstate and proceed with the implementation of infrastructure programs and projects that were discontinued due to the pandemic, and
we accept, Mr. Chairman.
Likewise, Mr. Chair, we adopt and move to adopt.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendments are hereby adopted.
on page 23, line 25, section 4, change 157 billion pesos to 162 billion pesos.
We accept, Mr. Chairman.
Likewise, Mr. Chair, we accept and move to adopt.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendments are hereby adopted.
On page 24, line 6, after subparagraph B, add a new paragraph C, which shall be read as follows. C, 5 billion pesos for the implementation of the Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situation Program of the DSWD to augment the current assistance program provided for those affected by the COVID-19 pandemic.
We accept, Mr. Chair.
Likewise, Mr. Chair, and move to adopt.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendments are hereby adopted.
On the last page, Section 10, Effectivity, amend the provision to Section 10, Effectivity. This act shall take effect upon its publication in the Official Gazette and one newspaper of general circulation and shall be in full force and effect until September 30, 2020, unless otherwise provided for in this act or extended by Congress.
We accept, Mr. Chair.
Likewise, Mr. Chair, we accept and move to adopt.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The amendments are
is
hereby
all.
adopted.
That is all, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there being no other members who wishes to introduce amendments, I move that we proceed with the consideration of the House bill and request that the Secretariat prepare a substitute bill incorporating the foregoing amendments that we have recently approved. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretariat is hereby directed to prepare a substitute bill incorporating therein all the approved amendments.
Mr. Chairman, I move to suspend session of the meeting so that we allow the Secretariat to prepare for the substitute bill.
Meeting suspended.
Huh? Utang na, buti na lang, bago ito.
The meeting is resumed. Majority Leader is recognized.
Bahala siya.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the substitute bill to House Bill number 6811, 6868, and 6952, as well as House Resolution number 910.
There's a motion to approve the substitute bill to House Bills number 6811, 6868, 6952, and House Resolution number 910. As many in favor of the substitute bill, please say aye.
Aye.
As many as are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. The substitute bill to House Bill number 6811, 6868, and 6952, and House Resolution number 910 is hereby approved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Secretariat be directed to prepare the committee report of the whole of the House for the substitute bill to House Bill number 6811, 6868, and 6952, and House Resolution number 910, and thereafter request the Secretariat to distribute the copies thereof to all the members.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The Secretariat is directed to prepare the report of the Committee of the Whole of the House and thereafter distribute copies of the said report to all members.
Mr. Chairman, I move to suspend the session.
Meeting suspended. The meeting is resumed. The Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the copies of the committee report of the whole of the House on House Bill number 6868 as prepared by the Secretariat have been distributed to the members present, as well as the members who are in the Zoom platform. I move that we approve said committee report. So moved, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion to approve the report of the Committee of the Whole. As many in favor of the committee report, please say aye.
Aye.
As many are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is hereby approved.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Rule 18, Section 138 of the Rules of the House, the Chairman is instructed to report its action to the House.
Noted.
Mr. Chair, I move that we adjourn the meeting of the Committee of the Whole.
The meeting of the Committee of the Whole is adjourned. The bid, 6952.
Hindi. Teka lang.
Pag wala objection, wala, di ba?
Kasi wag lang natin i-push yung take-off.
Ano raw?
Saan? Pagkatapos ng suspension, pagkatapos ng... Dito, recognize him right now. Game?
Sessions resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider Committee Report number 332 on House Bill number 6864 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the said measure. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of Committee Report number 332 on House Bill number 6864.
House Bill number 6864, an act establishing policies, regulations, and public health safeguards for the better normal in the workplace, public places, and communities toward a sustainable recovery from COVID-19 pandemic.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we recognize the Honorable Paul Daza for a very, very short manifestation. I so move.
Honorable Paul Dasa of Samar is recognized for a short manifestation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to our distinguished sponsor. I feel it's very, very critical to include in the records of this August chamber to support the language of this significant and historical bill some critical background, wherein Section 9, Paragraph B, that discusses the role of the DICT, wherein we are hoping that the digital infrastructure of this country will be fast-tracked, especially in the poor and unserved areas, that all, if not most, of the language that the committee adopted in this bill were also supported by the DICT, and in particular, I would like to put in the record, Mr. Speaker, that the language that will incentivize the private sector to put up internet and connectivity, like in Northern Samar, where most areas still don't have internet, wherein blended education and work from home will not do, that there's already an existing policy, a memorandum circular 0909-2003 called Wireless Data Networks and Devices of the National Telecom Communication. This particular detail may not have been picked up, and I appreciate the Majority Leader in giving me this opportunity to manifest and to include in our record that the hard work of the committee and the distinguished sponsor, in particular in the section of the digital infrastructure, be included in the records tonight. I would just like a simple recognition from the distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we take note of the manifestation of the Honorable Daza. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that we have terminated the period of interpellation and debates. Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Deputy Speaker Lauren Legarda to sponsor the measure. I so move.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker Loren Legarda, representative of Lone District of Antique, is recognized. Majority
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of amendment is hereby opened.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move that we close the period of committee amendments. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The period of committee amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, earlier, we have distributed to all members copies of the substitute bill to House Bill number 6864. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 104 of our rules, I move to amend by substitution the entire bill as contained in Committee Report number 332 with contents of the substitute bill earlier distributed to all the members. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend sessions.
Session suspended. Kasi kailangan to-close pa yun eh.
Hindi, baka mamaya. Pwede natin.
Hindi, kasi mag-move tayo to, di ba?
Pero bago, I was gonna suspend consideration before we there. Kasi what if something happens when we go back to
Yeah, yeah. Tama yan. Mamaya na lang. Kaya ako na. Ito. I don't know. Puputuhan na nga ako sa Where is it? Where? In the substitute bill? Substitute bill? Christopher.
Parang wala ka. I can't find it. Wala akong problema. Nandito lang ako eh.
What's your ano? 18 seconds or the what? Creative sectors na lang. Creative sectors na lang. Pwede. Pero mo lang ba? Okay. Okay na? Sige. Okay, na-adapt. Na-adapt na ba yung substitute yun? Sabihin na lang doon, tomorrow na lang. Sabay. Okay na. Sabay-kan pa naman kami. Which one? Ano na? Pinapart ko lang. Ano pa yung dalawang? Ito.
I have. Sige, okay. Export na. Got me. Okay. That are tourism enterprises. That are tourism enterprises. Oh. Sige, paki-text na lang. I can understand eh. You're breaking out eh. Sige, sige, okay, okay. Can I just see one? Can I see it? Yes.
Very noted then, DS. DS forward to sa'yo.
So, may pinarod po kasi ako eh. Pero sa bike ride lang. May lapad. Ako. Okay, bukas sa bike ako. Kasi, so lahat na may isip na natin. Isip na natin. Terminate lang natin. Para kung may mga internet na. Hindi. Pero ano na? Second reading, no? Complete?
Yeah. Yes, boss.
Yung resolution mo, okay na, no? 66 billion, no?
Saan, boss?
Yung resolution mo.
Yung ano yun, boss? Sa PESA. Boss, yung DS sa Pures, may ano siya? Amendments?
Andiyan?
Sa fish ports. Fish ports. Ano pala? Ayun, habol lang sa Paikan, boss, yung fisheries daw ang ano niya? Concern. Okay, boss.
to, ano? 695. 695 na yung bago.
Okay.
So, mag-prepare ka na ng BICAM ka. As a consultant. Papasok. So, ano na? Tapos, Ito, titirahin mo. Kanya lang.
Kanya lang.
Ito.
Dalawang. Tatlo.
Ito. Damay mo na ito. Omnibus law. Bukas na lang.
Ano House Bill number kay ano? Hindi kay ano? Ito. Game.
Sessions resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we suspend consideration of House Bill number 6864. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we consider House Bill number 6924 and request the Secretary General to read the title of the said measure. I so move.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 6924 for consideration on second reading.
House Bill number 6924, an act enabling banks to expand service delivery channels through cash agents and providing guidelines therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we recognize the distinguished sponsor, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Villaferte, to sponsor the measure. I so move.
Deputy Speaker L.A. Villaferte is recognized to sponsor House Bill 6924. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we open the period of interpellations. I so move, Mr.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member of the House who wishes to interpellate, I move we close the period of interpellation.
Any
I so
objection?
move, Mr. Speaker.
The chair is none. The period of interpellation and debate on House Bill 6924 is closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we open the period of committee amendments. I so move.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of committee amendment is open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we have already closed the period of committee amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of committee amendment is closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we open the period of individual amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of individual amendment is open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I move we close the period of individual
Any objection? The
amendments.
chair is none. The period of individual amendment is closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval on second reading of House Bill number 6924. I so move.
Those are in favor on second reading, for the approval on second reading of House Bill 6924, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 6924 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we consider House Bill number 6926 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the said measure. So move.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 6926 for consideration on second reading.
House Bill number 6926, an act supporting the growth and development of digital careers in the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we recognize the distinguished sponsor, the Deputy Speaker, Villaferte, to sponsor the said measure.
The distinguished sponsor of House Bill 6926, Deputy Speaker L.A. Villaferte, is recognized. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we open the period of interpellation and debate. So move.
Any objection? The chair is none. The period of interpellation and debate is open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, since there being no more interpellations, I move we close the period of interpellation and debate. So,
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we open the period of committee amendments. So move.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee amendments, I move we close the period of committee amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we open the period of individual
Any
amendments.
objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, so I move we close the period of
Any objection? The
individual
chair is
amendments.
none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we vote on second reading House Bill number 6926. So
Those who are for the approval on second reading of House Bill 6926, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 6926 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we consider House Bill number 6927 and direct the Secretary General to read the title of the said measure. So move.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 6927 for consideration on second reading.
House Bill number 6927, an act establishing the e-government, defining its powers and functions, and for other.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we recognize the Honorable Villaferte to sponsor the bill. So move.
The distinguished sponsor of House Bill 6927, Deputy Speaker Elry Villaferte is recognized. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we open the period of interpretation and debates.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no interpellators, I move we close the period of interpretation and debates.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we open the period of committee amendments. So move.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no more committee amendments, I move we close the period of committee amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we open the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we close the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we vote on second reading House Bill number 6927. So move.
Those who are for approval of the second reading of House Bill 6927, please say aye.
Aye.
Those who are against, please say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 6927 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we suspend for a minute.
Session suspended.
Papahiram daw sa iyo yung isa. Happy birthday! Papahiram daw sa iyo yung isa.
Miss birthday. Thank you, partner. Thank you. Boss, picture mo na tayo. Mas maaga na. Special guest. Birthday ko, ayaw ko picture. Birthday ko! Papigyan mo na lang.
Ayan. Gitna si Boss Ano eh. Ano, social distancing, no?
Okay na, andyan na. Andyan na.
Manyanita. Gusto mo manyanita? Thank you. Ha?
Birthday daw.
Manyanita daw eh. Hindi pa nga napagpupit, papakulong mo na ako. Wala ka mga braba pulpos.
Hindi ba naman ako kasi nakuha ba ako hindi?
Ganyan mo kami lalas po ngayon. Sharks. Nakateko ko wala?
Nandiyan ako. Boss. Si Baktas ko? Ano? Mike! Ba't sa amin nagpaalam? Ano yung pala sa kanila? Si Mike? Ano meron sila wala kami? Anong meron sila na wala kami? Ha? O, ayos na! Sa presinto ka na magpaliwanag. Sa presinto ka na magpaliwanag. Oy, non-believable yan. Magpa-terrorism yan. Bayanihan?
Binigyan natin ng report lang. Pinaprint lang sa ano.
Pasado na yung bukas yun.
Thank you, boss. Thank you, Mikey. Thank you. Adjourn na tayo. Thank you sa rules. Rules. Wala na naman traffic eh. Book to adjourn. Ano mag-ipon? Ano ka naman? Supportahan kita rin. Mayor at
Buti nga, may sitigmat ako.
ito po raw eh. Eh si Yaya.
Tulog na. Pagdating sa may tulog na si Yaya.
Shaki naman, additional reference muna.
Ulit. Malabo yung picture. Mag-additional pa. Oo, kasi oy, hindi na uwa eh. Hindi, wala yung mag-show eh. Hindi nasama yung mag-show.
Sessions resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we take up additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of measures on first reading.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Resolution Bills and the communication for referral to proper committees.
Additional reference of business, committee report. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on House Bill number 6953, entitled An Act Providing for COVID-19 Response and Recovery Interventions and Providing Mechanism to Accelerate the Recovery and Bolster the Resiliency of the Philippine Economy, providing funds therefore and for other purposes.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Jake, bakit si Sarah pinarap mo? Dapat
Taray nun.
Uy, liis ka rin.
Narinig ka sa mic. Narinig yun.
Ito na, no?
Sessions resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we take up House Bill number 6953 and request the Secretary General to read the title of the said measure. So move.
Any objection? The chair is none. The Secretary General is hereby directed to read the title of House Bill 6953 for consideration on second reading.
House Bill number 6953, an act providing for COVID-19 response and recovery interventions and providing mechanism to accelerate the recovery and bolster the resiliency of the Philippine economy, providing funds therefore and for other purposes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move we recognize the Honorable Villaferte to sponsor the said measure. So move.
The Deputy Speaker, representative from Camarines Norte, El Rey Villaferte, is recognized to sponsor House Bill 6953.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, good evening, distinguished colleagues. It is my privilege to sponsor the Bayanihan to Recover as One Act to supplement Republic Act number 11469, otherwise known as the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act. We drafted this measure with the welfare of every single Filipino in mind, with no one left behind. Every Filipino should be able to face every day in this battle against COVID-19 with no fear for his life and his future. With this measure, we hope to gain the confidence of everyone in our government's efforts to normalize our lives. We can do so with a more aggressive approach to containing COVID-19 by aligning our response and recovery interventions with the best practices and guidelines of the World Health Organization. This includes the testing of a good percentage of our population. At the same time, we are simultaneously making available various reliefs to all Filipinos. This is to enable the marginalized ones to still be able to put food on the table as the economy is still slowly opening up. These socio-economic relief efforts include emergency subsidy to workers, cash for work programs, prevention and control of other diseases, capital infusion to government banks, support programs for impacted sectors, and support to the agricultural sector, among others. It encompasses subsidies for displaced workers, from regular employees to contract workers, displaced OFWs, students both in public and private institutions, MSMEs, as well as farmers and fisher folks. This proposal rides on the optimism and resiliency of the Filipino spirit, ensuring that every Filipino is important. I earnestly seek your support for the immediate approval of this bill. Thank you very much, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, move to suspend.
Session suspended.
It has the same title. Second, anong bill nyo? Arise. 6815. Yung kay Boss El Rey. Oh, sorry.
Sessions resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in the period of sponsorship and debate. May I move that we recognize the Honorable Kit Belmonte for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the City of Quezon, Representative Kit Belmonte is recognized to interpolate the good sponsor from Camarines Sur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to greet happy birthday to the Honorable Deputy Speaker. And if the Deputy Speaker would honor me by answering just a few clarificatory
Mr. Speaker,
questions.
it would be an honor to answer questions.
Mr. Speaker, I noticed that we have the same short title as the Republic Act 11469 or the Bayanihan Hilas 1 Act. However, upon perusal of the document of the contents of House Bill 6953, it seems to be an entirely new bill, although it serves the same purpose of enhancing our fight against the coronavirus and its effects on our people and mitigating its effects on our people. It seems to be a different bill entirely. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, may I be clarified as to this matter?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. This is actually a new and enhanced version of the previous bill, Bayanihan to Heal as One. What we're trying to propose right now, it's called Bayanihan to Recover as One Act. It contains similar provisions as contained in the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act, but this is a new and enhanced version, meaning we have put in improved, enhanced provisions that will help the economy bounce back and help our people also, the affected sectors, cope with the COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Could I interject? The short title of Republic Act 11469 is Bayanihan to Heal as One Act. And this substitute bill, the short title is Bayanihan to Recover as One Act.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Speaker. I stand corrected. Therefore, this not being an extension of the previous law, which will expire pretty soon, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Therefore, the certain provisions not carried in this Recovery Act will also not be continued. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there are certain provisions here that were the same on the previously approved law, which is the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act, such as granting 100,000 pesos for health workers who were affected, 1 million for those who die out of COVID. These are some of the provisions that we also adopted in this new measure in the Bayanihan to Recover as One Act, which we are discussing. However, I would like to point out that we have added various provisions to help affected sectors, to stimulate the economy, which were not previously provisions of which were not present in the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that. I did notice, but I also noticed certain provisions in the Republic Act, in the law, that are no longer included here. Just for clarification, just so it's clear, those provisions that are not included here will die with the effectivity of the existing law. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. The effectivity of the Bayanihan to Heal as One law is until, I think, June 23. But technically, when Congress is adjourned, that law is basically will be no longer in effect. You're right, your distinguished gentleman from Quezon City is correct that provisions that were not included in the Bayanihan to Recover as One Act will no longer be applicable, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. That clarifies a lot for this representation. My only other the second question, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I likewise noticed in this proposed new bill that certain provisions are similar, if not in the actual content, but as to the purpose of other bills that have gone through plenary and have reached second reading. For example, the bill of the proponent himself, likewise the bill of the Congresswoman Stella Kimbo, the Arise Bill 6815, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. And these are all somewhat similar and will be affecting or will be utilizing more or less the same pool of our resources in the National Treasury. How will these bills relate to one another, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as we move forward?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Your Honor, for pointing that out. The intention really is to stimulate the economy, to help the affected sectors, which are partially tackled in this bill. And we have to accept, and we are proud that the PESA bill is very extensive. So there are certain portions of this bill that were derived from the PESA bill, but technically with the enormity of the problem, I think having two very similar intentions, similar provisions, I think is good. However, some provisions here that we're trying to propose, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, were also adopted by the Senate. As far as I'm based on my latest information, these bills that are the honorable gentleman from Quezon City mentioned were adopted in the Senate. So I think us similarly passing the same provisions and being approved, it's a good sign, meaning if this is approved by the Senate and the House and signed by the President, it can be implemented as soon as possible. While the PESA bill has no counterpart bill yet at the Senate. So I think adopting some very laudable provisions in the PESA bill, at the same time the Senate adopting it, is good for our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Understood, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Thank you for that. My last question only is that these other bills that originated in the House that still have no counterparts in the Senate, like for example the PESA bill and a lot of other bills that we have here, are of equal importance, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. And I would just like to be clarified as to our intention of still pursuing these bills, regardless of our coming together in pushing this bill, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po for pointing that out. It will be equally important as this bill. In fact, that will be more important because of the extensive research that is done, the enormity of the provisions that were passed with the PESA, with the cures. Even if you combine the PESA and the cures, or the ARISE and the cures, it will still, I think, I feel, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, would not be enough to stimulate the economy. So I think even if there are similar, or you can call some duplications, even if you put them together, the economy needs it. That's why it's important that this measure is passed, the one I'm sponsoring tonight, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. The ARISE bill is equally important. The Cures Act that we have passed in second reading is equally important. The new normal bill that we have been talking, the better normal. I think all of these are priority measures that the leadership and members of this Congress should support and push for approval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for that. I have no further questions. I would just like to point out, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that in many cases, magkakatalo ho tayo. I do have so many observations na sa tingin ko palpak yung implementation ng previous law. However, sobrang importante ng laban na to at iisa lang ang kalaban natin dito, yung virus na yan. So, in as much as we can come together, working together, the different houses and the executive, para lang matapos itong problemang to at makasulong na uli, makarecover ang bansa at ang mamamayan natin. Magkakaisa po tayo dito. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We share the sentiment and frustration of the distinguished gentleman from Quezon City. Alam namin po natin na the intention of passing the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act ng Kongreso, pinasa po natin, pinaghirapan, and we have to admit na meron talagang pagkukulang ang implementation. But at least this Congress, working hard, working late, ensuring that ensuring the people that tayo, we will work hard to make sure that funds that are needed to address the situation are immediately attended to, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honorable Kit Bolmonte for his interpellation. And now I move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas of the Gabriela Party List for her interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Arlene Brosas, representative from Gabriela Party List, is recognized to interpolate the good sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, maaari po bang magtanong sa ating buting sponsor ng ilang mga katanungan?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, ginoong sponsor, bumoto po ng no ang Makabayan Bloc sa Bayanihan to Heal as One Act noong Marso sa dahilang hindi nito sinasagot ang mga konkretong panawagan para sa pagpondo sa mass testing, mas masaklaw na pagbibigay ng ayuda at pagtataas ng kapasidad ng public health system at hindi klarong funding provision. Ngayon, lumalabas na matapos ang halos 3 buwan ng implementasyon nito, bigo pa rin ang gobyerno na mamahagi ng ayuda sa lahat ng target nito. Unfilled pa rin ang mahigit kalahati ng health personnel slots at napakadismal pa rin ang mass testing capacity kahit pa may emergency powers ang Pangulo. Samantala, halos 2,600 individual ang average na inaresto araw-araw mula March 17 hanggang May 15 dahil sa umano'y paglabag sa quarantine guidelines at sa Bayanihan Act. Now, may I ask Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, was there an aggregate study of the weekly Malacanang reports to the Joint Committee on the Implementation of the Bayanihan Act? Aggregate study po.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Executive Department or the Office of the President have faithfully complied with the weekly reportorial requirements. However, if our colleague is not satisfied with the reporting, as part of the oversight, we can request for whatever data they need. And secondly, for this part, the Bayanihan to Recover as One Act, it is the sentiment of our colleagues, the majority, that we will not only require the Office of the President to do a reporting, but each department who are implementing the various provisions of the law, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, para mas maganda po ang malaman ng members of Congress ng taong bayan kung paano po ginagastos po ang mga perang nilaan po basado sa batas na pinasa po.
Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor, kaya po namin ito natanong ito dahil ano po yung batayan ng Bayanihan Part 2 kung walang aggregate study or hindi pa nakakarating sa atin ang mga reports kaugnay ng implementation ng Bayanihan Act 1. So, na konsulta ba ang mga stakeholders in crafting the measure kasi importante po yung malaman natin. Mr. Speaker, Ginoong Sponsor.
Tama po yan. Nagkaroon po ng malawakang study rin po ang ating IATF, ang ating Executive Department. That's why they made this request first. Secondly, the Senate has also conducted extensive hearings regarding this measure. And we basically, this measure is very similar to the Senate measure that was passed on second reading. So nagkaroon ng pag-uusisa, magagandang presentasyon ng bawat departamento at stakeholders in the passage of this measure po. But ako personally, I feel that kailangan mapasa to address the immediate need of our citizens. And at the same time, while I earnestly feel that kailangan mapasa marami pa rin talagang pagkukulang ang ating national government. Kaya dapat tugunan. But be that as it may, kailangan mabigyan natin sila ng pondo at lalo pa sigurong bantayan po ng Kongreso through its oversight ang implementation.
Now, Mr. Speaker, before I go to more specific questions, I want to inquire, Mr. Speaker, what is the current cash position of the national government? Magkano na po ang na-disburse na funds for COVID-19 response by virtue of the Bayanihan Act 1? Kasi bago po tayo magkwenta ng susunod na kailangan natin for Bayanihan Act 2, dapat malinaw po sa atin kung ilan talaga yung na-disburse na, magkano po yung pondo ng COVID-19 response natin. Saan po tayo nagsisimula? Magkano pa ang unobligated allotments at unreleased appropriations at paano po ito ginastos ng gobyerno. Mahalaga pong maitala sa record dahil malaking tanong sa sambayanan, asa na yung sinasabi nating 275 billion noon. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Basado po dun sa website ng Department of Budget and Management, ang nagastos na nila na COVID-related is as of April 23, wala pa akong exact update, as of May, is already 352,285,378,840. At ito po ay nasa website po nila. Malinaw naman po, public document naman po ito. Mr. Honor, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, gusto sana namin ng mas specific na breakdown, pero siguro i-request na lang namin ito dahil wala pa pong nakakarating sa amin sa ilan sa mga requests namin kaugnay sa mga reports na ito. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, we would be glad to provide a detailed breakdown as presented by the Office of the President and the Department of Budget and Management to our colleagues, particularly from the Makabayan Bloc, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Now, magkano po yung na-generate na savings mula sa fiscal year 2019? Magkano ang generated savings from 2020? And can we request also a list of the discontinued programs, activities, projects by virtue of the provisions of the Bayanihan Act?
Doon rin po sa website report ng malino naman, na very transparent naman,
sa DBM. Nakalagay po doon, malinaw ang savings for 2019. Nakalaan po as of December 31, 2019 ay meron pong 212,349,677,000 as of December 31, 2019 ang savings. Regarding kung magkakano po ang na-disburse dito for COVID, I think we should request a detailed breakdown from the Department of Budget and Management. And we will get an update as of May 30, Your
Okay.
Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Hingi na lang po kami ng list of discontinued programs. And for the last question po, kaugnay dito sa mga, before po ako mag-ilang broad strokes lang dun sa inyong ginawang Bayanihan Act 2. Magkano naman ang total loan commitments from multilateral institutions and foreign governments ang nakuha ng gobyerno para sa COVID-19? Magkano na yung na-transfer mula sa loan commitment na ito? And can the House request a report from the Economic Cluster on this?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we will request for the data and numbers, particularly loans, as requested by our distinguished Congresswoman, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Tapos, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, broad strokes na lang po kasi gabi na eh. Tapos, ilang oras lang yung binigay sa amin para mabasa itong bill na ito. So, talagang browse talaga ang ginawa namin dito. So, broad strokes na lang po, ilang mga questions na sa tingin namin ay importante. For example, yung kaugnay po sa accommodate, section tungkol po ito sa accommodate alternative modes of transportation, including a network of bicycle lanes in all roads, every city, municipality, for the people, etc. Alternative modes of transportation, paano po yung mga jeepney and public transportation sa ngayon? Paano po ito in-envision dito sa Bayanihan Part 2? Dahil parang wala po kaming nakita kung paano ang mga jeepney natin ngayon, public transportation natin ngayon.
Meron naman pong IATF guidelines with regards to the capacity that the public utility vehicles can accommodate during this community quarantine time, during this COVID. Meron naman pong malinaw na guidance regarding that. Secondly, bago naman po nagka-COVID, nagkaroon po ng modernization program at malinaw naman po nakalatag yan. So I think these questions we can easily provide distinguished Congresswoman. We can request the DTR
yes, Mr.
updates possibly kung ano pa po ang mga bagong updates regarding protocols, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Mahalaga po ito kasi wala pong trabaho yung mga jeepney drivers natin, nakatenga po sila at hanggang ngayon hindi sila pinapabiyahe, nahihirapan po ang mga pamilya nila at libo-libo po ito na kailangan talaga nating asikasuhin. Hindi lang jeepney drivers, yung mga public transport para na hindi nakakabiyahe sa ngayon. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. At siguro po, yung gusto nating malaman, hindi magkaroon ng jeepney phase out sa kasalukuyan. Dahil nga, nahihirapan ang mga kababayan natin kasi wala na nga silang kinikita, meron pa sa kanilang usapin ng pag-phase out. And second, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, kaugnay naman po sa provision of emergency subsidy na nakalagay dito, magkano po yung budget dito at ilan po yung target beneficiaries? In fact, wala pong nakalagay dito ng budget.
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, I share the concern and frustration of our distinguished Congresswoman. Dito po sa page 23, na malinaw naman po nakalagay that there shall be no phase out at the national and local level of any modality of public utility vehicle as the industry transitions to a new normal. So, yung concern po ng ating kagalang-galang na Congresswoman ay nalagay na po dito. At hindi lang po concern natin yung trabahong nawawala or naapektuhan ng mga driver, yung riding public rin po ang apektado. So it's really a big problem at the concerns are addressed in the various provision of this bill. Then yung second question dun sa emergency subsidy program, walang eksaktong amount because ang nalagay po dito ay bibigyan po natin yung mga families na naapektuhan dito po sa ECQ areas at mga pamilya na qualified that were left out or hindi nabigyan.
Alam niyo po,
So, I think as of now, yung qualified na hindi nabigyan, ang last tally, I think, of the IATF is around 5 million families. So, yan po, we are working on that number, but that can still increase based on further validation and appeal from various families and local government units, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
alam niyo po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, last time na magtatapat tayo para sa interpellation nung Bayanihan 1, tinanong ko po ito at meron po kayong bilang last time, that is 18 million. So ngayon po, walang nakalagay dito na ilan ang target beneficiaries at magkano ang budget. So napaka lang po niya, general. But anyway, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, on to my next question po, yung kaugnay po sa mga magsasaka naman, provision of opportunity to agrarian reform beneficiaries. Ang nakalagay po dito, napansin natin, access to credit facilities lamang. Utang pa rin po ba ito? Wala po bang cash aid talaga para sa direkta, para sa ating mga magsasaka? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Meron po provision dito to support the agricultural sector, 21 billion po. Dito po sa page 25, malinaw po nakalagay, 21 billion to provide direct cash subsidy, interest-free loans under the Agricultural Credit Policy Council, government financial institutions, and other forms of assistance to qualified agri-fishery enterprises, farmers, and fisher folk registered under the registry system of basic sectors in agriculture, and to finance the Plant program composed of the Ahon Lahat, Pagkaing Sapat kontra sa COVID-19. So, nandito po yan sa page 25, section E po, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Last question, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Kaugnay po sa pag-hire ng mga temporary, engaged temporary human resources for health, no? At bakit po dito ang nakalagay ay temporary human resources lang pero hindi ba natin sila irregular? Samantalang ang gusto nga natin, 'di ba, palakasin yung public health system natin at alam natin na yung trabaho na ito ay regular talaga binibigay. So, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker,
We share the sentiment and frustration of our distinguished congresswoman, but siyempre, while we hire temporary workers to just address the short-term, medium-term, making them permanent at this time would, kulang ang pera ng gobyerno for that, and at the same time, if once you do that, dapat siguro, unahin po natin yung mga naapektuhan na nawalan ng trabaho, whether permanent, contractual, or under MOA. So I think, in fact, kulang nga itong perang ito. Kaya nga po meron pa tayong PESA and cures. Kaya para mabigyan ng oportunidad po ang ating mga displaced workers, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, kaya po natin tinatanong kasi mahalaga naman po talaga, no? Kung ino-augment lang, bakit pa hindi natin sila irregular? Kasi trabaho din naman ito na in effect pang matagalan. Lalo na sa ngayon, matagal no yung iniintay natin or maaaring tumagal pa yung sakit. Anyway, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, magkano po yung hazard pay na nakalagay dito sa provision of a COVID-19 special risk allowance?
Hazard pay is based on ano po yan, civil service and COA ruling na allowed sa government. Meron pong mandate yan, I think, nag-range yan from 2 to 400 depending on the capability. Sa LGU, can provide hazard pay, national government. Depende po.
Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, may budget ba ito? Breakdown, wala?
Yung budget na po paglalaanan po niyan is based on this excuse me. First, nilagay po natin yan to ensure that hazard pay can be provided. So kung nga rin local government worker ka, it's up to the local government unit to shoulder that. Kung national government ka, frontliner ka, health worker, depende sa ahensya po yan. So that is basically the intent na maprotektahan sila In fact, in the Bayanihan to Heal as One, hindi lang hazard pay. Naglagay pa po tayo ng risk allowance, kung maaalala po nyo, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
This is on top, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, this is on top of the hazard pay, tama? Yung provision ng risk allowance.
Opo, dun sa page 6 po, provision
siya.
of a COVID-19 special risk allowance, meron din po yan for all public health workers, nakalagay po, nakaspecify po.
Oo, pero wala pa pong breakdown, wala pa pong budget amount.
Nakalagay naman po, under the Magna Carta of Public Health Workers or RA 735 will be the guide.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Yun lamang po sa ilang mga katanungan. Maraming salamat, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat po, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 6953. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. Consideration of House Bill 6953 is suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the change of referral of House Bill number 6794, declaring July 5 of every year a special non-working holiday in the municipality of Bambang, province of Nueva Vizcaya, in commemoration of its founding anniversary, from the Committee on Revision of Laws to the Committee on Local Government. So
Any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session until June 4 of Thursday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? The chair is none. Session is suspended until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of June 4. Thank you.